Let's go step by step like we did yesterday. Just kind of see here and there where we got, like I said, and then when there's some downtime, we will get into those transcripts. I am looking forward to that. Okay. So Brian Enton says about an hour ago, he says the lottery system for getting into the David hearing is odd. You get your ticket and then they put it into a metal drum and mix them all around and draw the winners. Only 10 seats or so. I got it again today, which I wasn't expecting, but people like cheer and gasp. It's Brian says a few people said I should buy a lotto ticket today. Hey Neva. Here, let me pull up my YouTube. Okay. Hey Neva. All right, so let me go back and see if he posted anything else about it yet. Okay, not yet. Like I said, if there's no updates yet, we will get into those transcripts. I also have a couple other videos from like yesterday that could be interesting. Okay, so let's look at Lauren, see if she's got anything new. So she says, that was 15 hours ago. I swear I saw a video of hers. Hold on. I saw a video that she did when she got there. Hold on, let me try to find it. Oh, there's more. Hold on, let me see something. Okay. I guess there isn't. Okay, so let's go over here. Let me pull this down and I want to do, okay, so this Mona says, trial begins for singer David Burke, who is accused of the murder. So this is from yesterday too, but here's some of the drawings. Okay, so hold on. Let's do, Sloan did a day 2. Let's check that out. Oh, hold on.
Town, walking to the courthouse right now. The courthouse is right over here. And I wanted to quickly explain to you guys what the lottery system is, because that will determine if I get in or not. I feel like yesterday I got pretty lucky because I was one out of the 10 people who got the lottery, but today might be a little bit more difficult. So I need all you guys to manifest that I get in so I can give you guys the information, because there's a good chance I won't. But I'm going to try to convince the employee at the court that I could also get a media pass, maybe, because I saw a bunch of YouTubers get media passes yesterday and they told me no at first, but if they're getting them, why can't I get them? So I'm going to try to get into the courtroom. Today's going to kick off with Benjamin Greger. That was the guy that we had speaking last night. He's going to be the first witness to take the stand. Seems like his case at least involves a lot of the financials of David's life and his connection to David's mother. So I am interested to hear a little bit more about that. Like, why is this guy making so much money doing who knows what? But we have 10 witnesses that we're going through in this preliminary hearing. We've gone through like 2.5 so far. Benjamin will be our third. So that means we've got 7 other witnesses that we're going to be hearing from in this case. Okay, so I am back downtown.
Hey, Melissa. Hello. Thank you for being here. Let's see this one. I didn't get to watch this.
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of discourse in the comment section about Celeste's parents, and I just want to say, as someone who was right next to them all day today, you could see the sadness in her parents' eyes. Her father specifically just seemed so upset and just lost and confused, and to see your daughter in that state. I mean, her mom cried several times throughout the trial, and her sister was right there grieving the loss of Celeste, and to see her in that manner, I don't know if they've ever even seen these photographs of her. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the first time, and I know her mom was looking down, but a lot of people are blaming her parents. David is the one who's on trial right now. I mean, say what you want, but they seem heartbroken, upset. They're here showing up for their daughter. And looking at the evidence and seeing what David has done, it's clear that he is the one who is responsible. He manipulated her. The guy's a sociopath. I mean, looking at him today, I didn't see him have any remorse. He's out there, like this all day, like this, with his glasses on. And to me, I didn't see an inkling of a soul in him. And maybe that sounds dramatic, but you have to see him in person to believe it. And these people aren't the ones to blame, I'm telling you. Okay, so
That's true. I mean, okay, so let's just wait for the updates. Let's read the transcripts. Let me pull up TikTok just so I have it ready. Hold on one second. Just so I have this ready too, because sometimes people post a little bit longer ones or shorter ones or whatever. So I got his pulled up. Okay. Oh, that phone is going to annoy me. We've been getting the landline has been so many phone calls lately. We don't know why it stopped, and now all of a sudden it picked back up again. Okay. Oh, shoot. Hold on. I'm just bringing up one more thing. So when I get into it, then I can just hurry up and click on things to see what we got. Okay. All right. So there's nothing new. Let's look at the transcripts. Oh, I did want to point out real quick. Obviously, it'll be somewhere in the transcripts, but somebody, where is it? Hold on, let me get the name of them again. Now I forget the name. They sent me like a summary of yesterday, which was really cool. It was Clear Piece, which I thought that was really cool. They sent me the summary, and like I said, we're going to read through the transcripts. We actually have them, but I just wanted to point out one thing. They talked about how he made Burke's former financial manager testified that Burke earned approximately 10 million to 11.5 million between 2023 and 2025. And then remember, Celeste family's lawyers said how he made a lot more money than they thought, millions. Okay, so let's get into this here. Here we go. So, certified transcript, July 21st. So we have called by the people. Okay, so the first one is Juan Gonzalez, called by the people, which would be the state, right? Direct exam by Miss Silverman. Oh, I guess it will be all of the state because it's their case to prove probable cause. Anyway, direct exam is Silverman, cross exam is Miss Peter, redirect is Miss Silverman. So we got Beth Silverman is the direct. Okay. Oh, this goes over all of this. Okay. We're just going over everything that's in it. So we have, I don't know. I better check to see if I doubt they sent the photographs because I don't want to show those. But so description of photographs. Okay, photographs, DVD, transcript photographs, Google Maps. We have DVD, photographs. Actually, let me make sure something real quick. I want to make sure that I'm not going to play something I shouldn't play since I didn't go over this yet. I was waiting for you guys. I just got them this morning, so I doubt there's photographs are going to be on here. But let me just see. I'm going to scroll through this because as much as everything was sealed, I think they're just going to describe the photographs. Yeah, I don't see any photographs. No, I'm on page 98. Okay, I don't see any. Nope, it's just all text. Okay, so we don't have to worry about that. All right, so let me reshare this. Just wanted to make sure because I heard they were really graphic. All right, so let's start here. Let's go up to 250 so you guys could read. All right, here we go. Just bear with me. Like I said, this is my first time reading it, but I didn't want to wait because I figured we have so much downtime waiting for updates. Why not read it in between, right? All right. Is that big enough for y'all? Let's do this. Appearances: David Anthony Burke, present with counsel. Blair Burke, Regina Peter, Marilyn Bednarski, attorneys at law. Beth Silverman, deputy district attorney, representing the people of the state. The following proceedings were had in the open court. So they're on the record. Burke, we have Mr. Burke. Can all counsel please make their appearances? I'm going to skip over some stuff. Miss Burke says, good morning, Your Honor. It says, good morning, everybody. The court says, all right, good morning, Mr. Burke. The defendant says, good morning, Your Honor. And the court says, and for the people, and Silverman, Blair, I said Blair Burke is his lawyer, Beth Silverman is the prosecutor. So, sorry. So that was Blair saying hi. Now Beth is saying, hi, Your Honor. Also, the court says, and also at the counsel table, who do we have? We got Detective Josh Byers. Your Honor, one of the investigator officers in this case, Detective Farrell, had a meeting this morning, but will be here this afternoon. Hey, if anybody put it in chat, I'll check periodically. If there is an update, let me know. I am going to check periodically, but let me know, and then I could see it. Anyway, how do you spell his last name? They spell it. Okay. Here we go. All right. So Miss Silverman says, thank you so much, Your Honor. Bednarski says, Your Honor, can we confirm no other witnesses are in the courtroom? And the court says, and we will get to your motion just a minute. Miss Burke says, thank you, Your Honor. The court says, so just a few housekeeping things. Okay, you did, Your Honor. Okay, let's skip through this. So she says, then Mr. Burke, this is the judge, the court judge. I do want you to understand, I advise everyone in front of me this, whether we're starting a preliminary hearing or a trial, but pursuant to the penal code, once we start your preliminary hearing, your absence after the hearing has commenced, and your physical presence shall not prevent the hearing from going forward, including holding you to answer or discharging the defendant in any of the following cases. In any case in which you, after being warned by myself that you will be removed if you continue any disruptive behavior. Not that I expect any. I give this warning to everyone, but nevertheless, just acting in a manner that is so disorderly or disruptive or disrespectful to the court that the hearing cannot be carried on with your being present in the courtroom. You may be removed. In any prosecution for an offense which is not punishable by death, in which you voluntarily absent yourself. At this particular stage, because the people have not made a decision on the death penalty right now, the case still moves forward as a death penalty until that time, which the DA will make a determination on punishment, which is usually not made preliminary hearing. So this may not apply later on. I don't know what the DA's decision will be, but I want to give you the admonishment nonetheless that if for some reason you choose to voluntarily absent yourself, and I think I indicated that if you decide you want to take a later bus, you decide you want to stay back for a shower, those are all considered voluntarily absenting yourself or refusing to come to court. That may result in you giving up certain constitutional rights if you choose to voluntarily absent yourself. Meaning, like, if you're not present and we're continuing forward, that you could be given up your right to be present when witnesses are confronted and examined and cross-examined. Obviously, your lawyers are here and will continue to present your constitutional rights. But I need you to understand, if you choose to voluntarily absent yourself against their advice, I'm sure they would not advise you to do that. That you may be giving up your constitutional rights, the right to remain silent, the right to testify on your own behalf, the right to confront and cross-examine eyewitnesses. Let me move this up a little bit so I can see better. Okay. So I just give that admonishment to everyone once we start preliminary hearing, that pursuant to penal code section, blah, blah, blah. Do you understand? Oh, shout. I was trying to use the keyboard because I'm so sick of, hold on, let me scroll down. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, did I skip this? Oh, no, I didn't. Hold on, I accidentally hit the wrong thing. I apologize. Okay. Okay, so, I'm just going to have to use this. Hold on. I'm trying to get comfortable. Okay. Here we go. So I give that admonishment to everyone. Do you understand that? Yes, Your Honor. So David said, yes, Your Honor. Okay. With that said, then we have to deal with the shackling motion and also exclusion of witnesses, other than the 2 investigating officers that Ms. Silverman has put on the record. Ms. Silverman, are there any other prospective witnesses present in the courtroom? And Ms. Silverman says, I don't believe so. Are there any witnesses here on this case? Anybody that's testified at grand jury? And the court says, all right, so Ms. Silverman has made an inquiry. Nobody has responded. And I assume, Ms. Silverman, you are also making the same request and asking to exclude any potential witnesses that may be witnesses at the trial. And Ms. Silverman says, correct. Thank you, Your Honor. The court says, all right, any potential defense witnesses? Ms. Bednarski. I'm really trying to move this. Okay. Here, let me sit back. There we go. I'm really getting comfortable. Okay. There we go. That should be good. The court says the court will allow the people to designate 2 investigating officers for this case in the penal code as it relates to preliminary hearings. Does allow the court the discretion to do that. Is my sound okay with that fan on, by the way? The court has allowed counsel to have 3 attorneys on this case. There is just me over here. So the judge is saying, you got this, there's just me over here. The court, okay. Or wait, Silverman says there's just me over here. Sorry. And the court says, okay. Ms. Silverman says, one more thing. So remember, Beth Silverman is the prosecutor. She says, Your Honor, I wanted to point out, and maybe this makes a difference to the court, but the family is here. The parents are here. And I would ask that they be allowed to remain under Marcy's law, since they are not testifying at this hearing. And obviously they have no knowledge relevant to the actual charges other than their daughter went missing on a particular date. And the court says, so generally how I handle this at the preliminary hearing, I'm not sure the defense has made a request to do that. But generally speaking, especially in the cases of this seriousness and nature, the court generally does allow family members of either a victim in this case, pursuant to Marcy's law, as well as defense family members to remain in the courtroom. You know, I'm going to take this off. If we do updates, I'll have to reshare this because it's too much to have those in. I'm like, I feel like I have to scream. Okay. All right. So they're allowing the family to stay in, Celeste's family. So she says, to the extent they may provide trial testimony if they are not, and I should say if they are not, percipient to or material witnesses. If they're peripheral witnesses to peripheral facts, either side, if they do testify at trial, can bring out that they were present at the preliminary hearing and heard witness testimony. I'm not going to limit that questioning, but obviously both families have a vested interest with regard to being present for the proceedings. And the defense says, and she says, defense, do you wish to be heard with regard to that? Over here. And Ms. Burke, which is David's lawyer, says, no, Your Honor, no objection. And the court says, all right. And also for the people, as I said, is there any member from the defense family present who is otherwise not a percipient witness, but may be a witness to some collateral matter for the trial? The court will extend them the same consideration. And Ms. Silver says, do you wish to be heard on that? No objection. Beth says, no, thank you. The court says, okay. Otherwise, both sides are ready for the preliminary hearing. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. She says she's ready. Okay. The court says, we have a shackling motion that the defense has filed. Let me pull that up. That was filed July 10th. The court is prepared to hear that before we actually start the preliminary hearing. Ms. Brooke, would you be handling that matter? Yes. All right. Since the date of David's arrest, April 16th, he has on multiple occasions appeared before Your Honor. This young man, I think, Your Honor, has had opportunity to observe, has conducted himself at all times in respectful, quiet, appropriate manner before this court. There's no indication or record of any disciplinary or disruptive or unruly behavior by David in court or out of court, which would support any manifest need for shackles. Shackles are by definition undignified and unnecessary under Penal Code Section 688, where David is presumed to be innocent as he sits before Your Honor. 688 makes clear he should not be subject to any more restraint than necessary. I think California Supreme Court, Duran, as to shackling, and then in People versus Fiera, specifically as to preliminary hearing made clear that the shackling is impermissible absent some specific showing of necessity. To our knowledge, Your Honor, there is a complete absence of any record or showing as to any need, even on a lowered standard for preliminary hearing than at a trial, of any manifest need to have David shackled. And on that, we would submit. The court says, all right, thank you, Miss Burke. Yes, Cat Mouse, thank you. Make sure you keep telling people about that goal, because I think people be interested to get a transcript themselves for $10. I'm gonna have to take that phone off the hook. Somebody sold our phone number to like spammers or whatever recently. It's been crazy. Okay, when I go on break, I'll take it off. But thank you, Cat Mouse. Okay, so California 4th. Somebody says, I'm sorry, what is that noise? Oh, it is, and the bailiff says, hearing device. And the court says, at 1 California 5th, 173, held that the defendants cannot be shackled at preliminary hearing absent of showing some need, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so Fierro is superseded the Court of Appeal opinion in People versus Solomon, which held that the defendant in this. So basically, they're trying to get him unshackled. I'm going to skip through some because obviously we're just going to skip through some of this stuff. They're quoting other cases. Okay. Wow. Still quoting cases. So she says, quotes all those cases and says, so with that said, the request to unshackle Mr. Burke completely or entirely is denied. Wow. So that's. So the judge was quoting other cases too, or the state. So they're saying how it could be dangerous, blah, blah, blah. So she's saying, with that being said, the request to unshackle Mr. Burke completely or entirely is denied. What the court will do is he is currently in handcuffs, is to have his handcuffs removed so his hands are free. And he has a waist chain, which he was brought in on. The sheriffs are directed to attach the waist chain to the chair, but otherwise his hands are free so that he can assist in his defense. Have his free use of hands to take notes, pass notes to counsel, take a sip of water if he needs to or wants to. So his hands will be free. Miss Burke says, so remember Blair Burke is David's lawyer. Just remember they have the same last name. She says, Your Honor, may I just briefly for the record? And the court says, as I always say, I'm not a party to the proceedings. So arguing with me is not a remedy that the court affords the parties. If you're going to say something different than what you've already said, you may. But usually when I ask if counsel submits, then you submit and you can seek whatever other review you wish of my rulings. But I am not going to argue with counsel. Ms. Burke says, no, Your Honor, I wouldn't seek to argue with the court. And the court says, if you want to put something else on the record that you did not raise, you may do so. And she says, just because the court raised Tiffany versus Superior Court, I think the California cases have made clear that while a lower showing is acceptable and sufficient, that doesn't mean no showing. And we just wanted to reinforce with the court that there has been absolutely no showing that there is any manifest need or any good cause or cause of any kind to shackle him. Thank you. Court says, judge says, all right, thank you. Just so it's clear with regard to the procedures in this court, the thing that the waist chain to the chair will do is just to ensure that Mr. Burke stays in his seat, which will be required from an appropriate courtroom protocol. He is in custody. He would not be able to get up from his chair or have any free access to roam around the courtroom, if anyway, whatsoever. And otherwise, other than that, his hands are free and he can have full use of his hands. Miss Burke, thank you. Or Miss Burke says, thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate Your Honor's ruling. Court says, okay. With that said, moving on to the preliminary hearing, counsel. Does your client waive reading the complaint, further statement of the constitutional rights? Yes, he waives it. The court says, all right, people, the court has already granted the motions to exclude for both sides, absent the two designated investigating officers and the family members for both sides. And it says, if it becomes an issue, would you like the court to put on record which family members are present for future trial use? Just let me know and you can write it out a list and we'll make sure that gets on the record. People, call your first witness. Beth Silverman says, yes. Before we do that, Your Honor, I also had a conversation with your clerk this morning I believe I've indicated before. I always pre-mark everything because I like everything to be entirely organized. So all of our exhibits are pre-marked. Although I understand your clerk does not like pre-marked. So I will just call them out in random numbers without pre-marking them, but they will be numbered according to what we've done. And there's already preliminary hearing exhibit list for the clerk. And on top of that, there are 2 CDs, one that contains business records that will be referring to that defense has, and one on a separate CD as your clerk prefers, is a body-worn video that we're going to be playing this morning. It's approximately 10.5 minutes in length. Court says, okay. Miss Benarxy says, Your Honor, is it possible for us to get a copy of the exhibit list, which we do not have? Miss Silverman says, sure. The court says, yes, we'll make sure you get it. Okay. Okay, so let's skip. So they say, court says you could go ahead. They're making copies. Okay. Okay, we're skipping through this. They're making copies of something. Okay, so here we got first witness. Yes, Sherry. What I'm doing is so it costs me $140 a day for these transcripts. So I have a goal of anybody that donates $10 or more towards that goal. I will send you a transcript. Just email me if you participate in the goal. So for $10, you can have your own transcript. It's in the goal. And once this is over, I'll take down everybody that donated 10 or more. Email me, which you can get my email from my mod and in the description. And then if you was one of the people that donated 10 or more towards the goal, because I'm trying to get 140 just so I pay the cost of the transcripts, but that's every day. It's 140 plus charges, like taxes or whatever. There's some charge for using your credit card, but anyway, and then you get a copy for $10. So yeah, I think it's a good deal since it's 140. Get it for $10. And then it helps go towards where I could cover the cost of this. Okay, so let's do this. The witness says, do you solemnly swear, blah, blah, blah? Yes, I do, ma'am. Okay, go ahead. Here we go. Please state your name, Deputy Juan Gonzalez. Okay. They're having trouble with the machine. It's their system. They're having some technical issues. Okay. So Beth says, sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed? And he says, I'm a deputy sheriff with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I'm currently assigned to the West Hollywood station where I've been for the past 8 years. How many years have you been employed? 14. And Beth says, I want to direct your attention back to a couple of years ago, February 17th, 2024. Did you respond that evening to a request from Riverside Sheriff's Department to conduct a welfare check at the home of an individual by the name of David Burke? I did, ma'am. And was that at the location of 804 North Doheny Drive in West Hollywood? So that's that's not the mansion. That's the other place. You guys could find in one of my playlists where I compare the houses and compare the stream. That's where the stream took place with him and Celeste. That's where a lot of the pictures were of him and Celeste, was at this location, 804 North Doheny, not the mansion, the other one. Okay. So in 2024, this cop, February 2024, he goes to that house. Okay. Because remember that lease for the mansion started sometime in February 2024, where he got, his places overlapped where he was in the Doheny, but Josh got him that mansion. So they kind of overlapped where he had the mansion in this place at the same time. Anyway, it says, so they say it was, and approximately what time did you go out to the location? It says, I don't really recollect the exact time, but if I remember from my memory, it was nighttime hours. Hold on. Yeah, so Beth says approximately 7 p.m. Or does that refresh your recollection? Or do you need to look at your reports? It says that refreshes it. And did you go out alone or were you with a partner that evening? I was not by myself. Deputy Thomas went with me. She was not assigned to my car. She had her own unit. I think she was my assist that day. Beth says, so you went out there together? He said, yes, ma'am. Met there? Yes. And what was your purpose that night along with Deputy Thomas? And he says, to simply check the house, the residence, to see if a minor female was there by the name of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And I was supposed to speak with a gentleman that was residing at the residence. And they say, and where did you get the information about this particular minor's age and name? I believe from when I initially called the handling detective, Detective Rivas. And Detective Rivas, was he a sheriff's detective or is Riverside County Sheriff's? Wow, it's the same last name? That's crazy. Yes, Sherry. Email me after the live and we'll send her on over. Okay? Email me. Can you, Cat Mouse, will you do the code for the email? And like I said, after the live, this will all happen after this live. Thank you. And thank you so much for contributing. I appreciate it, Sherry. Okay. So, blah, blah, blah. I believe initially called a handling detective, Rivas. I didn't know the detective was Rivas, too. Okay. Okay. And were you also informed that the individual at this home at 804 North Doheny was informed that you would be coming by to do such a check? It says yes. Objection. So Blair says, objection, leading. The court says, I'll allow it as foundational. And the witness says, yes, ma'am. I believe Detective Rivas advised me over the phone that the gentleman who was residing at the residence knew that I was coming. And Beth says, did he give you a name for that individual? And he says, I believe it was David Burke. And Beth says, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to Mark again, as I indicated, they're going to be out of order. People's Exhibit 2, which is titled Studio House, 804 North Doheny Drive in West Hollywood. And this particular exhibit has 2 photographs of the exterior of the home. So they're calling it Studio House. Interesting. The court says, it'll be marked for identification purposes. And Beth says, thank you. Showing you Exhibit 2. And I understand these were taken during daylight hours, but do you recognize this particular location? And he says, yes, ma'am, that looks like the residence I went to that evening. Okay, on the evening of February 17th, 2024, correct? Yes, ma'am. And Beth says, and Your Honor, I have another exhibit. This will be People's Exhibit 3, please. Again, same title, two photographs. These are aerial photographs. The court says, so marked for identification, and Beth says, thank you. Showing you Exhibit 3. Is this the location of this residence as we see here in West Hollywood and on the photograph in the right as it is outlined in red? It says, yes, ma'am. I remember when I first entered the location, it was through the driveway, that driveway. And Beth says, okay, when you got to the front of the door of the residence, did someone answer the door? He says, yes, ma'am. And who was that? Mr. David Burke. And do you see him here in the court? I do, ma'am. Can you identify him for us by either describing where he is seated or what he's wearing or point to him in some manner? That young man with the LA County orange jumpsuit. And the court says, indicating Mr. Burke for the record. Miss Silverman says, thank you. And was there anybody else that came to the door with him at that time? And nope. He says, no, just by himself. And did you find any other individual in the home? No, ma'am. Did you go into the home? Yes. Did you have a conversation with him about this minor that you were looking for? This missing person by the name of Celeste Rivas Hernandez? I did, ma'am. And what was the defendant's response? I think we initially asked him, is Celeste there? He stated no. We proceeded to ask him, when was the last time you spoke to her? And I believe he stated February the 13th. And then I asked, when was the last time you actually saw her? At which he pointed, so February 13th. And then I asked, when was the last time you actually saw her? At which he told me, I believe, November 12th. Excuse me. And Beth says, the year before, 2023? And he says, yes, ma'am. And did he also provide you some information regarding this missing person? And he says, I think I asked him, how did you meet her? And he said he met her through Facebook or Instagram and through an online chatting group chat by the name of Discord. And Beth says, okay, did he tell you when that was? And he says, I believe he stated 2020 or 2021. And sorry. Beth says, okay. And did he act like he was very familiar with this individual, that they had some sort of close relationship, or the opposite of that? And Blair says, objection, calls for speculation. And the court says, you can describe what his demeanor was or what he said. And the witness says, he basically said he just met her through an online chat, met one time in person. And from my conversation with him briefly, I took it as he really didn't know her. And Beth says, did he provide a phone number for her? He did, ma'am. And do you recall that phone number? I don't know it by memory. Okay. And did he also show you some photographs on his phone? He did, ma'am. And what were those photographs depicting? I believe the first photograph he showed me was of the young lady in a school picture. A school photograph, Beth says. And he says, yes, ma'am. And the court says, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Miss Silverman. I just want to make sure I have the dates correct. You were talking about Mr. Burke last speaking to Celeste on February 13th, 2024, and last seeing her on 2023. Is that correct? Because I'm showing the offense date in the complaint as April 23rd, 2025. So I just want to make sure I'm correct in my time frame. Beth says, yes. So I believe the deputy testified, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that he only met her once. That was November of 2023. And the court says, okay. Beth says, but he last spoke with her according to the defendant on February 13th of 2024. Court says, okay. Beth says, and met her through an Instagram chat or Facebook, and then through an online platform, Discord. Either the deputy said 2020 or 2021. Is that correct? Court said, is that correct? The witness says, that is, sounds correct. Okay. Beth says, thank you, Your Honor. And the court says, you may continue. Beth says, in the photograph that he showed you, you said a school photograph? Would that be like a yearbook photograph? He says, I believe so, ma'am. Well, did it appear to be a photograph that he had other children around her photo with names to the left? We're talking about like a yearbook where they had other children around her photo with the names to the photo, like to the left, you know, when the yearbooks. And he says, that's correct. And did he also show you another photograph? I believe towards the end of my conversation, he showed me another photograph of like an Instagram post of her missing poster flyer. I don't know if it was like a police bolo or if it was just like an Instagram post of a missing child. And Beth says, got it, thank you. And the court says, you said a missing flyer? And the witness says, yes, ma'am. And the court says, okay. Beth says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit. This one is marked Exhibit 4. If it could be so marked, and it's titled Screenshot of Defendant Showing Victim's Yearbook Photo to LSD, February 17th of 2024. And there is 2 photographs on the exhibit. Okay, so they mark it. And Beth says, showing you exhibit number 4, is this the way the defendant looked when you went to his house on the evening of February 17th, 2024? He says, yes, ma'am. And looking at the photograph on the right, does this appear to be a close-up of the yearbook or school photo that he showed you of the individual he indicated he had met once? Yes. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for donating. I'm glad you made it, Sydney. Thank you. Are we almost to our goal? So we can get to the goal. Come on, Cat Mouse. Let's do it. I just would like it just to be covered, you know, make the goal, have it covered. People get cheap transcripts. So $10 if you donate, guys, or more, obviously, you'll get a copy of the transcript. I'll email you a copy. So I just want to try to make cost on because these are going to cost $140 every day. So that helps so much, guys. Because yeah. Okay. Where are we at? Says missing, it's entitled Missing Person Poster Showed by Defendant to LSD 2/17/24. And Beth says, showing you Exhibit 55. And does this appear to be the photograph for the missing person poster that you just described that the defendant showed you he had on his phone? He says, yes, ma'am. Dude, I'm about to take that phone off the hook. Can you guys hear that phone ringing? Oh, I'll wait till I take a break. Oh my God, I just want to get this witness covered. Did you guys hear that a lot? That phone? Anyway, did you tell the defendant while you were at this home at 804 North Doheny that the missing person in this case was in fact 13 years old? And he says, yes, I did, meaning he told David she's 13. At some point, did you and your partner that evening, Deputy Thomas, search for signs of this missing girl? Says, yes, ma'am, both of us did. And was that with the defendant's consent? Yes. And did you find anything there that would perhaps be specific to a young girl? And he says, I tried to do a thorough search for her. Tried to look for anything that pertained to a female, such as makeup, hygiene products. I didn't see anything. The only thing I remember seeing was some Hello Kitty stuff that kind of stuck out for me. We know Hello Kitty. She loved Hello Kitty. If you've been following this case, there's a correlation between Hello Kitty and Celeste. There's a bunch of stuff about Hello Kitty. So they're seeing some Hello Kitty stuff, okay, that stuck out. It says, but I remember when speaking with him, he had said this is like an artist home, not his home, that a lot of people are in and out of. And Beth says, so you didn't see any makeup? You didn't see any hygiene products? He says, no, ma'am. But he knew they were coming. Remember that. He knew they were coming, so he probably got hit a lot of the stuff. And Beth says, and you didn't find Celeste at this location? No. Did you speak with any sheriffs from Riverside County Sheriff's Department while you were at the defendant's studio house or residence? Yes, ma'am. While I was still inside the residence, I went ahead and called Detective Rivas and told him of the information that I had and that we had searched the place. And Beth says, okay, and did the defendant tell you who he was? He says, I'm sorry, ma'am. Could you ask me that one more time? Sure, did the defendant tell you who he was or what he did for a living? Oh, Mr. David Burke, I know at some point he stated he was an artist. Did he tell you what kind of artist? Like an indie pop of artist, singer? Did you recognize him? No, ma'am. I have never seen him nor heard of any of his music before. Or heard his name? No. Did you or your partner that night, Deputy Thomas, although you came separately to the residence, did you each have body-worn camera video on? Yes, ma'am. Okay. And did you take any photographs while you were at the defendant's temporary residence? Yes, ma'am. I believe I took a photograph of his ID and the photographs he showed of me, of Miss Celeste. Okay, and Beth says, Your Honor, I have a DVD that contains body-worn video from this deputy. It is cut down at the beginning and at the end of the area outside the residence, and it depicts the events that took place on February 17th, 2024. May I have that marked, please? Okay, and I'm placing LSD body-worn video for body-worn video on the actual DVD. Okay. Be marked. I have a transcript. Okay, 9 pages in length is the transcript for the body-worn. And they're providing a copy of that transcript. Thank you. Okay, so she says, Deputy, in reviewing that body-worn video, does that video appear to be accurate in terms of the observations you made, the conversations that you had on the evening of February 17th, 2024 with the defendant? Yes, ma'am. Okay, and did the transcript also appear to be accurate? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor. And the court says, all right, cross-exam. So now we got Miss Peter, which is one of the defendant's lawyers. Says, Deputy, having watched the body-worn video, there was at one point where you actually told Mr. Burke that Celeste Rivas was 13 years old. Was there? There was at one point where you actually told Mr. Burke that Celeste was 13 years old. Was there? And he says, I believe we spoke about that. He stated that she believed that he told him that she was 18. But then I guess somebody had told him, whoever that was, that she was actually 13. So that's supposed to be that she told him that she was 18. But then I guess somebody had told him, whoever that was, that she was actually 13. And at some point I asked him, does she look 13? And he says, no. And he said, and David's lawyer says, when you went to the house that night, did you know one way or the other whether Celeste was underage? And he says, I believe I did after speaking to the detective first, ma'am. And remember, this is David's lawyer cross-examining, says, and when you were with Mr. Burke at his residence, I think your words to him were, I guess she's 13, is that right? And he says, if that's what I said on the video, and the lawyer says, you described Mr. Burke as overall being cooperative with the reason why you were at the house, correct? Says, yes, very cooperative. Yeah, but they're lies. That's what I brought up yesterday. Yeah, you could say he's cooperative because he's speaking, but if he's speaking lies, that's not very cooperative, okay? And they say, there was actually one point where Mr. Burke was trying to volunteer information to you, and you actually stopped him from talking, right? Says, yes, ma'am. And the lawyer says, you told him we're not investigating anything, right? And he says, as far as myself and the LA County Sheriff's Department, we didn't have a case against him. I didn't know. As far as I knew, I was delegated a task, which was to look for a missing girl. I don't know what kind of case the detective from Riverside County Sheriff's Department had. So I was delegated a task, and that was what my task was. And the lawyer says, when you spoke with Mr. Burke, he gave you Celeste Rivas Hernandez's full name. Provided that information to you? Yes, ma'am. He also provided you with her last phone number digit by digit. Yes, ma'am. He also indicated to you that he had previously spoken with a Riverside officer, correct? Yes. And he volunteered that he wanted to recap to you everything he had previously told the Riverside officer. And he says, from that statement where he was beginning to talk, it sounded like he wanted to tell me what he told that Riverside detective. But again, I didn't know what kind of case Riverside was dealing with or what they were investigating. So that's why I said, I'm only here to look for her, and that's it. And the lawyer says, and one of those statements that Mr. Burke made, he on his own said, she told me she was 18, right? Says, yes. And when you asked Mr. Burke for photographs, he showed you multiple photographs, as we saw on the body-worn camera, right? Yes, ma'am. And at one point, you actually asked him, does she look 13? Yes, I did ask him that. And is that because when you were looking at the photo, the image depicted somebody who didn't appear to be 13 years old? And he says, I wouldn't be able to tell you why I asked him that. But I know at the moment, something that I asked, I don't know why. And Miss Peter says, nothing further, Your Honor. Said, all right, redirect. And Ms. Silverman says, yes. The word cooperative means that the person is forthcoming, right? Yes, ma'am. And therefore telling the truth, right? Ms. Peter, objection, argumentative. And the court says, I will allow it, but what I will not allow from either side, either this proceeding or at trial, if we get to that stage, is that one witness cannot give an opinion as to the veracity of another witness. So I will allow Ms. Silverman to explore what cooperative means to the witness, but given an opinion as to whether or not Mr. Burke was truthful, the court will not allow. Oh, wow, Sydney, thank you. Another one? Oh, wow. Thank you. So just to clarify, I'm going to send them all out after I'm done reading through it here on this video. So then I'll send them all out after my live, okay? Because I want to read through it first for everybody, and then even if I don't finish it, I'm going to send it. Regardless, you'll get it today after the live, okay? Because I might not finish it, but a promise is a promise. So if you contribute, you will get it. Okay. Anyway, where am I at? Okay, so he says, I'm a police officer. So my job is to make my own opinion based on facts. I believe he was telling me the truth. She says, okay, based on his demeanor. And she says, okay, why based on his demeanor, you said? And he says, yes, because he's a freaking probably narcissist. He's good at lying because he's probably mastered the art of lying, because he's a liar. In my opinion, that's what it's looking like. This guy believed him. So Beth says, hence why he seemed very casual talking with food in his mouth, talking about beer in the fridge, having a party, things of that nature. And Miss Peter says, objection, counsel is testifying. And the court says, overruled, I'll allow it. And the witness says, yes, ma'am. Silverman says, and so you assumed he was being truthful with you, and therefore you said, yes, I believe he was being very cooperative, right? Says, yes. That's why he said cooperative, because he thought he was being truthful. So because his lawyer's trying to say, oh, look, he was being cooperative. He even said he was being cooperative. No, he said he was being cooperative in that moment because he thought he was being truthful. Comes to find out he wasn't being truthful. So that cooperative goes out the freaking window. Anyway. Beth says, did he tell you that he had been having a sexual relationship with this underage girl for several months? And Miss Peter says, objection, relevance, argumentative. And the court says, well, it's clearly relevant. Thank you, Judge. But at this point, it assumes facts, not an evidence. So you can ask him why he believed he was cooperative. The tape speaks for itself as to what was said and what wasn't said. And Beth says, did he ever mention to you that he had been having a sexual relationship with her? Miss Peter says, objection, the evidence speaks for itself. The video assumes facts, not an evidence. And the court says, sustained. She tried to sneak that in there again. That's crazy. He says, you may move on. And Miss Silverman says, okay. Did the defendant ever tell you that he assisted the victim in the plan to run away? That he picked her up from the home in Lake Elsinore? Same objection, Miss Peter says. And Silverman says, to come to his home. And the court sustained it. At this point, it assumes facts, not an evidence. Miss Silverman says, all right, I have nothing further. Court says, all right, anything further? Miss Peter says, nothing further. And the court says, you may step down. Okay. So before we get to the next witness, let's see if there's any updates from today. Has there been? We'll go each witness and then check updates. I got to take a sip of this. That was interesting. Am I reading okay? All right, let's see. I'll just check real quick. If there isn't, then we'll just continue on. Yes, there is. Wait. No. Okay, quick update. Let's read this. I don't have the audio shared yet. I might not need it because I have to reshare the screen. So let's just see if I need it. Because I took out my earphones. I do not want to read this transcript with my AirPods in. So, okay. So let's see if I need it. Where did I have that? Right here. All right. Where did my... Oh, it's over here. It's like, where did my thing go? Okay. All right. So Lauren says 23 minutes ago, she says, preliminary hearing day 2, quick update. During break via LA Mag. Video coming at lunch. Watch for Taylor Praise coverage as well. Defense continued. Now this is day 2. Okay. Defense continued to cross-examine former Mogul Vision finance director Benjamin Grieger, who testified nearly all of David Burke's finances were handled by his mother, Colleen Burke. Grieger said Burke never asked him how much money he was making or expected to make. The defense appeared to be arguing Burke had little involvement in his own finances. Defense wanted to keep mentioning Burke's charity trust or given to charity, which was objected and sustained as this is a probable cause hearing. New name to watch for, Grieger, identified Sheldon. I am unsure of his last name, but possibly Jackalis. As Burke's live in security guard, testifying Sheldon lived at Burke's home for about 6 months. Gregor said he never discussed what happened inside the home with him. Huh. Silverman pointed out Burke purchased homes himself and signed contracts, so he did have somewhat involvement. Gregor also acknowledged Burke had at least one personal financial accountant outside of Mogul Vision's management. Silverman questioned Gregor about 14-year-old Celeste, about Celeste's travels. Gregor said he never discussed London travel with Colleen Burke or Josh Marshall. He did end up admitting that he discussed Celeste traveling with Burke to London with Robert Morgenroth, asking him if it was true, paraphrase. So it sounds like he asked Rob if, oh, is it true that he traveled with him to, that Celeste traveled with him to London? Gregor testified he later learned the airline tickets for Burke and Celeste's trip to London appeared to have been purchased through one of Burke's personal accounts, not a Mogul Vision managed account. Oh, that's a little bit bigger. Okay. Let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay. Silverman ended by forcefully asking whether Sheldon ever discussed fake IDs, parties at Burke's homes, or drugs and alcohol, driving David and Celeste to parties, etc. Gregor said he did not have those conversations. So I can't wait to hear from Sheldon. Wow. That line questioning suggested Sheldon spent significant time around both Burke and Celeste, and we should probably remember his name. Judge Charlene Olmedo was frustrated a few times with both the prosecution and defense, particularly the defense, over lines of questioning, she said, went beyond the limited scope of preliminary hearing, or over repeated objections regarding the characterization of evidence. New witness for the people, Louis Pomeroy, Vice President of Finance Interscope, who went over to Burke's earnings and how they were paid out. Prosecutors introduced evidence of Burke's entertainment earnings. Incomplete. They went through his entire Interscope financials, which I will detail later. Wow. 2022, approximately 950,000. 2023, approximately 3.869 million. The money was distributed through several entities, including something called a Coogan Trust. Pomero testified that a Coogan Trust is a protected account for child performers. Under California law, 15% of a minor's gross earnings must be deposited into the trust, where the funds cannot be accessed by the parents and are reserved from the minor. I learned about that with, what's his name? Oh, he died in the bathtub. I can't think of his name now. Dang it. But anyway, about the Cougar Trust. So you have to at least put 15%, but you could put more, you know. Based on the figures presented in court, these funds went straight to Burke. 2022 Coogan deposit 142,500. 2023 Coogan deposit 580,350. So wow. If he made this much and he only got that much in 2022, his parents were banking off of him, right? Yes, Aaron Carter. Thank you, Christy. Wow, his parents were, they were, looks like they were putting the bare minimum, the 15%. I'd have to do the math, but dang it. You think for your kids, you would just give them most of it, you know, maybe take a little if, I don't know. That's kind of messed up. I guess it doesn't surprise me though. Anyway, all right, let's see if there's any other update. She did a good job. Let's see. No, she doesn't have anything. That was from the family's attorney. Let's see. Yeah. Let's do, hold on. Let's look up. Sometimes they have like a good. All right. 5 minutes ago, LA Mag Collies, Colin. Okay, let's see. I just want to see if there's any other updates. Let's see. Instagram, we'll see if he did any other ones. If not, we'll just continue. Yeah, he did. Okay, hold on. Let me reshare my audio. Sorry, guys. It sucks that I have to do this, but these AirPods, I cannot have these in as I'm reading the transcripts because it's just too much. I feel like I have to scream. Okay. This takes a minute. Reshare, reshare. Here we go. We got her up now. Okay. Let's see what Sloan has to say. Oh, you're going to kill me. I shouldn't even say that. I wasn't connected. Don't be mad. Sorry. It was connected to my stupid phone. Okay, here we go. Now I'm connected to the computer. That's one thing I wish that was different. These AirPods. Okay, now we got it. All right.
Let's talk about what's happened so far. So Benjamin Gregor, the financial guy, had taken the stand again today, and I found it interesting because we didn't really focus on the contracts. We actually focused on this security guard that was hired, because it actually turns out that there was a security guard who was living in David's home. His name is Sheldon Jock. He was hired as security, and at one point, actually, Beth Silverman asked Benjamin, hey, did you know that Sheldon, the security guard, was driving around Celeste and David and taking them to nightclubs with her fake ID? Did you know that they were having parties in the Hollywood Hills? Because if he did have this security guard around him and he was being paid to watch David, then he must be aware of Celeste. What's also interesting is that Benjamin said that he actually did know of Celeste's name before the news had broke that she was associated with David, because he actually learned about Celeste from Robert Morgenroth, because Robert Morgenroth informed Benjamin that David had used some of his funds to buy a plane ticket for him and Celeste to leave the country to go to London. You guys know that it is illegal to take a minor out of the country, especially when you're not their legal guardian. Then we had this guy from Interscope Records. His name is Louis P. I can't say his last name, but he is the senior vice president of finance, and pretty much he handled David's contracts. He didn't know David personally, but what was interesting is that he was part of the termination letter, and there was a moment actually in which Blair Burke, David's attorney, challenged the Beth Silverman and the judge on this note involving the termination letter. Essentially, she wanted to stop the conversation around this termination letter. The judge actually got pissed and at one point told her, if you don't like my ruling here, then you can just go and file a review of my behavior after, which is like what you could do if you think a judge is being corrupt. It's also interesting that we're asking this Interscope guy all these questions about the funds that they had provided to David. I don't know what they're trying to catch him in. We're talking about brand deals with Bose, Hollister, Crocs. Those were worth $485,000. I think that they're trying to figure out exactly how much money David had from the record label, because they're going to try to figure out what he had done with the money. Remember, I'm convinced that Colleen, his mother, had been working with this Benjamin guy to maybe like move some money around. That's alleged, but I'm wondering if we're like having these questions because we want to build the case of how much wealth he has and where the money is now, because we're talking about these trusts. He has a Thorn Rose Trust that supposedly has a lot of money. We spoke about the Coogan account that Interscope set up for him. So a lot of money behind him, which makes me even more concerned that he's gotten a lot of legal power. Day 2 of the David trial. Let's talk about what's happened so far.
Interesting, but it makes me wonder, when he was a minor, when it was the parents had to control the money, it makes me wonder if they took a lot of it. It looks like it from the details, but we'll get those exact things from the transcripts tomorrow. Like, I want to know, were they taking a lot of his and giving him the bare minimum of 15%? But then once 2024, once he turned 18, is when he made the most, it looks like, because he started growing and growing. So, yeah, he made a lot of money. Okay. I think that's all the update. We'll wait for lunch because there's really, let's continue reading the transcripts, guys, because it really doesn't look like there's any other LA magazine. Let's see. Yeah, this is from yesterday, so we might as well wait till lunch because we can go over the updates and real quick, you know. So we'll wait till lunch and see what we got. Let's just make sure. Yeah, okay. You guys want to go back to the, let's see if he put up any other ones. Because the other day he put up a few in a row. Okay, nope. I'm trying to think, is there any other place we should look for? Let's do, I don't know. I feel like Twitter's the best way, the best thing. Okay, updates, defense continue to cross-examine Mogul Vision. Defense emphasized nearly all of David Burke's finances were handled by his mother. Prosecutors know Burke purchased homes. Okay, it's all the same stuff. She was pretty in-depth with those. Okay, let's go. Let's finish these up. Not finish them because we got a lot to go through, but let's continue. Oh, wait, I have one more. Brian Enton with TikTok. Hold on, that's what I had that ready. Okay, let's see what he has to say.
I just want to give you an update with everything going on inside the David hearing. Today is day 2. It's Wednesday here in Los Angeles. No cameras allowed inside, no live tweeting, so this is really the only way to get you guys information. We're allowed to come out and read our notes during break. Money was a big deal again today. Remember, the prosecution seems that the motive that they say for the murder was that David had a lot to lose with all the money he was making in the music business, and that he killed Celeste Rivas Hernandez because if it came out that he was with an underage girl, his career would be over. Turns out the potential amount of money to be made under one of his contracts, had it not been terminated, was $17 million. He had already made millions and millions of dollars. His money manager was back on the stand today, asked a lot about his communication with David's mom, Colleen, and he said he seemed to talk to the mom mostly. She seemed to be in control of all that stuff, that he only talked to David 5 times, but was talking to the mom a lot. The prosecutor then asked him if he had any knowledge of David buying tickets to Texas and London to travel with Celeste, which that came out yesterday. There were these plane tickets, and he said no, and also kind of shows that David must have known her age if he was buying her plane tickets, according to the prosecution. They also asked the money manager if David and Celeste were going to parties and nightclubs together. They had fake IDs. He said he didn't know. But again, money now, it was really the topic at the end of the day yesterday, and is another big topic today, and it's clear that that's going to be a big part of the case here. All right, I'm going to go back and keep you guys posted. Hey guys, want to give you an update with everything going on inside the David hearing. Today is day 2. It's Wednesday here in Los Angeles. No cameras allowed inside, no live tweeting, so this is really the only way to get you guys information. We're allowed to come out and read our notes during break. Money was a big deal again today. Remember, the prosecution has...
Okay, let's continue the transcripts. All right. All right, so we're gonna get witness number 2. Like I said, guys, I'll repeat it again. If you contribute, if there's new people, if you contribute to the goal that I have up for either donating $10 or more, after I'm done with this live going over this transcript, I'll send you a transcript to your email. So basically, you could get a transcript for today or for the first day of court for $10, and then it'll help go towards the $140 cost daily. So, okay. Just, yeah, cat mouse. Make sure you repeat that just so, because I feel like people would love to have it for $10 if they know. And then it helps both of us. It helps them get a cheap transcript, and it helps me get this covered. All right, so here we go. Oh, I have to take this out. Let's do this. Judicial. So now we're going over Detective Josh Byers, okay? So they're doing the solemnly swear. Okay. Detective. So Beth says, can you tell us what your occupation and assignment is, please? Says, please. Yes, I'm a police detective for the Los Angeles Police Department, and I'm currently assigned to the Robbery Homicide Division. Beth says, and how many years have you been assigned to the Robbery Homicide Division? I've been at Robbery Homicide for about 12 and a sworn police officer for just over 26. And she says, and what section of Robbery Homicide are you assigned to? I'm assigned to the Homicide Special Section. Says, and what do you do in the Homicide Special Section of Robbery Homicide Division? And he says, at Robbery Homicide Division, Homicide Special Section, we are responsible for investigating the murder of police officers, crimes against police officers, any multiple over 3 homicides in one incident, any what would be considered a high-profile homicide, or really any case that is designated as much by our chief. And she says, so complex homicide and high-profile homicides? Says, yes, ma'am. And do you work with a partner? I do. And who's your partner? My partner is Detective Corey Farrell. That's Farrell. And for how many years have you and Detective Farrell been working together? Off and on. We've been partners for probably 8 years, maybe longer. 8 to 10 years, I would say. And they say, she says, I want to redirect your attention to September 8th, 2025. Were you called out to the police tow yard at 1050 Manson Avenue? What is the Hollywood tow yard? Yes. And what was the reason that you were called out there? We were called out to what was initially a death investigation, meaning a body was found in the front trunk of a vehicle at the Hollywood Tow impound lot. It says, and what is the front trunk on a Tesla called? I've been told it's called a frunk. And when you went out to the location, did you speak with various detectives from LAPD who initially responded? Yes, our West Bureau Homicide Section was initially called by Hollywood Division detectives who initially responded. So I spoke with West Bureau Homicide detectives. And she asked, so when you went to this location, what is it that you were expecting to find? And he says, a body in a trunk. That was the initial, there was not a lot of information that was passed initially. So my information was gathered as I arrived on the scene. And she says, and once you arrived on scene, were you briefed by some of these detectives? Says, yes. And were you also told, did you learn that this particular vehicle, this Tesla, had been impounded some point by the Department of Transportation? And he says, yes, I came to find that the vehicle was impounded. It was cited by Department of Transportation on September 3rd and impounded on the 5th to the impound lot of Hollywood Tow. And they ask, was there also some documentation on the windshield of that vehicle that you subsequently observed that also confirmed that date? And he says, yes, there was a parking citation by Dot that was on their driver's side windshield. And Beth says, and did you speak also with the individuals at this tow yard, personnel that work there, regarding why it was that they called LAPD's office, Auto Detective Division? Says, yes. The manager doing a walkthrough of the impound area had noticed a strong odor emitting from a vehicle, and identified that the vehicle, because the odor was so strong, and then called into Hollywood detectives. And they say, did you observe the same? And he says, yes. And Beth says, what did you observe? Can you describe it for us? And he says, when I arrived on the scene, the vehicle was a black Tesla with Texas license plates, had the front open, and there was a partially unzipped black body bag with a dismembered torso and head and missing some extremities at the time. And they ask, Beth says, and were you able to smell for yourself anything with respect to the vehicles that was distinctive to you? Says, yes. I mean, I worked homicides for the better part of 18 or so years. So I have investigated many cases where you have decomposition of a human body. And it's a very distinctive odor that comes from on field investigations, as well as attending numerous autopsies at the coroner's office, where you have that same decomposing, very distinctive smell. And they ask, were you able to determine with respect to the vehicle, this black Tesla with the Texas license plates, who the vehicle is registered to? And he says, yes. Utilizing department resources, the vehicle was registered to David Anthony Burke with an address. And I think that address was in Cypress, Texas. Don't recall the numbers offhand. She says, now you mentioned that there was a body bag in the front trunk area that was unzipped. And he says, partially unzipped, when the initial responding officer and detectives went out to the scene at the request of Tow. And Beth says, Your Honor, I would object to non-responsive. Move to strike everything. What? How is that? So it says, now that you mentioned there was a body bag in the front trunk that was unzipped. It says partially unzipped when the initial responding officers and detectives went out to the scene at the request of. Why is he being unresponsive? Wow. So his lawyer says, I would object as non-responsive move to strike everything. Court says, well, everything after the initial answer is unresponsive. If you want to ask your next question, and Beth says, sure. The latter portion will be stricken. Beth says, were you, in your conversations with the initial detectives who responded to the scene, did they explain why the front trunk or the frunk was open and the body bag partially unzipped? Yes. And what did you learn about that? That when they were called to the impound lot, authored a search warrant to open the trunk due to the smell that they believed was also a decomposing body. Opened the trunk, partially unzipped the body bag, and saw human remains. Beth says, and in terms of the body bag, can you describe that for us? It was a black kind of vinyl plastic body bag, had various handles or straps around it, and then a singular zipper that ran kind of from the top to the bottom. And she says, like a cadaver bag? He says, yes, ma'am. And Beth says, Your Honor, I have a set of 2 photographs. It is titled Body Bag Containing Victim's Head and Torso in Front Trunk with the date of September 8th. May I have this marked? Yes. Okay. Beth says, let's begin by talking about the photograph on the left. Tell us, if you would, what we're looking at here. Says, so once the county medical examiner came to the scene, they removed that first cadaver bag or body bag from the front trunk and placed it on the ground. And underneath that cadaver bag was a second, what looked like a black garbage bag with blue handles. It was underneath the body bag, the bottom of the storage of the trunk. Beth says, so Your Honor, it looks like I put 15 on the record instead. This is 2 photos as well. It's titled Garbage Bag Containing Victim's Arms, Leg, and the Front Trunk. Same date, if this could be marked as people's 15. Okay, not 14, and that's correct. Okay. What do we see in the trunk around the black plastic bag? And he says, there was an insect activity. There was maggots. There was various stages of flies. So kind of progression of decomposition from larvae to maggots to flies. And then there was, I don't know how to describe all the other liquidy decaying matter. Beth says, okay. So the trunk area in the bag, it was wet, not dry. Yes, correct. It was wet. And Beth says, at some point, was this trash bag, this black plastic trash bag, that we see here with a blue, some type of drawstring handle, was it opened? It says it was partially opened in the trunk and then removed, taken out of the trunk, placed on the ground, and then the bag was opened where you could see various limbs of body, arms, legs that had been severed. Okay, let's go back to People's Exhibit 14. Court says, I'm sorry, right now it's People's Exhibit 15. Okay, start again. If I could have this marked, Your Honor, it's titled Body Bag Containing Victim's Head and Torso and Front Trunk, dated September 8th, 2025. Hold on. I gotta take that phone off the hook. 1 second, guys. Oh, where's he at? Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yes, you are. I love you, Bobs. Okay, we are back. That was driving me nuts. Nutto. Okay. Okay. Oh, thank you, Sydney. I just saw your text. Thank you. That's awesome. So I wasn't able to read in depth all your texts because live, but I saw the little highlight. Thank you. You'll be surprised how much that helps. Okay, let's continue, guys. And thank you, Elvin. 6 months due to YouTube reset. Thank you. Steph, 11 months. Wow, thank you. And you got DB Bentley, 22 months. Loyal supporters in the house. Thank you, guys. Okay. So, looking at the photograph on the left, what do you see? He says it's kind of hard to tell, at least on my picture, but that is a black cadaver bag that is in the front trunk. That was in the front trunk. He says, okay, is that picture that was taken actually at the tow yard? He says, yes, that all these photos so far have been at the tow yard. Beth says, with the front trunk in the open position. And he says, yeah, correct. And Beth says, and then if we look at the photograph to the right on People's 14, what are we looking at? And he says, there you see the head and torso minus the limbs. For the most part, that was what was discovered when the body bag was removed and completely unzipped. That was what remained in that body bag, cadaver bag. Beth says, at some point in time, was the medical examiner's office notified? Yes. Prior to anything being removed from the trunk, the ME's office, medical examiner's office, their criminalists responded to the impound lot. And she says, okay. And once they arrived on the scene, do you then, as in all homicide cases, process the scene alongside of them? Says, yes. In their jurisdiction, does that pertain to the actual decedent's body? Says, yes. In this case, they did all of the, I guess, hands-on investigation regarding this body. No search of the vehicle, aside from opening of the trunk, was done during the initial investigation. Hold on, I need to get some water. Losing my voice a little bit. Okay. Whew. Hold on. Why am I losing? I feel like something like. Okay, that should be good. Okay. And Beth says, okay, then as you, along with your partner and personnel from the medical examiner's department, process the body, are there discussions that take place as the various items of evidence and also the condition of the body? And they say, yes. Now, once the body was removed from the trunk or the front trunk, as you have told us in Exhibit 15, you've described that there was a black plastic trash bag, as we see here in the photograph on the left of People's 15, that was found underneath. Is that correct? Correct, he says. And she says, and once that bag was open, what did you observe? And he says, once that bag was open, I observed two, excuse me, let's do trigger warning. I forgot to do that, you guys, because they're talking about the pictures. So he said he observed two severed arms and two legs, but the legs had also been severed at another point, kind of by the kneecap. So there was almost like 4 points to the legs and then 2 arms. And Beth says, in terms of the diameter of the front trunk area of the Tesla, is that a small area? And oh yeah, Cat Mouse, will you share sometimes the horizontal live stream too, and say if you're in the vertical and you want the horizontal and vice versa? That's what I'm saying. You're the only mod and I'm putting so much work on you, but it's much appreciated. Okay. So he's saying it's pretty small, the chest up front, which we went over. It is pretty small. He says it is the kind of top portion of the trunk is a little larger, and then as you come to the front of the storage compartment, it dips down, but it's very narrow and not very wide. And Beth says, and so looking at the photograph to the right of People's 15, is that what you observed once this black plastic trash bag was open? He says, yes. Beth says, and were photographs taken of the process at the tow yard, as initially the cadaver bag was fully open and removed from the trunk? And he says, yes. Photos were taken by LAPD's photographer, as well as photos were taken by the criminalist from medical examiner's office. And Beth says, and were additional photographs taken once the cadaver bag was removed from the front trunk? The plastic bag containing the limbs, the severed limbs, as we've seen in the Exhibit 15, were photographs also taken by both LAPD and the Department of Medical Examiner. And he says, yes. And she says, did you notice anything unusual about the cut surfaces of the limbs? And he says, oh, and Blair Burke, objection, calls for improper opinion. And Beth says, this is just basic observations, Your Honor. And the court says, all right. And Beth says, I'm not asking for any expert. And the court said, that's fine. I'll allow him to indicate his observations. If there's an opinion elicited, you may renew your objection. Burke says, thank you. And the witness says, yes, it was very obvious there was these blue pieces of plastic or some type of fiber that seemed to be embedded in the cut surfaces at various points on the body. And Beth says, Your Honor, I have an exhibit that I like to have marked as People's Exhibit 44. It is titled Medical Examiner number 251452, September 2025. Blue plastic fragments embedded in right knee. Okay, so they do that, and Beth says, showing you People's 44 and looking at these little blue pieces, is that what you're talking about on the various cut ends of the severed limbs? She says, yes. There were several little pieces, some darker blue, some lighter blue, but they definitely stood out because there were many of them. And Beth says, did you notice anything else with respect to the hands of the decedent in this case? Says, yes, I did notice on her right hand, she had a tattoo that said, shh, that said shush, like SHHH on her right index finger. And then on her left hand, there was the left ring finger and left pinky finger had been removed and were not with the rest of the severed limbs. And Beth says, when you say removed, you mean cut off, amputated? And he says, yes, ma'am. Beth says, Your Honor, I have another set of 2 photographs on this exhibit that I'd like to have marked as People's 38. It is titled Tattoo on Victim's Right Index Finger, or right index and left ring and pinky fingers amputated. Medical Examiner at Hollywood Tow Yard, September 8th. Okay. Beth says, showing you these 2 photographs, starting with the one on the left, tell us what we're looking at here. He says, so that was the left hand that was found in the black trash bag, and it appeared to have the two left ring finger and left pinky finger that had been severed. And she says, okay. I'm wondering if, because we know her left ring finger had David tattooed on it, and we learned yesterday that David also has on his left ring finger Celeste tattooed, both in red. I wonder if the reason he ended up taking the pinky too is because it was just easier to, instead of try to cut one, maybe it was just easier to just cut through, or he accidentally just cut both off. I wonder. I'm not sure. Because as far as we know, I don't know of any other tattoo or reason he would have cut off the pinky finger. So it might just be because it was just easier to do, or he accidentally kind of cut through both. He's sick. He's freaking sick. Makes me mad. Beth says, okay, and the photograph on the right. And he says, the tattoo on her right index finger, the shush was shh, and dot, dot, dot was on her right hand index finger. Beth says, okay, based on the condition of the decedent as she was removed from the front trunk of the Tesla, was there a face where you could make out any facial features? And he says, no, there was quite a bit of decomposition to where the skin slippage and it made it unrecognizable. And the court says, I'm going to go ahead and stop you there. And Beth says, we're going to go ahead and take our morning recess. We did have some morning matters, so I'll give the court reporter a break for 15 minutes. And then it says they announce, if you do leave the courtroom, which you're certainly welcome to, please note where you're sitting so that we don't have any confusion. Take your same seats coming back. So they're taking a 15-minute break. Oh, my legs are starting to hurt. Okay. Let me take a sip of this. Whew. Okay. Let's just move on. I'm just going to wait to do the updates today. I'm going to go through at least one more witness. Because this is interesting. I like reading it. It's really easy to read, too. Okay, so they're back. And he's saying, because Detective Byers is still on the stand, so the judge is reminding him, hey, you're still under oath. Okay. So Beth says, you may continue. Oh, no, the court says, Miss Silverman, you may continue. And Beth says, thank you, Your Honor. Beth says, by says, so on September 8th, 2025, when you were out at the tow yard, eventually, did you do something with the Tesla that day? He says, yes, we had our LAPD tow transport the vehicle to our, what we call Piper Tech, which is our kind of holding for vehicles for further processing. And Beth says, Piper Technical Center that belongs to LAPD? And he says, yes. And was that so the vehicle could be processed? And he says, yes. And she says, and that occurred the next day on September 9th? He says, yes. And she says, and were you present for that? He says, I was. Bentley, thank you. You'll be on the list to get the transcripts after the live. Thank you so much. It really helps, because if I could just make the cost 140, I'll be so happy just to make the cost of the transcripts. But it's every day is going to be 140. And then they charge, it's 139 something. It charges some tax or some charge for using a credit card, some fee. So I'll have to look at what the total is, but thank you so much. Email me, guys. Everybody that donated the 10 and wants a transcript, email me so I have your email and I can send it to you after this. Okay. Where are we at? Yes. So he was present for that. So Beth says, on September 8th, after the processing, and that was done by yourself, as well as medical examiner's department at the tow yard, was the decedent transported back to the Forensic Science Center? And he says, yes. And she says, now, did you also observe during the processing of the Tesla that took place, as you said, on September 9th of 2025, any documents or receipts or anything inside of the Tesla that you followed up on? And he says, yes, I observed a receipt in the vehicle for a purchase made at Ross Dress for Less, which caused me to have detectives follow up to that location to attempt to retrieve any surveillance video according to that transaction that was made. That's where we get that. And was this the Ross Dress for Less located at 8985 Venice Boulevard? Says yes. Steph and Kelly, thank you. Email me and I'll send you the transcript after this live. Thank you so much. Gotta make the goal. I'll be so happy to make the goal. And plus I'm happy that each of you guys will get the transcript for $10 if you want it. I feel like it just really helps us all out. We all make out. Okay. Where are we at? Oh, Sydney, thank you for just being in here still. You rock. Okay. Where are we at? Oh, I forgot about Strategic Eyes. I haven't checked him out in a while. I like him. Forgot about him. Okay. Where are we at? So, he's saying, okay, the Ross Dress. Was there a date on that receipt that you found inside the Tesla? He says, yes, it was July 29th, 2025, which is huge because we know that was the date that the car was last seen being moved, okay? And that right after that, he hops on the bus later that day to go on his tour. That's a huge deal right here. You track down whose receipt that is, which they do. And Beth says, and once the surveillance video from that Ross Dress for Less was obtained, did you watch the video? He says, yes. He says, what did you observe on that video that was dated July 29th, 2025? And he says, so on that receipt, there was obviously a date and time of a transaction. So the surveillance video was from that transaction. And at that point, observed an individual making that transaction who I later determined to be the defendant, Mr. Burke. And Beth says, okay, did you obtain any other surveillance video with respect to the defendant in that black Tesla? And he says, yes, there was surveillance video from numerous places that we actually recovered during our investigation. And Beth says, and what surveillance video did you observe regarding the defendant and the interacting with that black Tesla that's registered to him? And he says, I observed video of that Tesla driving through kind of the Culver City, Los Angeles area, which appeared to be the route to and from what was later determined to be his residence address. And Beth says, and where was that? And it's the Doheny Mansion. And which there is some confusion with 1368 is also identified as Vireo, however you say it, Vireo. So it's like Vireo, but it's actually, how is it worded? I forget. The address is one thing, and then it's actually on the other street. It's kind of confusing, but okay. As Vireo, street signs are posted as Doheny Place, but then the certain search engine like Google, Vireo comes up as that address, but they're the same place. Vireo and Doheny, it's the same place. Okay. And Beth says, in terms of that address, is that an address in the Hollywood Hills? And he says, yes. Did you also obtain iCloud records registered to the defendant? Yes. And did those show anything with respect to the defendant's interaction with the same black Tesla? Yes. Analytical, thank you. Thank you so much. Email me and get the transcripts. Thank you so much. Yeah. You guys are awesome. Okay, where are we at? And did those show anything with respect to the defendant's interaction with the same black Tesla? Yes, during the processing of the vehicle, one of the things we did was take screenshots of the Tesla infotainment system, the onboard computer, which shows navigation. It shows connects and disconnects from cell phones. So photographs were taken from that and then ultimately compared to his iCloud, which I indicated a cell phone connection, which was identified as belonging to the defendant, last disconnected on July 29th, 2025, around 2:15 to 2:18 p.m. And Beth says, so that was the same day, the July 29th date, the same day as the receipt in the Tesla that you observed on September 9th of 2025, correct? Yes, correct. Wow, thank you. Thanks, DB Bentley. You're awesome. That's your, and then you did the $10 one too. Thank you. Aw. I appreciate it, guys. So yes, correct. Did it appear that that was the last connection and then the disconnection of his phone to the Tesla? Yes, he says. Did he have his phone programmed into the Tesla by a certain name? Says, yes, it's an iPhone 16. And the name of that iPhone was Tranquilizer. And Beth says, did you determine whether that iPhone titled or named Tranquilizer was associated with his iCloud account? Says, yes, during a celebrate or an extraction of his iCloud, the reader associated with that phone to his email address, which was associated with his iCloud. Well, wait. During a celebrate or an extraction of his iCloud, the reader associated that iPhone to his email address, which was associated with his iCloud. And Beth says, well, when you say his email address, was there only one email address associated with this defendant? And he says, no, there was multiple. Blair says, Your Honor, this is his lawyer says, Your Honor, we would raise an objection here as to this being an improper opinion and no foundation. And the court says, well, lay a foundation as to where the information was coming from and how. And Beth says, sure. How did you determine that the defendant, in fact, had multiple email accounts? And he says, I authorized a search warrant to Apple requesting information. So I wrote a search warrant for his name, his birthday, and associated addresses that I knew, including his Texas address, as well as his Los Angeles address, his known phone numbers, wrote that information to Apple, requesting any and all records. And Apple, in turn, provided a return which identified multiple email addresses associated with those requested identifiers. And she says, okay, and were you also able to determine from the records that you received pursuant to search warrants that the defendant owned a particular type or model of iPhone? And the one that was connected to the Tesla. And he says, yes, it was identified as an iPhone 16 Pro. And she says, throughout the course of your investigation, had you been able to locate or find that iPhone? And he says, not that particular phone, no. And she says, okay. And he says, okay. Oh no, sorry. Beth says, okay. And Beth says, Your Honor, I have an exhibit in 2 parts. The first part or page I like to have marked as People Exhibit 17A. It is titled Defendant's iPhone 16 Pro Max Tranquilizer, in quotes, disconnected from Tesla. The source being iCloud and the date July 29th at 2:18 p.m. And on this exhibit, it looks like 2 photographs with some inserts, close-up photographs of things on those photos, so 4 altogether. 17B being 1 photograph. It says Celebrate Extraction Report at the top, and it's titled Defendant's iCloud Username. Fallout. So it's Fallout. May I have those 2 exhibits marked? Okay. And she says, do you recognize? Let's focus in the right now on the photograph on the left. Do you recognize what you see? He says, I do. She says, what is it? He says, this is an extraction report from Celebrate. Specifically, one of the search criterias or areas that you can look is devices that have connected to our particular vehicle. In this case, it was his Tesla Model X identified as the device name. And then if you look at all the way to the right, the source file, meaning what may have connected or disconnected to that Tesla, identifies that iPhone 6 Pro with kind of the name of the phone as Tranquilizer. Ms. Burke says, Your Honor, at this time, the defense would object. This is calling for improper opinion. And court says, all right, if you want to lay a foundation. And Beth says, sure. Court says, with regard to his ability to read extraction reports and how and what they show. And Beth says, sure. Beth says, if you could tell us about your experience with cell phone, iCloud extractions, the use of Celebrate. And he says, so the software, when I write a warrant, in this instance, Apple, we're provided with a certain amount of records from that in this case, that the provider then in turn were able to take those records, put them into a readable format, which is Celebrate, that kind of raw data, put it into a readable format, identify certain criteria, whether it be timeline, photo, video, subscriber, or in this case, device connectivity, and it shows you that information that was provided in that reading format. So this is the reader for raw data from a cell carrier or a social media platform. Beth says, in order to put, I'm sorry, go ahead. And the court says, if you could please explain what your background, training, and experience as it relates to obtaining this information and being able to decipher this. And he says, when I write the warrant, I provide to our investigative service section who are analysts that take that information and they provide it into this reader. He's still not actually answering that question, huh? I was going to say when I was reading his first answer, it's like he's not answering it really. So I don't physically put it in the reader. I just take the information and look at it as its readable form. Beth says, so they put it into software and that allows you on your own computer at work to look at it or read the information. Is that correct? He says, yes, I'm not analyzing that. I'm looking at a reader that allows that raw data to read versus kind of computer language, I guess you could say. And she says, how many times? Blair says, Your Honor, would we renew our objection per Whitman? 115 officer is not appropriately a reader of this information. He did not do the extraction, did not participate in the extraction, and has certainly not presented himself as an expert on these matters. He would be simply reading the report to the court. Court says, all right, I'm sorry, Miss Silverman. And Miss Silverman says, it's not a report, Your Honor. It's a Celebrate extraction that contains all of the information from a particular cell phone. The detective, on a routine basis, as I was just about to ask him, receive these and are familiar with the expert in how to use the Celebrate software in order to filter for particular information that they are interested in. And the court says, all right, did you wish to respond? Ms. Burke says, Your Honor, I believe since this officer is indicating he did not participate in the extraction, did not handle the device that was being extracted or Celebrate information, he would be an improper witness to testify as to the content of what was found. And Ms. Silverman says, thank you. And the court says, I'm sorry. If you want Miss Burke I will deem it continuing objection as to his testimony. And Ms. Brooks says, thank you, Your Honor. And the court says, okay. Let me take a sip. Yes, I'm just reading the transcripts, guys. Yeah, they're donations. It's just a donation. That's yeah, it's not reselling, they're donations. And you're allowed to share this. These are donations to help my channel, and then you're allowed to share it. What is going on? Wow. Anyway, I'm just gonna ignore this. Okay. They're like super chats, they're donations. Okay. Yeah, a lot of people don't even want it. They're just donating to help me. So yeah. Okay. So I'm allowed to share this though. I'm allowed to share a copy of this. You're allowed to share it. This is what I'm doing right now. I'll read it to you guys. I could put it on Patreon. I could put, you're allowed to do that. Okay. Where are we at? Yeah, I'm not selling it to people. They're helping. Yeah, I'm just sharing it. What the heck? Thank you, Hope. Thanks for everything you do. Love you. Oh, I hope you're feeling better. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you want to help donate to help with the channel, if you want to help, then yeah, I could share it. You're allowed to have it on Patreon. You can have it behind a paywall. You could do that, guys. I'm not personally selling these. I'm sharing it with people. Thank you, DB Bentley. Thank you. Gosh, why do people, I mean, well, I'm not even doing anything wrong. I'm just trying to read the transcripts. I don't understand. Thank you, DB Bentley. And I'm just trying to help people out and share them. Thank you, Hope. Thank you, DB Bentley. Thank you, guys. Okay. How do I take that down? Okay, there we go. All right. Where are we at? Miss Silverman, can you tell us approximately how many times over the course of your career you have used Celebrate software in order to examine data from a cell phone? iCloud, tablet, computer items will contain digital electronic evidence. And he says, I mean, I would say it would have to be in the hundreds. Every case has a cell phone, computer, tablet, or some type of device that's going to be used. So I frequently look at the reports, probably in every case, and that would be in the hundreds. And she says, okay, is that something that is not decreasing, but in fact becoming more and more common, increasing the fact that technology has changed and now everybody has digital evidence? And that is something that, as you said, is a component of all the cases you handle. Says, yes. And where do you send devices so that the information or the data contained within them can be extracted and put into a readable format, such as Celebrate? What we see here, the exhibit. Oh my God, hold on. I got kind of sidetracked here. Hold on. Oh, thank you, Neva. Thank you. Thank you, Tina. Oh, thanks, Anna. You're awesome. Okay. Where are we at? And where do you, okay, hold on. Let me just get refocused because people got me all distracted. Dang it. understand. Are people that miserable that like I'm just trying to read and anybody can watch if they want. You don't have to. Are they that miserable that they have to come in and talk like be a jerk? I don't understand. It's the same thing as like, you know, you can have it on Patreon, you can have it for your members. You know, I'm just helping. People can help donate for the channel if you help. You can help. Don't. I mean, I don't know. I'm just. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna shut up about it. Okay. So he says, I mean, we have use of FBI labs. We have an lab in Orange County. We have the ability to do it in our office at the robbery homicide division. So these extractions were primarily done by our people at RHD. And he says, so not just is it done here in LA County, but it is also done, as you mentioned, in Orange County. And are you also familiar with, or do you communicate often with detectives from other counties and other states across the country? Absolutely. And do you sit on a board for homicide detectives? And he says, yes, I do. He says, and do you often discuss with other homicide detectives digital evidence and how one goes about parsing through or examining digital evidence relevant to an electronic device such as a cell phone, iCloud, computer, tablet, or computer laptop? Where are we at? Such as cell phone, computer. Okay. She says, absolutely. I attend Celebrate trainings as well. I'm going to skip some of this. This is just his training he has. Okay. So now they're going back to Exhibit 17A. So did this item here on the left side appear to be the top of Celebrate report? Yes. And if we look at the left side where it says extraction report, is it specific to a particular item for which you wrote a search warrant and received evidence? Yes, it's a return from the iCloud warrant that I wrote to Apple regarding Mr. Burke. Okay. And does the Celebrate allow you to filter for or look for certain evidence within a device? It says yes, there are search or options within the report, the reader. For instance, can you search for things like or filter for things like email address? He says, yes. Can you filter for contacts? He says, yes. Can you filter for any devices that were connected to the cloud? Yes, he says. Can you filter for dates and times? And he says, yes. Can you also filter for connectivities to various items, such as vehicle, like a Tesla? He says, yes. Can you also filter for artifacts, whether that be photographs, images, video, things of that nature? And he says, yes. And no, I'm not. Where are we at? Can you also filter for artifacts? Hold on, let me text somebody. Cat Mouse, I just wrote you a message. Can you read it? Okay. Okay, where are we at? Sorry, I just had to. Oh, thank you, Anna. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, let me bring up my. I'm just. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna do this over. Hold on. Where's my, people are just, gosh, I'm too sensitive, but I'm gonna be okay. I wish you guys could put up goals, mods, and you could help me put it up. Can you, hey, Cat Mouse, can you check to see if you could put up a goal? Like if you're a mod and can put it up, or does it just have to be me? Because if you can, I'm gonna have you help me here. Okay, so where are we at? Okay, so looking again at Exhibit 17A, this particular report indicate or provide information regarding the defendant's iCloud and connections to a Tesla X. Yes, and they say the black Tesla at the tow yard. What model was that? Model X. And he says, in this same document, I understand this is just the top of it. Sometimes these documents be, if you were to print out the whole thing, as opposed to, let's say, just look at it on the computer, could they be tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of pages long? Oh, yes. And this iCloud return was, I think, 6 or 8 terabytes. It's not really realistic to print it out sheet for sheet. And the person says, Beth says, when you say 6 to 8 terabytes, you're talking about 6 to 8 terabytes of data? He says, yes. And he says, so if you're talking about that volume of evidence, what would that be consistent with? In other words, would you be able to, without software, to filter for certain specific types of evidence? Would you be able to read through 6 to 8 terabytes of data? And he says, no, that's not. And she says, okay. And he says, no. And Beth says, so this is a way that you can hone in on and target certain types of information that you might be interested in. And he says, yes, like you mentioned, dates, email address, phone numbers, contacts, those type of search criteria. Wow, DB dang, thank you so much. You are freaking being so generous. That's your second $50 one. Wow. And Will, 1,000 gems. Wow, guys. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Thanks, Master Death. I don't know. I know there's always got to be one. I'm just reading the transcripts. And yeah, I'm allowed to take donations. I don't know. Okay. Where are we at? Okay, if we were to look over to the right where we see a red box that says source file, what do we see there? A source file is referring to the iPhone 6 Pro that I mentioned earlier and the name of that phone, which was seen before the parentheses of tranquilizer. And Beth says, and looking at the little inset box below where I have a little red line with a call out, which enlarges this information. Does this source file show tranquilizer in the parentheses iPhone 16 Pro? And he says, yes. And he says, looking at the photograph to the right in People's Exhibit 17A, was this a photograph of, and he says, this is a photograph I had mentioned earlier of the infotainment system, the display of Mr. Burke's Tesla that was in the impound. And he says, okay. And the very first item where this is a red box and then again a line, which a little call out inset below. What does that say? It says tranquilizer and it gives the date of July 29th and identifying it as an Apple iPhone. Wow. Adele, thank you. Wow, guys. I feel like it's my birthday or something. Thank you, guys. Levitating elephant, thank you. 1,000 gems. Thank you, guys. Adele, wow, thanks. I know, well, that's why they're trying to catch me. They're probably just trying to distract me. It's exactly what it is. You're allowed to share it. You're allowed to do a video on it. And that's what I'm doing. Donations are part of helping the channel. Anyway, thank you. You worded that perfect. Yeah, you know what? Well, I'll make you a mod. And you know the bot commands? I have bot commands for like membership, Venmo, email. The bot is like the explanation, and they're usually pretty typical. It's like the explanation email, explanation membership, explanation point, whatever it is, and it'll bring up the commands if people want to know, like, does she have email? Does she have a Venmo, PayPal? I have one for everything. But yeah, let's make you a mod. Cause not the cat mouse, you're doing awesome. I'm not saying that. You were doing amazing. But just to, have an extra mod. Where are you? I'm trying to find you on my YouTube so I can make you a mod. Where are you? Will, where are you? Will? Because you said you'd be a mod, right? Why am I not finding you now? Oh, you're in the vertical, aren't you? Hold on, guys. I'll continue reading. I'm just trying to make somebody a mod. I can't find them in chat. Oh, you're in the vertical. So Will, I do horizontal and vertical, and that's another thing as a mod to share. Is share if somebody would rather have the horizontal, share the horizontal live, because some people don't like the vertical and they think I'm only doing the vertical live. I do both. So there you go. You should be monitor. And Cat Mouse, thank you. You're doing amazing. You are doing amazing. Okay. Now I'm back focused. Let's do this. Let's do this. Breathe. I finished my coffee. I'm good to go. Okay. So that date of July 29th, that tranquilizer iPhone 16 has never been identified. It was David's, obviously. Beth says July 29th being the date that you indicated was the last time the iPhone 16 Pro connected to the black Tesla Model X. Yes. Let's look at 17B. Is this another Celebrate extraction report, or at least the top of it? Yes, from the same iCloud return. And this one is titled Defendant's iCloud. Username Fallout. Correct. And what did you find in this particular filter of the extraction from iCloud? And he says, so what I had written for Mr. Burke's iCloud, that was one of the emails that was provided by Apple as belonging to him. I believe that one is the one that contained the most data in it. And then it had also, as according to this report, associates that tranquilizer iPhone 16 to that Gmail address. Okay, Beth says. Now, did this Tesla infotainment system contain numerous addresses in addition to the defendant's residence in Doheny? Now, let me make sure. Hold on. Let me take this down for 1 minute. I just want to make sure that there's no other addresses, because Doheny is public. I just want to make sure they don't give any other addresses to anybody's house. Hold on. So I'm on page 67. Hold on 1 second. $67. Okay, it looks like. Okay, it looks like we're good for a while. All right. Okay, so they're saying we talked about that already, given the Doheny address. Yes. And were there any locations within that computer system or infotainment system that was of interest to you with respect to this investigation? It says, yes, there was a reference on the infotainment system to a charging station on 729. And then as the investigation kind of evolved, there was a trip identified in the navigation that showed a trip to Santa Barbara, Lake Cachuma, I think it was. Sydney, you know what? You were asking to be a mod too, weren't you? You want to be a mod too? I forgot you were asking. Like you had mentioned, hey, I could help modding. I'll make you a mod too. Why not? Hey, I don't have too many mods that are, because I have mods that are different time zones. So like Cat Mouse, you're perfect time zone daytime, but then sometimes night time's a different time zone. So you know what? Let's do it. Sydney, you're okay, right? You want to be a mod or no? Yeah, no, when you're a mod, you don't have to be here. But it's when you're here, you can mod. I'm not one that, okay, you're not here, so I'm going to unmod you. That's why I'm adding some new people, because not everybody could be there. So yeah, if you're around, I know you're covering the day vacation. You don't have to be for all, you don't know. Just when you're around, at least you could do it. There you go. Yeah, there's no pressure. You guys have to be here. Okay. There we go. Now we're modded up now. All right. So thank you guys for modding too. Cat Mouse, Will, Sydney. All right. So he was on the charging station, right? And she says, with respect to both the Lake Kachuma and Santa Inez Valley location, was there a location, or excuse me, a time range for that? Yeah, there was so the screenshots of the infotainment system, they're identified by dates. So you had July dates, which referenced the Vario home, which is the mansion of Mr. Burke. And then in May, there was identification to the Lake Kachuma Santa Inez trip. And Burke said, or Beth says, okay, and you also mentioned that you reviewed a significant amount of surveillance video. Did you also review neighborhood surveillance video for the defendants around the defendant's residence from Doheny? And he says, yes. And Beth says, from July 29th, that same date, that was the last date his iPhone connected to the Tesla, and the same date where he went to the Ross dress for less that matched up to the receipt that you found inside of the Tesla during processing. Says, yes, recover video from a residence address on Doheny that had cameras that covered both Doheny Drive and Doheny Place. And he says, well, what did you observe with respect to that date, July 29th, regarding this neighborhood surveillance? Says, and so on the camera that faces Doheny Drive, I observed a black Tesla down Doheny Drive, and as it goes out of frame is right at Bluebird. So the vehicle drives, passes the camera, and is out of frame. And then maybe 2 minutes later, I reviewed the camera that covers Doheny Place, which is, when you look at the map, almost looks like an alley, but it's an actual street. You see Mr. Burke walking down that alley into the front door of his residence. And he says, Beth says, when you said kind of looks like an alley, is that consistent with the streets within the Hollywood Hills area that are very narrow streets? He says, yes. And Beth says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit. It has a photograph on it with a close-up or call-out of an enlargement. So there is 2 photographs. It's titled Screenshot of Defendant Returning Home After Parking Tesla on Bluebird Avenue, July 29th, 2025 at 2:20 p.m. Yes, got him, guys, got him. It wasn't Neil, it was David. Right there, that's huge evidence right there. And Beth says, thank you. Showing you Exhibit 18. Do you recognize what you see here? And he says, yes. So to the left that's Doheny Place, a very narrow street. The residences are really, as you look at the photo, only on the right-hand side. The left-hand side is the back of the residences that are on Doheny Drive. So that's kind of a north-south look. And in the video, that's where I saw him walk down that alley. And Beth says, just to interrupt you briefly, this is a screenshot from that surveillance video, correct? And he says, correct. And she says, so if we look at that person that we can see just where the yellow line ends over the enlargement or call out that we see on the right side, what are we looking at here? And he says, I'm sorry, the one on the right. She says, yes, the call out, this enlargement. And he says, that's Mr. Burke walking down the street ultimately into his residence. And Beth says, okay, on the video you watched as he walked down Bluebird, is that kitty adjacent to Doheny? And he says, yes. So you don't see Bluebird. You see where Bluebird is. And then to go from where the vehicle is parked, you have to walk down Bluebird to Doheny Place to get to the position in that photo. And she says, and then on the video, you see him going into his residence at Doheny Place. And he says, yes. And Beth says, so you could see him walking from the direction of Bluebird, where the vehicle was parked and eventually towed by the Department of Transportation. And he says, yes. And, yeah, maybe I get a burp. Oh yeah, that's just where he parked it. Yeah, we could do that. So she says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit, 2 photographs titled Defendant Tesla parked across from Bluebird, Hollywood Hills, May 24th, 2025. If these two photographs could be marked as People's Exhibits number 12. Okay, so Silverman says, let's start with the photograph on the left. What do we see here from this photograph taken on May 24th? And she says, he says, so that's a photograph that was taken by a senior lead officer from the Hollywood area who recalled out by the neighbor concerning a vehicle that had been parked in the same spot for quite some time. And he says, and this is a photo of the vehicle parked where? It's parked at the address on the Bluebird, actually on the corner, but it's across from that. Bluebird, yes. Looking at the photograph to the right on People's Exhibit 12, what do we see here? And he says, that's the rear of the vehicle. Photograph that was taken to identify the license plate of that vehicle and the same damage to the kind of the rear trunk portion. And she says, did you also review data from license plate readers or LPRs showing the Tesla parked at the same location that is recovered from where the vehicle remained after July 29th of 2025 until it was eventually towed? Yes. So I conducted a plate reader search which identifies when police cars drive by that are equipped with automated license plate readers. They can able to identify vehicles. So I conducted a search from July 29th on this vehicle license plate, and the vehicle remained in that same spot on multiple hits, which means that was the last time it was moved on that license plate reader, or up until September 5th, when it was eventually towed by DOT. She says, now during that investigation, you and your partner were conducting on this deceased female dismembered in the trunk of the defendant's Tesla. Were you notified at some point that an individual by the name of Jesus Rivas called LAPD communications regarding his daughter? He says, yes, on September 10th, Mr. Rivas did call communications, and that information was forwarded to my cell phone of my partner. So we made a subsequent follow-up phone call to Mr. Rivas. And she says, now you testified at the beginning today that on September 8th, you were called out to this police tow yard with respect to a deceased female being found in the front trunk of the Tesla. Says, yes. When you went out there to the tow yard September 8th, were there media cameras and media attention that day or the following day? He says, yes, there was. Yes, there was media, helicopter during our investigation. And then as the vehicle was being towed away, there was attempts by media to follow that impound. So there was attempts of media to follow the freaking Tesla to the impound, right? And Beth says, when you say towed away, you mean as you caused to have the Tesla towed from the impound yard to Piper Tech. Correct, he says. And the media attention that was generated, did Mr. Rivas tell you that he had observed the media attention or the coverage and that he was concerned that perhaps the unidentified decedent, in fact, was his daughter? And Blair says, Your Honor, I believe this calls for hearsay. And Beth says, calls for what? And Burke says, hearsay. And the court says, all right, people. And Beth says, I think the detective testified that he's being employed for 26 years. And Blair says, I don't believe this was personal knowledge. He didn't interview the witness. And the court says, can you read back? And Beth says, sure, I can just rephrase, Your Honor. And court says, all right. And Beth says, so after you were notified that Mr. Rivas called LAPD communications, did you eventually speak with him? He says, yes. And Beth says, and did you also speak with or use his son as an interpreter? He says, yes. And Beth says, okay. And did Mr. Rivas communicate with you that based on the media attention, that he suspected that his daughter might be the deceased female in the front of this Tesla? And he says, yes. Thank you, Christy, 440 gems. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, you guys are awesome. Oh, Alley Girl. I almost missed you. Allie girl, thank you. I'm going through the people I might have missed. I'm sorry I missed you originally. Thank you. 1,000 gems. You rock. And Hope, did I thank you? Thank you, Hope. Yeah, I hope you do feel better. And the analytical one, now I feel like I didn't think some of these. Adele, I think I got everybody else. Okay. All right. So Blair or Beth says, were you also provided with 2 phone numbers for his daughter? Says yes. And did you write search warrants for both of these? Yes. Gives them the phone numbers. And did Mr. Rivas also indicate to you that he suspected that she had a 3rd phone number, which he didn't know, that was purchased for her by a male? Yes, he says. And Beth says, given the condition that we discussed with respect to the decedent that you observed in the front trunk of the black Tesla, did you ask Mr. Rivas for contact information for his daughter's dentist? I did, yes. And did you provide that contact information for his daughter's dentist to the medical examiner's department? Yes, I did. I provided that information to the investigator, Betsy Magdaleno, who was attempting to make identification of the unknown female at the time. And Beth says, did Mr. Rivas also provide you with the name of his missing daughter? Yes. And what was that? Celeste Abigail Rivas Hernandez. And Beth says, now, you also told us earlier that you determined that the defendant had a local residence, that being the Doheny place, correct? Yes. Did you serve a search warrant at that location? Yes. So that was the mansion. And when did you do that? I did that when she was identified on the 16th. A search warrant on the 17th of September. The following day? Yes. Beth says, Your Honor, I think it's a Google Maps depiction or image titled Defendant's Residence in the Hollywood Hills. Doheny Place, Los Angeles. May it be marked. Okay. And Beth says, now looking at people's 19 to the right. CQ, okay, Bubba. To the right of center, there's a red arrow with a white home that appears to be upside down triangle in shape. And just above it, it says defendant's house. Do you see that? Yes. Is that the location that you served the search warrant on September 17th? Yes. If we look at the bottom left-hand corner where you say Bluebird Avenue, which is upside down, and above that says Tesla parked, is that the location where you observed the Tesla was previously parked on the Bluebird that we looked at in the sum of these other photographs, and that the senior lead officer had identified as a parking location previously? Yes. Did that line up with the same location where the Department of Transportation towed this vehicle at the beginning of September? Yes. Of 2025? Yes. When you served the location, did you have assistance from the other detectives at LAPD robbery homicide? Yes. We utilized our division along with several criminalists from our forensic division. Okay, from the laboratory, correct? It says yes. Your Honor, I have another photograph titled Defendant's Residence. Okay. Do you recognize this? He says, I do. Is that the location where you served a search warrant? Yes. In the front door of the entrance area, do we see that depicted in this photograph? Yes. In the kind of lower right-hand corner as you zoom in. The door to enter the residence next to the 3 separate garage doors. And it says, and so the garage door open closest to the front entrance with this gate is open, correct? In this photograph, correct? It's a 3-car garage. Yes. Okay. So let's skip through. Beth says, can you tell us what we're looking at here? He says, you're looking at the straight on shot of the front of the residence. You can see the address identified. You have the security door, the front door, just a couple feet behind that, and then the open garage door. And it says, did you determine who that red Tesla that's backed into the first garage was registered? Yes. It was registered to a Robert Morgenroth. And she says, did you determine who that person was in relationship to the defendant? And he says, yes. Through our investigation, we determined that Mr. Morgenroth was kind of the manager, personal assistant of Mr. Burke. And Beth says, now, when you go into the garage, is there a brick floor in the garage? He says, yes. Or he says, there is underneath. There's a rubber mat over that brick floor. She says, like black rubber exercise mats? Yeah, kind of like interlocking, square-shaped interlocking rubber mats. I had done a video showing those rubber mats he had. And then, oh shoot. And I was wondering either they were gone in that area, one of the sides of the garage. Let's see what he says. I haven't read this yet. So I either said they collected it for evidence because there was, blood on it. He dismembered there, or David threw them away and got rid of them. Let's see what he says. Oh, did you collect any evidence from the interior of this residence? Yes. And what was that? There was a bunch of evidence. Oh, wait, maybe not. Let's see. There was a bunch of evidence that was recovered by our forensic team, and that there was additional devices, computer towers, cell phones that were recovered from the interior living area of the residence. Did you collect an iPhone from the upstairs den area? Yes. And was that in fact an iPhone 16 Pro that we saw that was connected to the Tesla or some other phone? No, it was an iPhone 15. It wasn't the iPhone 16 Pro. That says, Your Honor, I have 2 exhibits I'd like to be worked at. So we got the iPhone, second floor den. Okay, let's see, let's get down. Do you recognize this? Yes, what is it? So he's showing an exhibit of a picture. That's the upstairs den area. And she says, looking at the den area where we've circled with yellow, is that the area where the iPhone, another iPhone belonging to the defendant, was found? And Burke says, objection, misstates the evidence. Misstates the evidence. Court says, you want to rephrase your question? Beth says, is this the area where you find an iPhone? He says, yes, this is where we recovered iPhone 15. Beth says, okay, looking at the exhibit 31, which contains 2 photographs, what do we see? It says, you see the iPhone 15s in the center of the photograph inside the yellow box. And just to the right, you see a close-up of that phone 15, of that blue iPhone 15. And they said, did you determine whether in fact, or who that particular item belonged to? It says, yes. Once the phone was examined under the search warrant, we identified it as belonging to Mr. Burke. Objection, no foundation in proper opinion, Blair says. And the court says, I'll take it subject to laying a foundation. If you want to lay a foundation for that, sure, Beth says. So Beth says, how did you determine this particular item belonged to the defendant? We determined it belonged to the defendant. The court says, if you can just rephrase you instead of we. And the witness says, okay, I determined it belonged to the defendant based on numerous photos inside depicting the defendant's selfies, depicting photographs of credit cards in his name, passport in his name, driver's license in his name. There may have been a bank statement in his name as well. And the court says, all right, the court will allow the testimony to remain, but you may cross-examine. Burke says, thank you. Beth says, in that particular phone, was it associated with phone number in 0571? Yes. On the living room first floor area, did you find anything behind a piano? Yes, there was a box, an unopened box that contained a burn box. What's a burn box? A burn box is a device that could be used to basically create a high enough temperature to burn items, whether it be stuff from garden or documents, or it's kind of like a mini crematorium. It's used to burn items to nothing. I might need to take Zeke out. So let me find a video, but he's barking. So hold on, let's see if we can find an update of a video. I feel bad because this is going to be a long live and he's barking, so hold on. All right, I'm resharing my screen. Hopefully I'll find a kind of long one where we can see. Let's see. I don't know, did we already listen to this Brian Ang one? I think, is this the, I'm trying to figure out if this is the same one he had on. All right, hold on, guys. On his other thing. Just give me 1 minute. Lauren, let's see if she has anything. So she's reposting that. Oh, there really isn't anything. It doesn't look like there's really much updates. That's kind of crazy. Okay, so Sloan has some updates. But since those are short ones, I'll play those when I get back in. We'll play those, but let me find a longer one here. Hold on. I'm looking for a couple spots. Just give me 1 second here. Do I have a TikTok? Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have anything new. All right, 1 second. I might just play something from yesterday while I go take him out real quick. Make another cup of coffee. I hope you don't mind. I'm just trying to find something long enough from today. If not, we'll watch the Sloan ones after because I won't be up here to switch them. But hold on. Let me play. All right, so let me play I'll play this maybe. How long? 9 minutes. Here, I'll play this while I take him out real quick, and then we'll do. Sorry, guys. I have to. He was barking. All right, 1 second. This is 9 minutes. It should give me 9 minutes. Make a cup of coffee, have him outside. Hopefully it's good. I don't know. I know it says no on Wells, but it's the title.
But like I said, let's circle back to David out in LA. Now, since the body of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez was found dismembered and decomposing in the front trunk of a Tesla allegedly owned by singer David, real name David Anthony Burke, back in September of last year, we all have had a lot of questions. Today, answered some of those questions. Today marked the first day of a preliminary hearing that could last up to 5 days. This is where a judge will later decide if there is enough evidence for the criminal case against David to move forward to trial. But I gotta say, the details that were revealed in court this afternoon, they are both new and they are disturbing. Okay, prosecutors allege Burke stabbed Celeste to death in April of 2025 and then dismembered her body. And in what has been reported to be one of the most difficult moments of the day, the prosecution revealed what Celeste's remains look like when they were found at a tow yard in full view of Celeste's family in the front row. Here's how the Rivas family attorney described that moment.
There was an image of Celeste's torso and her head in the trunk of the car, and the prosecutor had to ask what it was because you could not tell it was a head. It was absolutely, it was deplorable.
Now, prosecutors claim that Celeste had threatened to expose the alleged illegal sexual relationship between herself and Burke before she was killed, that was the motive. Investigators say they found explicit text messages between the two, along with child sexual abuse material on Burke's phone. And a Los Angeles police detective testified that Burke's online shopping history showed that he allegedly bought a shovel, chainsaws, cadaver bags, heavy-duty laundry bags, cleaning supplies after he allegedly killed her. Now, Burke has pleaded not guilty to charges including murder, continuous sexual abuse of a child under 14, unlawfully mutilating human remains. He is innocent unless proven guilty. But we got to talk about what happened today. Joining me now with all the details, we have News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton and LA Magazine contributor Lauren Conlon. Spent the day in that courtroom. It's great to have you both here. Lauren, I'm going to start with you. What was it like in the courtroom for the whole day, particularly, though, when those photos were shown? Because that felt like the turning point.
Right. It was incredibly difficult, and I couldn't help myself. I kept looking over at Celeste's father in particular, and, you know, it's heartbreaking. And I actually didn't expect us to see images like that in the courtroom. I really thought maybe they would skip over that just because it was the preliminary hearings. But unfortunately, that's what set the tone. We saw these photos, I want to say pretty much an hour into the hearings, and from there it just got more and more and more disturbing.
And David showed no emotion, Lauren? Nothing to those photos?
So that was one of the more disturbing parts about this, Jesse. I did not see him tear his eyes away from that screen. He looked at the screen like he was watching a movie. I mean, to me, I have seen defendants in the courtroom when photos are shown or allegations are made, they either shake their head no, they look away. It's hard. I mean, the guy was staring at it like it didn't bother him in the least.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to have an effect on the judge, but if this was in front of a jury, got to wonder if that's going to have an effect. Brian, I think substantively something very interesting happened today. They started not with the tow yard. They didn't start with the crime scene. They started all the way back in 2024 when David first had this interaction with police about his relationship with Celeste, right? When Riverside County got involved, when she was a missing teen. And they showed body cam footage of their interaction with David. What'd you take away from that? What was that footage showing?
Yeah, they did. I mean, they showed up to his house because they were looking for Celeste, and they said that he was polite. He acknowledged that he thought she was 18, but someone else had told him that she was 13. And let's not forget, we're talking about a young girl here. It was something I kept remembering throughout the day. And as Lauren said, to see those pictures in court, Jesse, and like, you don't even really want to hear the details of it, but I mean, she was dismembered. She was in multiple bags. She had decomposed, and you had Celeste's parents sitting in the front row. Like, you know, sometimes, they'll leave during those moments. They didn't leave the courtroom, and what would happen is the prosecutor would turn around and sort of like whisper to them, like, okay, this is coming up next. We're about to put up this photo. And they would look down, but there were times they were looking. There were, and I was just thinking the whole time, like, what it must have felt like for them.
You know, Brian, I'm glad you said that, because sometimes we talk so much about the charges, we talk so much about strategy, we talk so much about David. This was a young girl who lost her life in brutal fashion. Yes, she's innocent unless proven guilty, but it doesn't take away what everyone saw in that courtroom and what happened to her, which, Lauren, I was following your reporting online, and you said something really interesting. All the testimony and evidence regarding the alleged purchase history of David. So after they claim that he killed her, I listed all the things. You said the order of these alleged purchases may tell you something.
I did. I decided to just list the purchases in chronological order. And, you know, he started by, let's say, ordering a shovel. And then he ordered a couple of chainsaws. And then we see the burn cage. And then we see a burn-resistant mat. So in my opinion, and this is pure speculation, I was kind of thinking, okay, was he changing his mind about how he was going to allegedly dispose of the body? And I just want to go back really quick to something that Brian was touching upon, the body cam footage when the police came to David's home looking for Celeste initially in February of 2024. We were actually able to see the photo that he had of her on his phone. And I gotta tell you, I was so disturbed by this photo because he was 18 at the time. She was in 6th grade in this photo. She looked literally, I mean, I think she was 12. She looked 10 years old to me. She's in a Batman sweatshirt, and I'm just like, guys, this is a child. We are literally talking about a child.
Yeah, and that goes to the sex crime charge that he faces. That goes to the motive, right? Lying in wait, killing a witness, killing for financial gain, that he had to make sure that she couldn't expose him. That's the allegation. But this goes to another point. One of the things we were looking out for, Brian, in this preliminary hearing, defense has an opportunity to question these witnesses. We finally got a sense of where the defense is going in their strategy. What did you learn?
Well, a couple of things. I think they're going to try to poke holes in the medical examiner. I think there's going to be questions about, I mean, the body was so badly decomposed. I found the money to be interesting, and it wasn't something I had heard a lot about until today, Jesse. I mean, that he had made a lot of money. $10 to $11 million in just a couple of years, had all of these managers managing his money. His mom was very involved. The prosecution is trying to paint this picture that he had a lot to lose if word got out about this underage girlfriend, or whatever you want to call her, because she's a child, that he could lose everything. But I also sat there thinking today, could that also be part of the defense? Because they were talking a lot about how he didn't know about the money, that it was all these other people who were in control. And I wonder if they're going to go down that path more if there is a trial. Like, I mean, they knew
he knew he was doing well. He knew he was doing well. But Lauren, I'll give you about 30 seconds. What about the idea of questioning what was tested, what was not, the DNA? Was it clear? You know, were they trying to say, you can't say exactly what was used to kill her or dismember her?
Well, Blair Burke was definitely poking holes with the second witness, the lead detective Byers. She kind of said, look, you guys didn't test this cadaver bag, or you didn't log this into evidence. And he said, well, we couldn't. It physically could not be logged because of the liquid, because of everything that happened with the decomposition. So they took off the handles and the zipper, and his lawyers honed in on that. There's a few other things they honed in on. But to Brian's point, at the end, they wanted to make it known that it was David's mother who managed the money and not David. And that was definitely a specific reason.
Big picture, it's going to be an uphill battle for them to convince this judge there's not enough evidence, but you're seeing maybe sampling of what a trial will look like. Lauren Conlin, Brian Enton, thank you both so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone. And
that was perfect timing. I have to do one more thing, but let me play another video. That was perfect timing. I just got done with everything. Nice. Okay. Let's play. I'm doing my last. Oh my God, this thing. My last thing. Okay, so I got Zika tree. We are all set. Okay, so let me take this down. I got my coffee. I had a snack. I had a yogurt, my protein balls, and I got a string cheese for a little bit. I'm good to go. Okay. Let's watch his. I don't think we watched this yet, right? These three, I don't think we watched.
Is Chelsea Morallo. She is a criminalist, so she works with the Department of LAPD to go through crime scenes. She said she's been to over 230 crime scenes in the past. So on September 9th, she and her partner Lauren Wallace were the ones who were responsible for showing up to the vehicle and searching it and testing it and things like that. One thing she noted was how strong the odor was. We keep hearing that over and over again, and the reason she knows what this odor is because she's a criminalist, so she knows what decaying flesh smells like, and that's exactly what she said. She also said the car had a bunch of dust all over it. Now in the photos, we were just seeing a few photos before we went to lunch. It's actually an exhibit it's exhibit 50.3. It has, I think, 5 or 6 photos. It's a series of photos, and they're really disturbing pictures of the vehicle. Now, the photo we were just going through before lunch was of a bunch of like air fresheners. There were so many different air fresheners in his vehicle. There was also like hand sanitizer and stuff like that, which was found. So maybe like he was trying to avoid the smell. It's great, or like disinfect his hands after he touched his car. To me, it's just odd that he was still operating this vehicle with her body inside. Like, imagine he was literally driving around from Venice, Culver City, to home, just with her in the vehicle. So, of course, he was trying to cover up the smell. And the photos were, you can see it off the front. I mean, to really describe it straight up, it looks like a black, frunk, like the base of it, and then there's just like this red stripe, and there's so many little dots, and those are all of the larvae that is found in there. There's bugs, flies, larvae. There was so much. And when we go through, I think this next witness, she's going to go through some of the DNA and other things that were found. So I am interested in hearing, like, if they found any. I mean, it's David's Tesla. They're going to find his DNA in it, and then here comes the alarms. But let me know what you guys think so far. So the next person I want to talk to you guys about is Chelsea Morallo. She is a criminalist, so she works with the Department of LAPD to go through crime scenes. She said she's been to over 230 crime scenes in the past. So on September 9th, she and her partner Lauren Wallace were the ones who were responsible for showing up to the vehicle and searching it and testing it and things like that. One thing she noted was how strong the odor was. We keep hearing that over and over again. And the reason she knows what this odor is because she's a criminalist, so she knows what decaying flesh smells like, and that's exactly what she said. She also said the car had a bunch of dust all over it. Now in the photos, we were just seeing a few photos before we went to lunch. It's actually an exhibit it's exhibit 50.3. It has, I think, 5 or 6 photos. It's a series of photos, and they're really disturbing pictures of the vehicle. Now, the photo we were just going through before lunch was of a bunch of like air fresheners. There were so many different air fresheners in his vehicle. There was also like hand sanitizer and stuff like that, which was found. So maybe like he was trying to avoid the smell. It's great, or like disinfect his hands after he touched his car. To me, it's just odd that he was still operating this vehicle with her body inside. Like, imagine he was literally driving around from Venice, Culver City, to home, just with her in the vehicle. So, of course, he was trying to cover up the smell. And the photos were, you could see it of the frunk. I mean, to really describe it straight up, it looks like a black, frunk, like the base of it, and then there's just like this red stripe, and there's so many little dots, and those are all of the larvae that is found in there. There's bugs, flies, larvae. There was so much. And when we go through, I think this next witness, she's going to go through some of the DNA and other things that were found. So I am interested in hearing, like, if they found any. I mean, it's David's Tesla. They're going to find his DNA in it, and here comes the alarms. But let me know what you guys think so far. Okay, so you guys know that there's only a select amount of people who actually get into the courtroom. So one of the questions I've been asked by the press is, how is David's demeanor? Like, how is David doing? What does he look like? And things like that. I mean, first off, I'd say if I was locked up like he was, I would not be looking healthy. I probably would lose a bunch of weight and look sickly. He looks completely fine to me. One thing that I really note is how comfortable he is. I feel like everyone else in the courtroom, when we're seeing these graphic images of the vehicle and stuff like that, there's gasps, there's people like bouncing their legs, just people uncomfortable in general. But this man is so comfortable, you would have no idea that he's currently standing a murder trial. So if you imagine like a standard office seat, he kind of like leans off to the side, like throughout the entire hearing, he's like leaning off to the side, onto the armrest, just kind of like hanging out there. He's got his hand constantly like this, like waiting for the next thing to happen. I did notice a lot today that he was whispering to his attorneys a lot of whispering back and forth. There was a moment, like I said in my last video, where we spoke to, the officer who found Celeste's ID took the stand, and when they put up Celeste's image and her name up there, her mom like instantly started crying again. I feel so bad for her parents. But then David over here, he seems bored. Like, the guy seems like he's bored at his own trial. So to me, that just shows how different I think all of us are versus someone like David, who does not, like, soulless. I don't know. I mean, I'm interested in hearing more about his mom and how his mom raised him. I do think like the homeschooling of it all and the gore videos that he was into, maybe it fueled this kind of mindset. But damn, like, a person like him needs to be studied, because we need to stop this from ever happening again. It's really disturbing. Like, really gross how uncomfortable he is. Also, like, people are asking about his outfit. So he's wearing like a white undershirt, kind of like a orange, like, jail outfit that says LA County, has an XL on the back. And then he's got like, it almost looks like Nike or like Yeezy plastic shoes that he's wearing. So that's how he's been dressed up. He's been wearing his glasses in court, and seems like he could care less. Okay, so you guys know that there's only
something.
only a select amount of people who actually get into the courtroom. So one of the questions I've been asked by the press is, how is David's demeanor? Like, how is David doing? What does he look like? And things like that. I mean, first off, I'd say if I was locked up like he was, I would not be looking healthy. I probably would lose a bunch of weight and look sickly. He looks completely fine to me.
One thing that I really note is how comfortable he is. I feel like everyone else in the courtroom, when we're seeing these graphic images of the vehicle and stuff like that, there's gasps, there's people like bouncing their legs, you know, just people uncomfortable in general. But this man is so comfortable, you would have no idea that he's currently standing a murder trial. So if you imagine like a standard office seat, he kind of like leans off to the side, like throughout the entire hearing, he's like leaning off to the side, onto the armrest, just kind of like hanging out there. He's got his hand constantly like this, like waiting for the next thing to happen. I did notice a lot today that he was whispering to his attorneys a lot of whispering back and forth. There was a moment, like I said in my last video, where we spoke to, or well, the officer who found Celeste's ID took the stand, and when they put up Celeste's image and her name up there, her mom like instantly started crying again. I feel so bad for her parents. But then David over here, he seems bored. Like the guy seems like he's bored at his own trial. So to me, that just shows how different I think all of us are versus someone like David who does not, like, soulless. I don't know. I mean, I'm interested in hearing more about his mom and how his mom raised him. I do think like the homeschooling of it all and the gore videos that he was into, maybe it fueled this kind of mindset. But damn, like a person like him needs to be studied because we need to stop this from ever happening again. It's really disturbing, like really gross how uncomfortable he is. Also, like people were asking about his outfit. So he's wearing like a white undershirt, kind of like a orange, like jail outfit that says LA County, has an XL on the back. And then he's got like, it almost looks like Nike or like Yeezy plastic shoes that he's wearing. So that's how he's been dressed up. He's been wearing his glasses in court and seems like he could care less. Okay, so you guys know that there's only a select amount of people.
Okay, so I have one more person and then we'll continue reading. So you remember her from yesterday. She does a good job.
Hi, I'm Taylor Priest with Los Angeles Magazine, here again today at day 2 of David Anthony Burke's preliminary hearing. We have journalist Lauren Conlon upstairs in the room getting all the details, but while we wait to hear from her, I thought I would explain a little bit about the public lottery system that's been happening to get access to the courthouse, as well as some details we've gathered from Lauren as she's been upstairs. So what's been happening is people are starting to line up in front of the courthouse around 6:30 a.m. to 7 a.m. just to get these tickets, which are then placed in this turnstile bingo type cage where numbers are then drawn and whoever has the lucky number gets to watch the hearing for the day. Something I do think is important to note is that no other journalist I spoke to had ever seen a system like this to get into a courtroom. I would estimate about 50 people were present this morning with these tickets, both people from the public and journalists. Some people were lucky and they got in both days. Some people were new today and got access. Some people went home unhappy. It really is just a luck of the draw. There is no first come, first served system. It is just whether or not you are lucky. Lucky for Los Angeles Magazine, Lauren Conlon has been able to be in the room both days. Upstairs in the courtroom this morning, it seems like David's finances have been a big topic of conversation, including who managed his money, who had access to his money, and how much David was able to access himself. Also, in addition to this information, we also got a new name to the case that we never heard before, a bodyguard by the name of Sheldon. And at this moment, we are not quite sure of the last name, but Sheldon seems like he might be a big part of this case. Sheldon allegedly lived in the house with David, and so the question is, what conversations was he privy to, and what information does he know? Lauren Conlon will be updating us again as they break for lunch with a video of all the information she heard this morning, breaking it down a little more for you.
Hold on, I'm just texting somebody. Okay. Yeah, let's continue. I don't even know if I should say anything, Sydney. I almost want to rub it in, but then I don't want to feel like they won. Jerks. I'm just going to be quiet. Sorry, I have to finish. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Okay, let's go. I just had to tell her something. All right, let's continue. Let me take out my headphones. Yeah, we'll continue to go on reading the transcripts, and then once the day's final, we could get everybody's update from today. Yeah, it ruined it for everyone, Sydney. Not you. I'm saying that person, whoever had it. Yeah, they ruined it for everyone. I just can't. People are just such baby. So people are such babies. They just don't like me, so they had to complain. Yeah. It's so crazy. Little do they know that they affected everyone now. Anyway, let's continue here. I know. I don't know. Hold on. All right, let's bring this up. I know. I know that's what happened. They just didn't want to deal with the people complaining. So they're like, we're going to wait. Yeah, it's bullcrap. I don't know. She probably didn't realize. I don't know. I'll look more into it tonight, but hold on. Let me just do one more thing, guys. Hold on. Okay. All right, let's continue here. All right, so we have wait, hold on. Hold on one second. Okay. So, sorry, I'm trying to have a conversation of something that happened over lunch, or not lunch, that happened that people just, okay. A burn box is a device that could be used to basically create a high enough temperature to burn items, whether it be stuff from the garden or documents. It's kind of like a mini crematorium type. It's used to burn items to nothing. He says, so to incinerate something? He says, yes. Okay, Your Honor, I have a set of 3 photographs on a slide labeled burn cage purchased from Amazon alias Victoria Mendez, July 7th, 2025. May I have it marked as People's 28, please? The court says marked. By Miss Silverman. Looking at the photograph in the center first is the photograph of the item at the Doheny place. Yes, the center picture is the unopened box. It was behind the piano of the burn cage. And of course says, I'm sorry, what item is this? And Beth says, this is 28, Your Honor. Okay. So that indicates the name of Victoria Mendez with the address, which later we determined that the Amazon records show you this Victoria Mendez address as associated with the purchaser as Mr. Burke. And Beth says, okay. Did you also find a tower computer in this residence? He says, yes. And he says, okay, let me go back on exhibit 28. If you were to look up this item online under Amazon, is this photograph that shows what this burn cage or burn box can be used for? It says yes. Yeah, I don't get it either. Says yes. Well, let me just tell you what's going on. So people were probably complaining, I guess, because this transcript, I'm not doing anything wrong, because I heard the other people getting the transcripts are going to release it after their lives too. But because of you got little babies complaining, now they're not releasing the transcripts to anybody else for the next 2 days. That's not a part of the criminal case. We could request them like next week after the whole hearing is done, because the little babies that were complaining that, you know, other creators were going to share them too. We're allowed to share them. I read the directions. We are allowed to be sharing them. So I don't understand why, but she was probably annoyed with all the complaints, I'm guessing. Because she didn't say that yesterday or today when she sent me this transcripts. But yeah, you ruined it for all of everybody because people had to complain. I'm sure that's what it was. So I don't know, but I heard there's another person that was sharing it too after the live. So we're allowed to share it. That's the thing. It says you could share it. So I don't know. She's probably just sick of having the complaints. So she's like, you just have to order them after all the proceedings are over. Thanks, guys, little whiners. Thank you. I know, Will. It's because those little people that came in here probably went and complained to her, and she's probably, I'm not dealing. I'm thinking she's like, I'm not going to deal with this. I'm just not going to release them until, you know, it's done. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Thanks, guys. No, I know, Adele. We're not doing anything wrong. But I think because these little babies were complaining to her, she probably just didn't want to hear it. So she's probably like, well, I'm just going to wait. I know other creators have it. We're allowed to. That's what doesn't make any sense. We're allowed to. But you had little whiny whiners that had to complain for some reason and ruin it. And I know we are allowed to share it. That's the thing. We are. We're allowed to send it to somebody too. You're allowed to share it with people. So yeah. It never said we couldn't share it. It never said we couldn't make a video about it. It never said that. So yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Tired of getting calls. So they're just like, nah. So none of us, none of us has today's transcripts or has it ordered yet. They make you do them each day. You can't do them all together. So we're going to do them for each day. So now she says she's not releasing them to anybody that's not a part of the criminal case or whatever, subject of a criminal case or something like that, until after all the preliminaries done, then we can request it. Yeah. I know. I mean, I don't think it's right. I think I don't understand why she's doing that. But it's, if those people wouldn't have sat there and complained, yeah, so we're just going to have today's. That's what it said. She said, I'm not releasing them to anybody that's not a part of the. She said you could re-request it when the preliminary hearing's done, like when it's over. Yeah. I'm just mad. I'm just mad that people have to ruin it. Yeah, it says she's not hearing to any persons or parties outside the subject criminal case. And it says you're welcome to order it when the proceedings have concluded in their entirety. So we can't do the daily ones anymore. And she didn't say people were complaining, but that's my guess. We have people in there complaining. So I guess my guess is they went and called the court, complained, and they ruined it for us all. That's the only thing that makes sense, because before that, she said she was going to release them daily. We were allowed to buy them daily. So that's the only thing that I could think. People, she just didn't want to deal with the drama and the complaint. So she's like, we can't do it. We're just gonna wait. Yeah, there's going to be 3 days. Supposedly supposed to last 3 days. So I got today's, and then each day you would have to order them. So today you could order for today and get them probably tomorrow morning, and then so on. She said she's not going to do that. You have to wait till it's all done, and then you can order them all together. Which that means I'm going to probably have to pay for this all over again, but list today's. But I don't know. That's not even the concern. The concern is people had to ruin it for everything. What are you saying? I'm just repeating. What? Okay. What the heck? Wow. It's going to be 5 days? Really? Dang it. I thought it was going to be 3. Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait 5 days. I don't know. I'm not even gonna, I just can't. I wasn't doing anything wrong. I was trying to read them. I was going to share them with people after the live, just like I heard another creator was going to do, just share them with people. We were allowed to share them. I don't know. It's just making me, I'm not going to let it get me down, but okay. What did the DA say? They're going to be 5 days. Okay. All right. Till Friday. Okay, Callie, thanks. Yes, the tower computer was that submitted to your forensic service division for analysis. Yes. And was there an email associated with a particular electronic device? There were multiple email addresses associated with that. Was there? One of them being the one we had referred to earlier, the Fallout. And this is, was there also another email associated with this item? This tower computer that contained another Gmail account that was used to purchase airline tickets? Yes. And was that a Gmail address, brimmygmail.com? Yes. And were those airline tickets from a particular airline that you also wrote for? Yes, United Airlines. And on that return is where the Brimmy address was noted in the records. So the United Airlines, we know the place he ordered the tickets for Celeste, supposedly, for her to go to London and Texas. But yeah, and it was that purchase from United Airlines for 2 different individuals. It says, yes, there was, she's asking, was that the purchase from United Airlines for 2 different individuals? It says, yes, there was the airline. United Airlines records reflected the purchaser being David Burke, and for Celeste Rivas and for David Burke. And she says, Beth says, flying from Los Angeles to somewhere? And he says, yes. There was a trip to Texas and also a trip to London, England. And Beth says, now, did you also write search warrants for a call detail records? Yes. Says, I think we talked about iCloud records. Yes. Records from Tesla. Yes. AT&T. Yes. Various business. Uber. He's saying yes to all this. Did they include Postmates and Home Depot? Correct. Amazon, yes. Okay. The Amazon was not written by myself. That was under federal subpoena. So he's saying it was under federal subpoena. So he's not the one that did the warrant. And then Beth says, okay, those were search warrants though that were provided copies of? He says, yes. And were you also provided copies of the returns from those warrants? Yes. Okay. Silverman says, Your Honor, I have a DVD that contains business records for various items in the affidavits. May this DVD be marked, please, as People's 53. So thank you. Now, did you also review the Amazon records in detail? Yes. And did you know any purchases and deliveries of items that wound up being significant to your investigation? Yes. And were these purchases and deliveries that were made under the name of the defendant or an alias? An alias. And what was that name? Travion Davis. Okay. Is this a convenient place for us to stop for lunch? Sure. All right. We'll go ahead and take our lunch break. Okay. So they go take a lunch break. Hold on, let me just respond something. Hold on a second. Hold on. Well, I just wanted to respond to that. I'm just confused. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to sit there and feel bad for myself. I'm sorry. All right. So they're back on the record. It sucks because we've been waiting so long. I've been so invested. If you guys have been following me, I don't get very many views compared to a lot of creators covering this, but I was still invested. If you've been following me, I was so for almost a year now, so invested in this case. And I'm not, I mean, why can't I have the transcripts? You know what I'm saying? Is there family? Hey, can you email me that? I have yet to see that picture everybody's talking about. Can anybody that has the picture where she's in El Salvador, can you email me that picture of Celeste in El Salvador? Because I know people have been saying that, but I don't think I've seen that. I mean, I've seen pictures of her family, but I haven't seen ones that I like knew that she was in El Salvador. Okay. So here we go. They're back for lunch. So remember, this is yesterday's transcripts. I will keep checking back to see if there's new updates for today's, but for right now, this is yesterday's. Yeah, me too. Hopefully they'll email me. Okay. So Beth says, Detective, before we broke for lunch, we were discussing what you found from looking through Amazon records you subpoenaed relating to the defendant under the name of Travion Davis. And I think we talked about the burn cage. Did you also find the defendant purchased any type of cadaver or body bags? Says, yes, there was 2 different cadaver bags purchased. Beth says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit. It is titled Cadaver Bags Purchased from Amazon under alias Travion Davis on May 5th of 2025. May it be marked as People's 25. And Silverman says, showing you what's been marked now as People 25. Do you recognize what you see here? Says, yes. And what is it? This is an Amazon picture of an Amazon cadaver bag that resembled the one that was seen in the trunk of the Tesla, but also on the Amazon purchase history. It says, and were those purchases the defendant made that were delivered to him on May 5th of 2025? Yes. Burke says, objection, misstates the evidence. And court says, and I'm sorry, on what basis? What's the misstatement? And Blair says, the misstatement that it was ordered, that it was delivered May 5th. And court says, all right, did you want to clarify? And Beth says, sure. Is that correct that these were purchased and delivered May 5th? He says, yes. Beth says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit of 2 photographs titled Heavy Duty Laundry Bags Purchased on Amazon under alias Travion Davis. May 5th. May these photographs be marked as People Exhibit 26. Showing you Exhibit 26. You recognize what you see here? And he says, yes, those are images of the purchase history for the 2 heavy-duty laundry bags that were purchased under the alias Travion Davis by the defendant and delivered again to the same address. So it's the same mansion, okay? Yes. Beth says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit titled Inflatable Pool Purchased on Amazon under alias Travion Davis, data May 5th, 2025. May it be marked for identification as People 27. Okay. Showing you Exhibit 27. Do you recognize what you see here? Yes. And what is this? That was also indicated in the Amazon purchase records for an inflatable pool that was purchased under the name Travion Davis by the defendant. I believe it was on May 3rd, though. It says May 3rd, yes. Okay. Well, that was the date of the purchase, the date of the delivery. And the witness says, I believe these were all, I believe the date of the purchase. And Silver Beth says, and then was subsequently delivered to the same address? Yes. Oh yeah, Mama Mia, you guys, the new mods, Will and Sydney. Mama Mia will tell you like what I expect of a mod. She's been here for a while. So Mama Mia, yeah, thank you. I'm glad you're here, Mama Mia. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just release this. I'll share it under my members for the members. It'll be a members perk. I'll just share the, you know, after the live, I'll just share it. But if you're not a member, and I already promised you that I was going to share it, I still will. I'll still share it to those, but also I'm just going to share it under my members. My members, content. Oh my God, I couldn't even think of the word. My members content. Share the document so you guys could read through it yourself if you want. But that I'll do that after I read it, after today's live, okay? Okay. I don't know. I got to stop thinking about what just happened. Okay. So, did you also note purchases on the same account under the same alias with respect to any chainsaws? Yes, there was 2 different chainsaws purchased under that alias. So yesterday we had heard from the update that it was actually 3 chainsaws, right? So he's saying there was 2 purchased under the Travion alias, it sounds like. Both of those, I believe, were on May 1st, 2025. And Beth says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit that has 3 photographs titled 2 chainsaws purchased from Amazon under alias Travion Davis, dated May 1st. May this exhibit be marked, please, People's 23 for identification? Yes, okay. Take a look at this exhibit. What do we see here? So he says, oh, Robert, that's good. Robert Morgan Rutherford. Oh my God. Okay, so there's 3 images depicted here. The one in the background, you can see the orange and black chainsaw. And then in the small box below it, you can see Amazon identifiers of that particular chainsaw. And Beth says, when you say identifiers, we're talking about an electric chainsaw, 16-inch? Correct. When you served the search warrant on the September 17th Doheny Mansion, I'll just call it Doheny Mansion, did you see a chainsaw in the garage as depicted in this photograph here? Yes, 2 chainsaws, the orange and black one that you're circling. And then you can see the handle of the pink one kind of in between that magnified box and the black bag. And he says, Beth says, orange and black or red and black? And he says red and black. And then you see the other one right there, the pink, the handle of the one. And Beth says, and if we look over to the right of the People's 23, does this depict the 6-inch handheld chainsaw that was also in the garage at the Doheny Mansion house? The larger 16-inch chainsaw? Yes. When you were in the garage area during the search warrants, did you also come across a blue inflatable pool like the one we just looked at in Exhibit 27? Yes. It was not inflated, but that's a blown up version of that inflatable pool. So it wasn't inflated. Okay, I'm curious if it was just laying there flat or was it rolled up or what? And then Beth says, now in reviewing the various records that you received, did you also review records from Uber? Says yes. And did you find any purchases that were consistent with any of these purchases that we've already looked at on Uber or through Uber? And he says yes. Of note, there was 3 purchases that we identified. And let me move this over like that. There we go. What were those? He says, there was a shovel that was purchased. I believe it was on April 24th, which is the day after the murder, 2025. There was a 10-inch Makita chainsaw purchased from the Home Depot to be delivered by Uber Postmates on May 4th. And there was a purchase from Lowe's for like what was identified as a mop system, which is like a bucket in I don't know if it's a spindle that you kind of wash a mop in a mop. So identified as a mop system. And they say, okay. Beth says, Your Honor, I have another exhibit that has 2 photographs on it titled Makita 10-inch chainsaw and spin mop purchased by defendant from Home Depot, May 4th, 2025. May it be marked, please, as People's 24 for identification? And the court says, so marked for identification purposes. Beth says, thank you. And she says, showing you exhibit 24. And let's start with the photograph on the left. Is this a photograph of the object that you saw in your review of records of the purchase from the Home Depot of Makita 10-inch chainsaw? Yes. Beth says, instantly, I know we talked about the red and black or the orange and black chainsaw and the small pink 6-inch handheld chainsaw. Did you happen to find this particular chainsaw at the location during the search warrant? He says, no. So remember, there's 3 chainsaws, 2 were located, 1 wasn't. And we'll learn if the people reported right. The 2 chainsaws that were found had no DNA, no blood on it, I should say. So what I think is he used the one, he didn't need the other 2, and got rid of that one that they can't find. Which, like I said, is pointing more toward one person, like I've always thought. Well, since he's got arrested and stuff, I swear I just think it's just him. I really do. And now more so after reading this. Anyway, he says, no, we identified only 2 we referred to earlier. This Makita chainsaw we never found. And Beth says, so this is missing. He says, correct. Looking at the photograph to the right in exhibit 24, what do we see there? He says, that is kind of a mop system I refer to. It identifies as a Libman Tornado spin mop, which consists of a bucket, kind of a other bucket you rinse off in the mop itself. And they say, was there any particular email address that was associated with the purchase made through the defendant's Amazon account? It says, yes. What was the email? It was Travion, I believe. It's Travion D. I could double check my notes. Do you have those with you? And he says, I do. Beth says, may he, Your Honor? And the court says, yes, you may. When you're done reviewing your notes, if you can look up, he says, these are just notes that I had personally taken of search warrants that I had done identifying email address associated with the defendant. And it says, that's Travion D. Oh no, you could share it. Sorry, I just saw that pop up. Well, let me just say, no, Sydney, if you're still watching, no, you could share it. No, I don't care. We're allowed to. That's what I don't understand. Anyway, Miss Silverman, now subsequent to the search warrant and additional investigation in April this year, did you arrest the defendant? Yes. And what was the defendant's names as appealed on your arrest documents? David Anthony Burke. And do you see him in the court today? I do. Can you identify him? He's sitting to my right, to the left of the counsel table, wearing an orange jumpsuit. Okay. So they're talking about how he was arrested on Marmont Hollywood Hills, and was that on April 16th? Yes. So remember when he was arrested, because he was at a different house the whole time that nobody knew. In LA, I thought he was in Texas personally. That surprised me that he was in LA the whole time. Where are we at? Where am I at? Did you and your partner have contact with the defendant during the booking process? Yes. Did you observe any markings on the defendant? Yes. Can you describe for us what that was? He had a tattoo of the name Celeste on his left ring finger. And he also had another tattoo. I think it said shush, like shh, on his ring finger. Why does he keep saying shush? It's confused me where he keeps saying shush, and it's like shh. So it said shh, not sush, shush. I don't know why he keeps saying it like that. I think he's trying to describe what that means. But anyway, so he had the same 2 finger tattoos as Celeste on the same fingers, it looks like, right? In red. Okay, let's see if it says red, because somebody reported it, said it was in red. Let's see. The court says, of which hand? He says, I'm sorry, which hand? Witness says, of the right hand, I believe. And also an additional tattoo on his palm. That was a tattoo on the palm. Why did it look like sometimes it came off? A religious reference. I don't remember exactly what that one said, and I believe that was the right palm also. It was that cross, that weird mess up cross. I didn't say like, supposedly I said, did it say Jesus or it said something? And Beth says, Your Honor, I have an exhibit that has 3 photographs marked as Exhibit 1 and entitled Defendant's Booking Tattoos. Okay, start with the photograph on the left. Is that the photograph that was taken at the booking April 17th? Yes. In the photograph at the top right, it looks like red ink. There you go. Which tattoo was this that you were referring to? That is the name Celeste that was tattooed on the finger, the left ring finger, in red, just like she had the red David. You're not going to get somebody's name tattooed on you just because you met them once and they're just an associate. Not likely. You both get each other's tattoo. Looking at the photograph below, bottom right, Exhibit 1, this particular tattoo, it looks like it may be blue or black ink. What does the one say? So the other one is blue or black ink. That one said shush, like shh, and then several periods after that. When you reviewed the Home Depot records, did you also come across, I think you mentioned this, a spade? Yes. Your Honor, I have an exhibit with a photograph and description titled Spade Purchased from Home Depot. What's a spade? What is a spade? Oh, a shovel. I never even heard it called a spade. Maybe that's an Ohio thing. I've now always just shovel. Anyway, showing you exhibit. Is this the picture of the item as corresponds the purchase for a spade or a shovel delivered on April 24th? He says, I know it was purchased on April 24th. I don't recall if it was delivered the same day. She says, again, reviewing the Amazon records, an alias of Travion Davis. Did you come across any purchases for fireproof mat? Yes. Your Honor, I have another exhibit, 2 photographs titled Fire Department Fireproof Mat, purchased from Amazon under alias Travion Davis, dated July 12, 2025. May it be marked as People's Exhibit 29 for identification, please. Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, hold on one second, guys. Wait. Wait, hold on a second. Guys, I'm sorry. I have to take care of this. Hold on. Okay, hold on one second, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, just give me 1 minute, guys. I gotta. Sydney, I'm sending it through my Gmail account because Proton you can't send as much stuff. So you'll have my personal Gmail account. So look for that. It still says zavgirl though. Okay, hold on, guys. I gotta send this. Oh wait. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I almost just sent it to myself. I send myself so much things because I have to, like, I don't know if there's a better system, but when I find something that I want to talk about on a live or a link, I'm always sending it to my email and then I pull the link. I wonder if there's a better thing for that. Okay. All right, I sent it, so let me know. Okay. All right, so let's continue. So we have, may it be marked as people exhibit. Okay, so we have, can you tell us where you're looking in these two photographs? I did notice on the Amazon records a purchase for a fireproof mat that is depicted in these photos. It was also purchased under the alias of Travion Davis through Amazon. Beth says, may I have one moment, Your Honor? And the court says, you may. Oh, wait, why did my live go off? Hold on. It went off on my phone. I like to keep it up just to, I know what's going on YouTube. Okay. So he says, yeah, I have no further questions, okay? She says, so cross-exam. We got Miss Blair Burke is going to cross-examine good old guy, but Detective Byers. So she says, good afternoon, detective. Good afternoon. She says, Detective Byers, or she says, good to see you. Detective Byers, have you been primary detective on this case from robbery homicide since September 8th? 2025, when you first were assigned to go to the tow yard? She says, or he says, yeah, myself and my partner were the primary investigators, yes. And Blair says, and you testified earlier that you supervised and assisted in the processing of the scene at the tow yard with the LAPD Forensic Science Division, or was that the medical examiner September 8th? Says September 8th, it was a medical examiner, criminalist. And that was to process the vehicle, the body bags, and the plastic bag you described in your testimony. And it says it was to process the body and body bag, not the vehicle. And the vehicle was processed that next day, September 9th, at the Piper Tech, correct? He says, correct. And when you arrived at the tow yard, you arrived after medical examiner investigators. Am I right in that? It says, no, incorrect. I arrived after West Bureau detectives, but prior to the criminalist. Okay. And the ME? The crime log, and he says, and the ME, and she says, the crime logs records indicate that you arrived at 15:25 Pacific time. Is that correct? He says, around there. So that's 3:25 Pacific time, PM. He says, around there. And she says, and you took over at the point you arrived to Hollywood detectives, or arrived from the Hollywood detectives. He says, we took over from the West Bureau detectives who took over for Hollywood detectives. She says, how long were West Bureau detectives at the scene? He says, I believe the Hollywood detectives got a notification in late morning, 11 o'clock. So then the notification went to West Bureau. So they had been there for a couple hours prior to arrival. And she says, were West Bureau detectives there when the vehicle was opened and the bags were discovered? No. When you arrived, the Tesla was already open. And the bag unzipped. He says the front trunk was already open and the cadaver bag, body bag was partially unzipped. Who had opened those bags? It was the officer, I think. It's Partia from Hollywood. And she says, okay, and just so we can be clear again, what were we talking about with the court's permission? May I mark as defense A photograph? Criminalist taken on September 8th at the Hollywood tow yard, and the court marks it for whatever. Okay. Gotta keep rearranging my. Okay. Just so there's no confusion, when I arrived, the bag with the blue with the body parts in it was still in the car underneath the other cadaver bag. Okay. So that secondary bag wasn't noticed until the cadaver bag was taken out. And Blair says, and this picture reflects after the body, the human remains had been removed from both bags. And he says the body itself appears to be not in this picture, the torso and the head. It's hard to tell from that lower picture whether that bag is open or closed or contents in there or not. And Blair says, okay. Now, when you first arrived at the scene, there were medical examiner investigators already interacting with that bag in the vehicle. Is that correct? Beth says, objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony. He's already said they didn't come until after he arrived. And the court says, well, it's cross-exam, so you may ask the question. Blair says, thank you. But judge says, with regard to the underlying facts, please state the facts as they've been testified to. Blair says, of course. And then Blair says, did you, when you first arrived at the car, was there anyone interacting with the vehicle or the zippered bag? And she says, and he says, no. And he says, Blair says, did you inspect the vehicle in the zippered bag? And he says, no, I physically looked at the vehicle, never touched the vehicle. And by law, we don't touch the bodies of a decedent. That's the medical examiner that has the authority to do that. And she says, and when you approached the vehicle, how long was it before medical examiner investigators arrived? And he says, I believe it was less than an hour. And Blair says, and after that medical examiners arrived, you observed the medical examiner investigator further unzip the bag and open the second plastic bag as well? He says, yes. Once the cadaver bag was removed from the front trunk and placed on the side, that's when the second bag was observed and then removed from the vehicle and opened by the ME. And he says, and Beth says, Blair says, David's attorney says, who directed, if you know, the bags to be removed from the vehicle at the time? And detective says, that would have been either myself or my partner. We were both there. I could have been the one that told him to remove it. Blair says, and are you the one also who directed that both bags be taken into evidence for inventory and examination? And he says, no, I know the cadaver bag was not taken as evidence after consulting with the criminal supervisor due to the contents of the bag would not be able to be preserved. The liquefaction and decomposition wouldn't allow for them to be stored. So at the advice of the criminalist, we had them remove the handles to the bag and the zipper for processing. And Blair says, and is it your testimony that once the limbs were removed from the bag and the torso and the head were removed, that you did not take either bag into evidence? And he says, I know we did not take the cadaver bag with the torso and the head. As I said, that was after a consult with the criminalist from LAPD. I don't recall if the secondary bag with the severed limbs was taken or not. I don't recall. And Blair says, was there any testing that was performed before the bag was released or destroyed as to what described as the body bag or cadaver bag? And he says, no, as I said, after consulting with the criminalist, the best action to be taken was to remove anything the items that most likely could have been touched by someone, meaning the handles. If you remember from that picture, there were several handles around that cadaver bag that were taken and the zipper. And he says, was there any testing applied to your knowledge? Or Blair says, to your knowledge to the outside of the body bag or the plastic bag in terms of fingerprinting or misting of Blue Star or phenylephrine swabbing? And he says, no, as I said, after talking with the criminalist and describing kind of the decomposition and the condition of the body and kind of the toll environment had taken on the bag, it was opted just to pursue the avenue of cutting off the components of the bag. And Blair says, so if the medical examiner indicated that the black body bag or cadaver bag, as you described it, and that the trash bag were collected, placed, and sealed in a biohazard double bag and taken into evidence, that would be incorrect? And Beth says, I'm going to object, assumes facts not in the evidence. And the court says, sustained and calls for speculation. Blair says, detective, you also participated in the processing of the Tesla via a Piper Tech. Yes. And did you search or take in any items of evidence from the Tesla yourself? He says, we took the receipt. I don't remember if we took the receipt, photographed it and collected it, or if the criminalist collected that with all the other evidence they took from the vehicle. Did you take any other physical evidence or coordinate with the criminalist to take any other physical evidence? And Beth says, Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. There's been a lot of questioning and I've let it go so far, but I'm objecting now under penal code. Of course, I'll give it a little more leeway to the extent that the people brought in physical items of evidence. But yes, the preliminary hearing is not to be used for discovery. Blair says, of course not. And the court says, but to the extent that you're asking about the items as it relates to what was brought up by the people, the court will allow it. But as it relates to discovery, that would also include either chain of custody or additional testing as far as being precluded under preliminary hearing being used for discovery purposes. So I'll give you a little more leeway, but keep a focus on. Blair says, it's going to be a brief, Your Honor. And the court says, I understand, but keep it brief or not, it's still not to be used for discovery. Blair says, of course. The court says, keep it focused on what was brought up by the people on direct exam. Blair says, were there any other items, physical items that were taken into evidence when the car was processed on September 9th at Piper Tech that you're aware of? So, and they say, no, I don't recall all of what was taken aside from swabs from the vehicle during processing. Okay, they say, Blair says, okay, detective, you testified earlier that you wrote a search warrant for the Doheny Drive and executed that warrant September 17th, 2025. He says, yeah. Excuse me. Blair says, excuse me, and you were the detective in charge of that search on September 17th? And they said, well, it was a big residence, so we had multiple supervisors supervising the various searches that were going on. We had 3 floors, so there was terms moving about between the garage, the first floor and the second floor. He said, did you maintain any kind of crime log or record of all the detectives present and when anybody came or left? And Beth says, same objection. And the court says, I'll allow that question. Witness says, did I keep of a log of everybody that was there? And sorry, hold on. I need a break for 1 second. Hold on. Take a sip of this. Oh, thank you, Amanda. Thank you. Oh, I'm muted. Thank you. Anyway. So yeah, allow it. Did I keep a log of everybody that was there? It says yes. Or did any officer keep a log of everybody that was arriving or leaving, when they were arriving or when they were leaving? It says there are detailed notes from the various detectives identifying who is searching where. So there are notes of that. It says, but not a log per se. It says, no, I don't believe there's a crime scene log per se. And the person says, and you and your partner also gave instructions to criminalists and detectives there for items that you wanted them to look for? Possibly tools or instruments or weapons that could have been used in dismemberment. And he says, yes, I mean, this was about a weekend, so we didn't have a lot of information as to what exactly we're looking for other than dismembered body. So there could be a variety of tools that could be used for that. Oh, thank you, Amanda. I know. I have been. Whew. Just need a break. Let's see if there's any updates. So I take a break from reading. I have to finish it now. I'm like 60 pages in. Whew. Oh. Okay. All right, 1 second. See if there's any updates just for a minute so I can just kind of stretch. Because I do want to finish this. So I want to be able to finish it. And I'm just, whew. Okay. See if Lauren did anything. Oh, yeah, we got an update. Okay, let's read this. Okay. Is it too fast, you mean, or is it good, shouldn't he? Okay, so Lauren, thank you, by the way, Sydney. Okay, so Lauren says prosecutors say David used personal account for London trip with Celeste as financial records unfold on day 2. Day 2 of the preliminary hearing introduced Interscope financial records, a previously unnamed live and security guard or live-in. Why do I keep saying live? Okay, it's a previously unnamed live-in security guard and testimony that airline tickets for Burke and a 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez London trip appeared to come from his personal account. A previously unnamed live-in security guard and testimony that airline tickets for Burke and a 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez London trip appeared to come from his personal account. Okay. Did I already? Did we already? No, I don't think we. Hold on, let me reshare it with audio. I don't think we seen her audio, right? We haven't seen her video. Let's see. Just give me a break for a minute. I might walk around once I find a long enough video to play. Not real long, just like 5 minutes. Hold on one second. Okay.
When David entered the courtroom, again, shackled and cuffed, he was uncuffed, and he was shackled at the waist still. His lawyer, Blair Burke, she did the thing where she kind of rubs his back and whispered to him, and it really does give me vibes of like Leslie Abramson with the Menendez brothers. Brian Ented pointed out that Ann Taylor also did this with Brian Kohberger. I think that some of these female defense attorneys, they think that it makes their male client maybe seem like less of an alleged monster. So I did notice that. And David, once again, very casual, very unfazed, sitting back in his chair, you know, watching the screen, watching the witnesses, no type of emotion whatsoever. So Marilyn Bednarski, one of his defense attorneys, continued her cross-examination of former Mogul Vision finance director Benjamin Gregor, who again was testifying that nearly all of David's finances were handled by his mother. I think the defense was really trying to hone in here that although the people is claiming that these crimes or these alleged crimes were financially motivated, truthfully, he didn't know how much money he had. Gregor said that, sorry if you can hear me. Gregor said again, you know, David didn't really have much involvement. He never asked him how much money he was making or what was coming in. And Marilyn Bednarski tried to ask him about a charity or a trust that was used for giving to charity. She kept bringing this up. There were objections to this, just to, you know, like, why are we even talking about this? What's the relevance here? And the judge sustained the objections because she's like, yeah, this is a probable cause hearing. And I was like, I see what they're doing, but, you know, there's no jury here. So stop trying to say he gives to charity. This was interesting. There is a new name to watch for, a bodyguard named Sheldon. Sheldon Jaculus, I think I heard, but it was tough. Even Gregor, the witness, couldn't quite tell us his last name. So he was identified, Sheldon, as Burke's live-in security guard, and Gregor testified that he lived at David's home for about 6 months, but Gregor said that he never discussed what happened inside the home with David ever. And also this was during the redirect examination with Beth Silverman. So she also pointed out during this redirect that, you know, well, you say David didn't have any, he didn't have any say in his finances, but, you know, he signed this contract himself, or he signed the contract for this home that he bought. So he kind of knew something about how much money he had. And Gregor said, yeah, okay, you know, I got it. He also Gregor acknowledged that David did have an account or a credit card or two, or both, outside of what he managed for Mogul Vision. So let's see. Gregor did point out that at one point he was asked about the trips, the trip to London, the trip to Texas. You know, did David purchase this through anything you saw under the Mogul Vision accounts? And he said no. And Beth Silverman kind of insinuated, okay, right, so he purchased this through his own account, which he managed. And Gregor was like, yeah, probably. Then it came up, Silverman asked if Gregor ever discussed Celeste going to London with Colleen Burke or Josh Marshall, and he said no, but then he did end up admitting that he discussed Celeste traveling to London with Robert Morgenroth, in which he said he just kind of asked him if it was true. Like, is it true she traveled to London with David? And I'm paraphrasing here. And again, yes, Gregor said he later learned the airline tickets were bought through one of Burke's personal accounts, nothing that he manages. So then Silverman goes back to this bodyguard, Sheldon, towards the end of her redirect, and she's like, so, and it was very forceful. She was like, did you ever discuss David and Celeste having fake IDs or drugs and alcohol or partying or Sheldon driving them to parties? And it was like, whoa. There were some objections, and Gregor was like, nope, no. So I'm thinking that the line of questioning around this Sheldon character was very significant. So we should probably remember this name. And also I want to point out the judge, Almeida, she was definitely frustrated quite a few times with both the prosecution and the defense. I would say namely the defense over just certain lines of questioning that she thought that were going beyond the scope, but they were still kind of being, argumentative. And there was like another point where Beth Silverman, she said something to Beth Silverman, the judge, and Beth Silverman's like, actually, I was going for impeachment. I was like, so yeah, it got a little hostile for a minute. And then the next witness, this was kind of long and drawn out, very much about David's financials. Louis Pomeroy, excuse my pronunciation. He was the VP of finance at Interscope, worked there for about 3 years. He really just went through the money that David amassed from 2022 to 2025. I put some of this on Twitter, some of these numbers, and what he also highlighted through Beth Silverman was something called a Coogan account, which is basically through California law, 15% of these earnings, if you are a minor, has to go to this Coogan account, which your parents or your whatever, I'm blanking on the word. Basically, this money goes to a minor, and your parents or your guardians cannot access this. And so they were kind of hinting that, okay, in 2022, David made $950K, so 15% went to the Coogan account. And I think it's gross. I think in my tweet, the numbers may be off because it's gross income or gross earnings. And then in 2023, he made $3.869 million. So yeah, I did the math out. And again, it could be slightly off, but that's $142K around going into the Coogan account in 2022. And in 2023, that's about $580,000 going into that account. So, again, I'm waiting for the exhibits to be ready. And hopefully I can sort of give you the exact numbers. I did the best I could for my story on lamag.com, although I said some of those numbers are subject to change. I forgot my glasses. I could not see the screen very well, but I do think they are largely accurate. But again, I will be making changes once I get those exhibits if necessary. So yeah, let me see what else. I mean, during the cross-examination by Marilyn Bednarski, which was pretty tough, he wasn't really understanding some of her questions about the contracts and this and that, the contracts that were broken with David, and it was just very slow. But one thing she did point out was that, isn't it true that once you turn 18, no money goes into this Coogan account anymore? And he's like, I don't really know the logistics, but per the chart, he turned 18 in 2023, and there was no money allocated to that account anymore. So then after that, we saw the Caltrans worker that actually found Celeste's passport. And sorry, I'm going to that right now. Okay, so the Caltrans worker, Sean Buenarostro, he got a call from dispatch about January 7th, 2026, 1:40 in the afternoon, excuse me. A Caltrans worker was working, and he actually gave us the location. West Camino Cielo Road. This is off of Highway 154. It's east of this road. It's a 2-lane highway separated by double yellow lines. And then there's a steep dirt embankment on the right side of the road. And we were kind of shown the area. He showed us where it was found. It was, brush and this and that. And he took photos and he had pointed to the area where he found it. And then he dropped a pin for the GPS locations. He also said that the Caltrans worker, upon finding this, Googled Celeste's name and noticed who she was. So that's why he called the police. During cross-examination, Regina Peter just kind of was like, so was he wearing gloves when he found it? Like, did you put this ID in anything, like a bag, when you transported it back to the station, you know, in Santa Barbara? And the Santa Barbara cop, Buenarrostro, said, no, I didn't have anything. She asked if he knew if the ID was found face up or face down. He didn't. She asked if it could have gotten there, you know, by way of weather. He said he didn't know. And then she just pointed out that the GPS coordinates that he noted actually took them to the highway instead of this area with the brush. And, you know, he just said that he dropped the pin with the satellite overview, not the traffic overview. She was just trying to poke holes and kind of where it was and how it got there. And I know what she was trying to do. I mean, it was, I don't know, it was interesting, but it didn't sway me either way. And then the last witness before we stopped was Chelsea Murillo, who was an LAPD criminologist who found lots of air freshener in the Tesla. Lots and lots of air freshener. One of them said love is in the air, but I will have more later.
I can't even discuss what she said because I'm so unfocused. I have so many things running through my mind. So many things, but I could finish reading. I could do is read, but to be able to absorb it, I apologize. I couldn't even focus. Not because of her. She does great. Just because of just my mindset. Okay. Okay, so let's continue this. We're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through it. Yeah. Okay. Wendy Williams, is that your real name? Because you know Wendy Williams, I used to love her. Like, I used to watch her. She was so entertaining. But is that your real name? Thank you. You made it. Yeah, I walked around a little bit, so I should be able to finish this. Let's see. I don't know if I'll need another break or not. Let's see. Oh, wait. I know. I just feel... Zeke, come on, baby. I feel bad leaving him. Come on, Bubba. Okay. So let's continue where we left off. So when this person was asking... and you and your partner also gave instructions about possible tools for instruments that, you know, weapons or things that could be used in dismemberment. The detective says, yes, I mean, this was about a weekend, so we didn't have a lot of information as to what we exactly were looking for other than a dismembered body. So there could be a variety of tools that could be used for that. And Blair, so remember, this is Blair, right? Still asking him. Blair says, but you gave specific directions about looking for tools and items that might have been used in a dismemberment. Says yes. And she says, earlier you testified about a so-called burn cage that you said that you had discovered at the home. Is that correct? He says yes. He said, Blair says, okay, and did you personally identify the burn cage? And he says, I mean, I saw it in the residence. It was an unopened box on the second floor of the residence near the piano above the stairway. So I did see it there, yes. And Blair says, at the time of the search, did you document in any way that you discovered this burn cage? He says, document by photographs, having photographs of it, yes. And she says, did you have it tested with phenolphthalein or Blue Star or any chemical reagents? And he says, yeah, or no, he says, test the unopened box. And she says, yes. And he says, no. And she says, but your testimony is that you knew it was a burn cage on September 17th when you executed the search warrant. Says yes. And Blair says, if I may briefly, if I could impose on the deputy district attorney for exhibit 28. Beth says, sure. Blair says, showing you what's been marked as 28, is it your testimony that this photograph was taken by LAPD or LAPD criminalists on September 17th, 2025? He says, yes, I believe so. Oh, hold on, I lost my YouTube. Hold on, I just want to get it up to date, my YouTube. Okay. Says, yes, I believe so. And she says, you personally identified it as a burn cage on that day, correct? He says, yes, I saw it that day. She says, and you did not take it to evidence or collect it as evidence in the case, which is crazy. Because remember when SF came out with it, first he said it's like some kind of equipment for heavy duty equipment or whatever. And he didn't say what it was for a while. And he was wondering why they didn't take it. And then he ended up coming out and showing, and everybody's like wondering why they didn't take it, I guess. This is what she's getting at right here. Like, you didn't take it into evidence, collect it as evidence in the case. So remember, this is Blair, his attorney. He says, yes. She says, you testified earlier, detective, that, so let me be clear. The burn cage you're talking about having discovered on September 17th, and you indicated that you had later determined that there was an Amazon order of some kind for a burn cage. Yes. That burn cage was ordered all the way in July of 2025, correct? Says yes. Okay, not before April 23rd, 2025, correct? Correct. And you also testify about the fact that during the search of the Doheny, you found a number of chainsaws, electric saws. He says 2 chainsaws, and there was another electric saw, like a sawzall that has a straight blade that was on the second floor above the garage. Those are the 3 items. 3 saws. You found 3 saws? Yes. Oh, he did find 3 saws? I thought I only found 2. And those 3 saws, 2 were found in the garage and 1 was found in the second floor. Yes. And you had those items tested with Blue Star reagent and phenolphilia. Correct. And all 3 tested negative for, or being phenol positive. Correct. Correct. So take away my theory. So yesterday, everybody was reporting that the one they couldn't find. So I wonder if that comes up, that there were 3 saws and 1 they couldn't find. So they found 3 saws. Maybe there's another one that they couldn't find. So he didn't use those saws. There must be another saw he used and got rid of, because he would not have been able to get every bit of DNA off those. There's no way. With all the little crevices, there's no way with that chain. Anyway, he says, and she says, and you had those items tested for DNA as well? And he says, yes. I don't remember, or he says, I don't remember if the criminalist swabbed the handle for DNA. I don't know. And Blair says, but in fact, you never collected those items at all as evidence in the case. He says, that's correct. Wait. They left the 3 chainsaws there too? So he left the burn cage and the 3 chainsaws. Unless if it was a typo and there was only 2. I don't know. This one's saying 3. Okay, that's correct. He says, once the tests were negative for blood by the criminalist, they were not collected. And she says, and having directed the items that could be possibly connected to dismemberment, you also did not collect those items for any testing as to tool marks or any kind of marks on the saw blades that could have been consistent with that dismemberment. And he says, when they were tested by the criminalist and determined not to have human blood, and speaking of criminalist, if those chainsaws had been used to dismember a human body, they would not have been able to be cleaned to a point where there would be no remnants of human blood or tissue. Exactly what I said. There's no way. I don't know, Wendy. That's what people were reporting yesterday, but this is, unless if he misspoke, he's saying 3. So let's see. Let's see if when they do the recross, if like, with a re-exam or whatever, let's see if she brings that up, like that maybe he misspoke. If Beth asks some more questions, let's see. Okay. So Blair says, but there could be DNA, correct? He says, no, maybe on a handle, but not on a dismemberment blade or a chainsaw. And she says, so no DNA testing was ever performed on any of those 3 saws at the house. And Beth says, I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered twice now. And the court says, sustained. And Blair says, Your Honor, if I may mark the identification as defense B, one photograph, Doheny, at the Doheny on September 17th. So this is the mansion one, the one where they got the search warrant, right? The one he was living in 2025. Okay. So Blair says, Detective, the chainsaw, the two chainsaws you described earlier are the chainsaws in the back of the photo with the orange color and a black base with cord hanging off. He says, that's one, and then the pink one next to it. Where you can see the, yes, right there. She says, okay. And at some point during the course of your investigation, you examined the make and model of the chainsaws ordered on Amazon that you testified to earlier. He says, yes. And did you match that make and model of a chainsaw with this black and orange chainsaw? Yes. And did you do the same for this pink handle that you see that you testified earlier was a chainsaw? Yes. And you matched that order to the chainsaw that had been ordered on Amazon, correct? Yes. After you completed your search of the Doheny you collected, you had, along with the criminalist at the scene, collected a significant number of items, potential biological evidence and physical evidence, correct? Yes. So I wonder why she didn't ask about the third one, though. So I wonder if that was a misspeak. Anyway, so he collected a significant number of items, potential biological evidence and physical evidence. Correct. Yes. You testified that you collected and booked into evidence a number of cell phones and computer devices. He says, yes. She said, do you personally collect those items or did someone else? He says, I personally did not collect them. She says, who collected them? Beth objects, says, I'll object. That's vague. Which items are we talking about? Court sustained it. Blair says, Detective, you testified earlier that you collected 4 cell phones when you conducted the search at Doheny. Is that correct? He says, I think I testified to 1 cell phone, but there were multiple that were recovered from that residence during the search. She says, do you know how many were recovered? And he says, I believe that there was 2 in the garage and 2 upstairs. And then there was multiple laptops and a computer tower, and then like an Apple computer with monitor included, like an all-in-one. And Blair says, and the 1 cell phone you testified about earlier, you testified that it was a cell phone recovered from the 2nd floor on a coffee table. He says, yes. So it was the top floor. So you have the garage up some stairs to the 1st floor. And then the next floor is where the den. It was in the bedroom where that iPhone 15 was found. She says, okay, and Blair says, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I mark Defense C iPhone 15 Pro Max recovered on September 17th at the Doheny house? The court says, and it's a photo, correct? The judge asks. She says, it's a photo, yes. They mark it. And she says, is that the same iPhone to which you testified earlier about having discovered it on the 2nd floor coffee table? He says, yes. She says, and how did you identify it as iPhone 15? He says, upon bringing another search warrant for the device, it was identified by cell phone extraction with those indicators. She says, okay. And that cell phone extraction was that warrant. That warrant was prepared after you recover the phone. Yes. And you had no personal knowledge of the contents of the phone. You didn't even open it in any way at the time or identify any material on the phone, correct? He says, that's correct. She says, and you wrote a series of search warrants after you discovered that iPhone at the Doheny residence. Is that right? Regarding the iPhone 15. He says, is your question, did I write multiple search warrants for that same iPhone? And she says, no, related to the discovery of that phone. He says, I'm not sure. I don't understand the question. She says, let me rephrase. Detective, is it true that subsequent to the search at Doheny, you wrote a search warrant for Celeste Rivas Hernandez's iCloud information based on an iPhone that had been discovered at the Doheny mansion? He says, I wrote for Celeste's iCloud based on her descriptors, but I've also written for various iCloud phone numbers for her, an email address identified through the investigation belonging to her. And Blair says, in one of those search warrants she wrote, you filed a sworn affidavit indicating in your application for that warrant that on September 17th, a search warrant was served at the Doheny mansion. And one of the items recovered was an iPhone 15 Pro Max identified with the email address of abigailblue977 at iCloud.com, which is believed to have belonged to the victim, Celeste Rivas. Is that correct? He says, yeah, I don't know. What date is that? what date is that warrant? She says, there is no date on the face of the warrant. If it would refresh your recollection, I'm happy to show it to you. He says, sure. Blair says, Your Honor, may I approach? Yes, you may. The witness says, so on February 12th, 2026 is when I wrote this warrant inquiring about that email address. February 20, whoa. And Blair says, and you represented in that warrant in the affidavit that an iPhone 15 Pro Max had been found at the residence, correct? He said, I didn't read the entire warrant, but I referenced iPhone devices being recovered, certainly, at the residence. She says, and you represented that the iPhone Pro Max was a phone you believe belonged to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. He says, I don't remember referencing that iPhone belonging to her. And she's, because they're trying to push off the iPhone 15 as belonging to her, because I think, and so did whoever, I think even Lauren said they think, so I'm thinking that it's because that's the phone that has the CSAM on it. Okay. So, I mean, they haven't even charged him with that yet. So I think it's irrelevant but I mean, I guess I would say if they're going to they should bring that up when they're charging for that, if they end up charging for the CSAM. But otherwise, even if it is her phone, right? If it shows him and Celeste, it doesn't matter whose phone it is. You're seeing them two together. And if she was a minor, that's still a crime, right? And that still shows they had a relationship more than friends. But there may be other things on it that, who knows? There could be other things too. But she's trying to say that he's saying he said it was Celeste, right? He was referencing the iPhone 15 as Celeste. Okay. So Blair says, okay, stops. And he says, sure. She says, refresh your recollection if I show you. And there's a simultaneous discussion interrupted by the reporter. And then he says, yes, it says the email address belongs to her. It doesn't say the phone. Oh, so it's the email address, not the phone. Okay. And Blair says, does that refresh your recollection? And he says, not if the question is, did the phone belong to her? And Blair says, if the question is, did you swear in the search warrant that one item recovered was an iPhone 15 Pro Max and identify the email address of abigailblue977 at icloud.com, which is believed to have belonged to the victim Celeste Rivas? Beth says, Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point. It's argumentative and conflating two different items. I think that the detective has answered, and of course, as well on relevance grounds, what's the offer of proof going into this? Blair says, this phone, we believe, the people are going to allege that there was material found on the phone and that the people will allege, we believe incorrectly, belonged to David Burke. And the court says, all right. Blair says, and we believe it's directly relevant. Court says, all right. At this point, the people haven't brought up that particular phone yet. It may go to count 2. So at this point, as it relates to what the people have brought up on relevance grounds, the court's not going to allow you to question further. If it becomes relevant for count 2 and you want to recall the detective, I will certainly allow you to do that. And Blair says, thank you, Your Honor. And then she says, detective, after the search at Doheny, there was a release of the scene. There was no preservation at the Doheny mansion once you left on the evening hours of September 17th. Is that right? He says, yes. And I don't remember if we left after midnight, if it went into the 18th, not. But after we left and completed our search, the scene was released to the owner. And Blair says, okay. And your testimony about the items ordered, the chainsaws, the body bag, the laundry bag, the shovel, all those items you determined were ordered on April 24th. Is that correct? Yes. It says none of these items you testified were ordered prior to that day. He says correct. She says nothing further. The court says, all right. Just to be clear, I'm making myself a note to wish to recall the detective. Okay, so if they need to recall him about the phone. Okay. Doing redirect. That's what it's called. Redirect. Okay. So she says, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have a photograph of the back end of the black Tesla titled Defendant's Tesla at Hollywood Tow, September 8th. May it be marked as blah, blah, blah. Okay. So she's asking, detective, is this the condition that you found the vehicle? At least the back end of back end of it as depicted in the photograph? And he says yes. So she says, so it appeared it was covered heavy in dust. He says yes. She says, so remember, now we're at Silverman, the prosecutor. She's back. Beth, redirecting. Okay. Still the detective. Okay. So the detective says, in the same license plate, I know you mentioned a Texas license plate. Is that the same license plate that we saw with respect to the exhibit where it was parked on Bluebird on May 2025? And he says, yes. She says, okay, I have nothing further. And then the court says, all right, Burke, anything further? And Burke says, yes, just briefly. If the deputy district attorney could just hand me that exhibit. Beth says, sure. Okay. She says, so now we're back to Blair. Burke, his lawyer, says, am I correct that there was extensive damage that you identified on the back of that vehicle at the tow yard on September 8th, 2025? He says, yes. It's kind to the, a little at the bottom of the picture, but the rear bumper was warped and there was some damage kind of by the license plate. And she says, to your knowledge, was the vehicle, after it was taken to Piper Tech, taken into evidence, impounded and taken into evidence? He says, from the tow yard? Yes, yes. Am I correct that no testing was performed on the trunk or the damaged area of that vehicle on the exterior of the vehicle? He says, I would imagine there wouldn't be on the exterior, no. And she says, but you know of no testing that was performed? He says, correct. Photograph, that would be it. She says, wait, which one are we at now? Burke. Oh, back to Blair. So Blair, because I was like, this seems like Blair. Yep. So she's like, there's nothing on the outside. Am I correct that no testing was performed on the trunk or damaged areas or exterior of the vehicle? He says, no. Okay. No testing, but you know of no testing that was performed, correct? Photographed, and that would be it. She says, and in fact, you released the vehicle after that to be destroyed, correct? He says, no, we don't release it to be destroyed. We release it to, and she says, just into the wild, or? And then Beth says, well, I'm going to object, Your Honor. If she could let him answer the question before she makes a comment. Court says, yes. Beth says, I'm also objecting to the response that she just made, which is argumentative. And then the witness says, we authorize vehicles. And the court says, well, I will allow the witness to finish his answer. You may finish. He says, I never authorized the vehicle to be released into the wild, but I have authorized it to be released to a registered owner or a legal owner. And Blair says, did you ever notify David or the registered owner of the vehicle? And he says, as required by law, we mail out the impound notice that they're released to the owner. Yes. She says, when did you do that? He says, it would have been the day or day after it was finished being processed. She says, but it was no longer available after the day you did that for any kind of chain of custody or examination, correct? Beth says, well, I'm going to object. Those are two different things. And I don't know what chain. I don't understand the question regarding chain of custody after it's been released. Court says, do you understand the question? The witness says, not necessarily, because once the vehicle is released, there's no more chain of custody. It's out of our possession. Blair says, thank you, Your Honor. Then she says, thank you, detective. And detective, finally, when you describe those items at the house that you say were ordered on Amazon, you didn't find during your search any shovel at the house, correct? He says, no. Did you search anywhere outside of the house or just in the interior? He says, we went around the house as well. She says, where did you go outside? He says, the entire house there was a swimming pool in the backyard, so there was not much to check there. Thank you, Ruby. Yeah, let me take a sip of water. You're right. I should stay hydrated. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I hate when that happens. When it goes down like the wrong. Why does that happen so much? Okay. Whew. But thank you, Ruby Manzo. I appreciate that. I will stay hydrated. Okay, so they went through the backyard. There's not much to check there, and there's various areas of grass and things like that that were at least walked through. And Blair says, and did you, during your search of the house, discover any, I think you testified, fireproof mats at the house? He says, never found that. She says, and earlier when you testified that you had discussed the criminalist about the destruction of the 2 bags that the human remains were found in at the tow yard, who was the criminalist? He says, I don't think I ever mentioned the destruction of the bags. It was more not being able to collect the bags and preserve them. That was a senior criminalist by the name of Julie Wilkinson. Blair says, thank you, nothing further. And the court says, all right, thank you, Miss Silverman. She says, no, thank you. Okay. He's subject to recall. Okay. Oh, the next witness is Ben Grieger. So let's say his name. Saying hello. Okay, good afternoon. Are you currently employed? I am currently self-employed. In what area? He says, I own a record label or a distribution company, I should say. And then I also have a small business management practice that I would still run. And remember, this is Beth, the prosecutor now. It says, and what you say you run a small business management company, what are your typical clientele? It says, my typical clientele has been for the last 3 or 4 years more record label predominant, say a lot of back-end finance work, royalty analysts, tracking income and expenses related to different projects that artists are conducting, whether it's albums, mixtapes, EPSs, single releases, music videos, things like that. On the business management side, it's predominantly in the day-to-day bookkeeping and financial matters for artists. Hold on a second. Okay, artists, touring musicians, predominantly the record table stuff. So they say, so artists involved in the music industry, says correct, thank you. And prior to this, were you employed by a company called Mogul Vision? He says, yes, I was employed by Mogul Vision Partners, yeah. And they say, and what kind of company? Management company, music management company. They say music or talent management. He says, correct. She says, okay, how many years were you employed by Mogul Vision? He says, about 1.5 years with Mogul Vision Partners. I had worked with Mogul Vision, Mr. Marshall's other company, for several years. He says, which company was that? It says Mogul Vision. So remember, that's Josh Marshall. Yeah. And he says, I thought you said with his other company. He says, yeah. So he had Mogul Vision LLC, and then he had Mogul Vision Partners, which is where he did the full music management company that he built. No, I think Zeke has to go out. Are you guys gonna be mad? Hold on. I just feel bad. Hold on, guys. Let me see if I could play something real quick. I gotta make sure. And we'll be able to finish this up really quick. Watch. I'm reading fast, so if it's too fast, just push slow motion when after this uploads. All right, hold on. Let me find a video we could play. And I probably, depending what it is, I'll probably just stop it when I am done taking them out if it's still playing. I just need something to play while I take them. Hold on 1 second. Let me just find something. David's Anthony Burke preliminary hearing. Hold on. Let me see if Brian or somebody. I just need like 5 minutes to take him out. Hold on, guys. My mom's, as you can see, she's not home at the moment, so I have to make sure. Come on, somebody has to have something. Okay, yes. How long is this? Brian has an update. I hope it doesn't run over. Let me see how long it is. I have to. Oh, thank you. Nancy Makes Nancy, thank you for joining. Thank you. I will be back in a couple minutes to finish this up. Let me play this video. Thank you so much.
Guys, I wanted to give you
Let me see how long it is. It's only 1:33. Shoot. You guys help. Does anybody have a longer one? No. Dang it. I wish somebody had a longer one I could play. There's no way I'll be done with that. What will play after that, too? Will it just keep playing? Hold on. Well, I don't know. I'm just gonna play. I gotta check. I gotta make sure he's okay. I'll just play it and then I'll be back as soon as I can. I'm sorry. I know he has to go, poor baby.
Another quick update on what's been happening inside the David preliminary hearing. Again, this is the only way really to do this because there's no video inside and you can't live tweet, but during breaks we can give you guys information about what happened. I'm just looking back at the notes. A lot more about David's finances, which I already got into. There was a woman on the stand just now named Chelsea Murillo. She's a criminalist with LAPD for 7 years. This stuff gets gruesome, but she talked about how when they found the Tesla, the first thing she noticed was the smell of a decomposing human body, and that there was significant insect activity that she discovered, and that she discovered multiple air fresheners. So there were allegedly air fresheners inside the car and also in the trunk, which is interesting. Did someone put those air fresheners there to try and hide the smell of a decomposing body? So she was on the stand talking about that. And then again, there was also a lot of talk about the finances. And I told you guys the defense said that David had the potential to make about $19 million if he got the maximum for every album. And it seems the prosecution's trying to make the point that he had a lot to lose and that he killed Celeste Rivas Hernandez out of fear that if it came out that he was with this underage, she came forward and he got in trouble, that his career would be over. So that's the latest. Keep you guys posted. Guys, I wanted to give you another quick update on what's been happening inside the David preliminary hearing. Again, this is the only way really to do this because there's no video inside and you can't live tweet, but during breaks we can give you guys information about what happened. I'm just looking back at the notes. A lot more about David's finances, which I already got into. There was a woman on the stand just now named Chelsea Murillo. She's a criminalist with LAPD for 7 years. This stuff gets gruesome, but she talked about how when they found the Tesla, the first thing she noticed was the smell of a decomposing human body, and that there was significant insect activity that she discovered, and that she discovered multiple air fresheners. So there were allegedly air fresheners inside the car and also in the trunk, which is interesting. Did someone put those air fresheners there to try and hide the smell of a decomposing body? So she was on the stand talking about that. And then again, there was also a lot of talk about the finances. And I told you guys the defense said that David had the potential to make about $19 million if he got the maximum for every album. And it seems the prosecution's trying to make the point that he had a lot to lose and that he killed Celeste Rivas Hernandez out of fear that if it came out that he was with this underage, she came forward and he got in trouble, that his career would be over. So that's the latest. Keep you guys posted. Guys, I wanted to give you another quick update on what's been happening inside the David preliminary hearing. Again, this is the only way really to do this because there's no video inside and you can't live tweet, but during breaks we can give you guys information about what happened. I'm just looking back at the notes. A lot more about David's finances, which I already got into. There was a woman on the stand just now named Chelsea Murillo. She's a criminalist with LAPD for 7 years. This stuff gets gruesome, but she talked about how when they found the Tesla, the first thing she noticed was the smell of a decomposing human body, and that there was significant insect activity that she discovered, and that she discovered multiple air fresheners. So there were allegedly air fresheners inside the car and also in the trunk, which is interesting. Did someone put those air fresheners there to try and hide the smell of a decomposing body? So she was on the stand talking about that. And then again, there was also a lot of talk about the finances. And I told you guys the defense said that David had the potential to make about $19 million if he got the maximum for every album. And it seems the prosecution's trying to make the point that he had a lot to lose and that he killed Celeste Rivas Hernandez out of fear that if it came out that he was with this underage, she came forward and he got in trouble, that his career would be over. So that's the latest. Keep you guys posted. Guys, I wanted to give you another quick update on what's been happening inside the David preliminary hearing. Again, this is the only way really to do this because there's no video inside and you can't live tweet, but during breaks we can give you guys information about what happened. I'm just looking back at the notes. A lot more about David's finances, which I already got into. There was a woman on the stand just now named Chelsea Murillo. She's a criminalist with LAPD for 7 years. This stuff gets gruesome, but she talked about how when they found the Tesla, the first thing she noticed was the smell of a decomposing human body, and that there was significant insect activity that she discovered, and that she discovered multiple air fresheners. So there were allegedly air fresheners inside the car and also in the trunk, which is interesting. Did someone put those air fresheners there to try and hide the smell of a decomposing body? So she was on the stand talking about that. And then again, there was also a lot of talk about the finances. And I told you guys the defense said that David had the potential to make about $19 million if he got the maximum for every album. And it seems
I'm back. Okay. We're going to finish this. Okay, let's do this. I just wanted to get my phone back up. Take a sip of water and we are off. Sorry. I can't get this. There we go. All right. I don't even know if that did anything. Come on, Bubba. Come up. Come on. Come up beside me. I'm losing my voice, guys. Okay, you ready? Wow, I'm using my voice. Okay, let me take one more sip of water so I don't lose it. Thank you, everybody, for everything. Yes, Wendy, he hasn't thrown up today, so I hope, and well, yesterday either, so I'm hoping he's okay. It was the day before, but I didn't see the one until yesterday morning. Thanks, Yancy. Mike's me, Yancy. I want to thank you again. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, right. All right, come on, Bubba. Let me take one more sip of this and we're going to go. What would I do without that coffee warmer? It's not working as good. It doesn't keep it as good. I used to be able to keep it on 130, now 150. Okay, here we go. So, witness mogul. Okay, so Beth says, what years were you employed by Josh with Mobile Vision? Why am I losing my voice, guys? And this person says, I met Josh in mid 2017, and I had started working with him and his artist at that point in time while I was working at the company called Citron Cooperman, which was an accountant firm that was employed at that point. And then it wasn't until 2020 where Josh and I started working together as I went out, self-employed. So Josh and this Grieger, which we heard from the updates today, the Grieger's still on the stand, isn't he? Because people were talking about him today again, and then talking about that Sheldon that was his live-in bodyguard. So that means you have some live-in bodyguard. Plus, Robert was always there. Robert seemed like the live-in bodyguard. So you have two people that was there all the time. Anyway, so Beth says, and was that with Mogul Vision or Mogul Vision Partners? Mogul Vision LLC or partners? He says that was with Mogul Vision LLC. And Beth says, and excuse me, and when did you bring in working with him, the company Mogul Vision Partners? And he says, I think we formed Mogul Vision Partners in 2024. And Beth says, and you said you were there for about 1.5 years to 2 years? He says, correct. She says, so would that have 2024 through 2025 or into this year as well? He says, it would extend into the top portion of this year. So 2026, is that what he's saying up until he got arrested? Because this year would be 2026. So he was just still doing it up until this year, up until he got arrested, right? So it sounds like Beth says, when did you stop working for Mogul Vision Partners this year? Wait. Oh, maybe he's just talking about Mogul Vision, not necessarily David, right? I don't know. Just working for Mogul Vision, I guess, is what he said. And he says, wait. They said, when did you stop working? He says, March. She says, when did you stop working for Mogul Vision Partners this year? He says, March. She says, and why was that? And he says, Josh moved on to other endeavors. He wasn't conducting any business under Mogul Vision Partners anymore. And Beth says, what was your title at Mogul Vision Partners? He says, I was senior finance manager. I forget the specific title. And she says, director of finance, perhaps? He says, director of finance. Yes, that is correct. And she says, was there anybody else in the finance area within the company? And she says, he says, no, there was not. And she says, how many people worked at this company? He says, it was myself, Nathan Evans. Josh had an assistant. Her name is Karen Marshall. Is that his wife? Probably, I guess. And Rob Morganroth. So wait, he's considering Rob as Josh's assistant? Oh my God, why am I losing my voice? I should have been drinking water more throughout this. Oh, must be a sister. Okay, maybe. So they say, is Karen his sister? And he says, I believe so. So Karen's is Josh's sister, I guess, right? I think it's his half sister. And Beth says, okay, anybody else work at that company? And he says, from the core people that were on payroll, that was it. She says, okay, how many clients as the director of finance did you handle? He says, I work with David. I work with Ruby Benton, also known as Ruby Rose. And that was it. Ruby ended up going in a different directions. The company was really just managing David at that point. Wow. David was the only one making the money. Beth says, do you recall testifying at the grand jury in February of this year? He says, I do recall. And Beth says, and do you recall testifying that you were hired through Mogul Vision to be sort of the financial advisor to all things David? And I asked you, so you only work with David? And you said only David, correct? And he says, yeah, I had only worked with David, yes. And she says, and he says, Ruby was like a come and go artist. I didn't really do much of anything with her at that point in time. And he said, and Beth says, so you really only one client at Mogul Vision? He says, that's correct. So would they form this group for David? I don't know. And she says, and that would be the defendant? And he says, that's correct. And she says, do you see him here in the court? Yes, I do. He points him out. Who was Mogul Vision or Mogul Vision Partners owned by? And he says, Joshua Marshall. And she says, would you say that he was a friend of yours, still a friend of yours? And he says, I would say we were colleagues of each other. I wouldn't say we're deep friends or friends. And Beth says, did you describe him as a friend when you testified? He says, yeah. She says, at the grand jury? He says, yeah, I did. At the beginning, we had a long-standing relationship with each other. We were friendly with each other. Yes, I did consider him my friend. And she says, still today? He says, I would consider him more of a colleague today than anything else, probably because they're not really working together anymore, right? And she says, okay. When was the last time you spoke with him? And he says, sometime at the end of May, beginning of June of this year. Oh, that was recent. Of this year? Oh, okay. And she asked of this year, and he says, that's correct, yes. And she says, and what did the two of you discuss? He said, just catching up. We didn't really get a chance to find the time to discuss much of anything in detail. And Beth says, was this a get together by phone? Get together or by phone? And he says, no, just by phone. And she says, by phone? How long did the two of you catch up? And he says, 2 or 3 minutes. She says, and what was the nature of your conversation? And Miss Benarski, which is one of David's lawyers, says, objection, Your Honor, relevance. And the court says, I'll give a little leeway. And Beth says, did you talk about this case? He says, no, we did not. She says, not at all. And he says, I have not talked to Josh about this case. She says, since when? He says, since March, April this year. Josh refused to really have any kind of conversation about this case. And she says, how often do you speak with them? He says, that was the last time I spoke to him. She says, before that, when was the last time before that you spoke with him? And she said, and he says, we'd speak maybe once a month. And she says, and he is also represented by your same lawyer, correct? And Bedarski, one of David's lawyers, says, objection, relevance, Your Honor. And the court says, sustain. This is a probable cause hearing. And Blair says, what was your salary paid? Wait, why did I think this was that Beth asking? Well, maybe Miss Benarski's for the state. I was thinking Beth was questioning them. Now I'm a little bit confused. Hold on, I gotta see. I just gotta see something. I'm a little bit confused. Because this is Beth right here. It said, okay. What's how you spoke with? That's correct. So when does she finish? Look, this is Beth. Maybe I misunderstood it. She says objection. Okay. I don't know. It's saying Miss Burke, but I think it should be Beth. Says, what was your salary paid by Mogovision? He says $100,000. She says, did you also receive bonuses? He says, yes, I did. How much? I received an additional 200,000 in total. She says 200 or 250. He says, I received 200. So he's saying 100,000 and received an extra 250,000 in bonuses. I do recall that. Yes. Was that the accurate or was it the 200? And he says the 200 is accurate. Apologies. Oh, okay. 200,000. She says, no apologies needed. I just want to make sure that we're clear on what we're talking about. And what do you expect to make, if anything, in this year 2026? And he says, yeah, this is Silverman. See, Benarski's his. Okay. That must have been a typo. That one that said Burke, which court documents have typos. Trust me. You'd be surprised. I learned like years ago, like, wow, you think that they're like perfect? No, it's very common to see typos in any court docs, to be honest. But I mean, look, I don't even know how they do it. I give it to these people, the reporters. That's amazing that they're able to run that machine that gets every word. Hats off. That's amazing. Like, I'm like almost like fascinated by the people that do that job. It's crazy. Every single word, and can go back real quick right after. Anyway. Okay. So Beth asks, like, what do you expect to make 2026? He says, myself personally. And she says, from this business. You said you were still working for Mobilevision as of late as March of this year. So that means it was for David, because he said David was their only client. So yeah, they were. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess he was still before he got arrested. I mean, wonder if they're still working. Huh. Let's see. Yeah, he says, Benarski says, objection, Your Honor, irrelevant. And Beth says, he only had one client. There is a financial gain. Of course, says, hold on. I understand that, the judge says, is this going to go into some motive or bias? And Beth says, it may. And the court says, okay, well, this is probable cause hearing. So I just need an offer of proof as to why we're going into this at this stage. She says, it's both of those two things that I just mentioned. And the court says the court will grant a little leeway based on those two matters. And Bednarski, which is David's lawyer, one of David's lawyers, says, objection to the question. Then vague as phrase. It's not clear whether she is talking about his salary overall or whether she's talking about his salary, some wage that is relevant here. Court says, if you want to clarify as it relates to the business concerning the defendant as opposed to something else. Beth says, sure. And the court says, since this case is proceeding, so Beth says, given that you said you only had one client at Mogul Vision, that being the defendant, how much money, if any, do you expect to make this year through Mogul Vision? His lawyer, objection, same objection with respect to any other business. It's irrelevant with respect to this client. And the court says, hold on. So I will allow it as it goes to bias and motive. But as it goes to bias and motive, that would indicate how much money the witness might have been making with his relationship with Mr. Burke, as opposed to some other unnamed client going forward. So if you want to, and Beth says, correct. And court says, clarify this whole year, which encompasses far more than simply with Mr. Burke. And Beth says, again, I'm only interested in the work that he did for the defendant, which includes his family. And the court says, so if you want to clarify your question and answer only as it relates to how much you expect to make based upon your relationship with Mr. Burke or Mr. Burke's family, okay. And he says, okay, yeah. And his lawyer says again, Your Honor, I don't know what the question is pending. I'm confused. Is there a question pending? Yeah, because she's asking that because then the witness says, okay, yeah. So then his lawyer's like, what is that too? What's the question pending? Like, what did he say? Okay, yeah, to? I was a little bit confused too. The court says, I just clarified that anything related to how much he expects to make is limited to his relationship with Mr. Burke or Mr. Burke's family. And Bednarski says, okay, thank you. And the witness says, I'm sorry, can you just repeat the question for me, please? Beth says, sure. Witness says, thanks. Beth says, how much, if any, money do you expect to make this year regarding your work through Mogul Vision for the defendant or any of his family members relating to his business? He says, I'm not making any additional income from Mogul Vision. But it's not additional. I'm confused too because he's making money up until March. He worked for him. Anyway, she says, thank you. So are you still owed any money? He says, no, I'm not. She says, from your work with the defendant or any of his accounts? He says, no, I'm not. She says, so you have now been paid back all of the money that you had previously testified was outstanding. That is correct, he says. And she says, thank you. What is your relationship with Robert Morgenroth? This is where it's going to get good because Rob was the one, like David's right-hand man, always there. You see a video, he's always recording him. He's always fixing him. He's always at his house in the background doing stuff, moving stuff, yeah. He's like his shadow, it seems like. Okay. I can't wait till we hear his testimony. Anyway, so he's answering. He says, Rob, since the event had occurred, started a travel agency more full time. I talk to Rob pretty regularly. He's worked on a couple of other touring artists I've had through different record labels, booking tour travel, hotels, airfare. And she says, so you're still in contact with him? And also appears in some type of business relating to other clients. And he says, yeah, I mean, not to clarify, they're not theoretically my individual clients. Rob was looking for other business to book through his travel agency. And I had known a couple of people that were going on tour. Beth says, got it. And would you like to consider him a friend of yours? And he says, I consider Rob and I to be friendly. Yeah. And Beth says, and you knew him prior to your work with Mogul Vision, correct? He says, no, I was introduced to Rob through Mogul Vision. And Beth says, okay, when did you last speak with him? He says, about a week ago. She says, did any of that relate to anything regarding this case? He says, yeah, yes. Ooh. Beth says, What was the nature of your conversation with him about this case? And of course, we have David's lawyer objecting. Your Honor, I'll object. It calls for hearsay. And the court says, the court will allow it, not for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect on the listener. You may continue. Beth says, go ahead. And he says, he had showed me 2 pieces of mail that his mom had received in relation to, I guess, some wiretapping or information related to his records being subpoenaed. And Beth says, okay, anything else? And he says, that was it. And she says, and what was his role at Mogul Vision while you were there? And he says, he was the day-to-day manager. And she says, and was he living in Los Angeles with the defendant at that point? And he says, he had moved from Florida to LA to be more on the ground with David. Yes. So you see how he doesn't really answer the question. He kind of goes around it. He says, yes. Okay. Look at that question. Was he living in Los Angeles with the defendant at that point? I'm taking it. I mean, isn't she asking, was he living with him at the same house? Right? But I wonder if he's confusing it as just living in LA. But I mean, he says yes at the end, because he doesn't say he moved into the same house, but he says he moved from Florida to LA to be more on the ground with David. Yes. I think he was. There was that rumor going around. I think he was, because he was always there in the background. How can somebody always be there? But let's see. She says, okay. And as the director of finance, how much was he paid per year to work with David? And he says, $250,000. And she says, per year? He says, correct. She says, what about bonuses that he received? He says, I think he may have received a $50,000 or $75,000 bonus at one point. She says, describing in your role as the financial manager or business manager for the defendant, what it is you did for your salary. And he says, sure. I predominantly handled all of the accounts payable related to David's business. Most of the work that was conducted was around touring, as the touring business early sort of kicked off, and a lot of logistics in terms of sourcing insurance, handling crew payroll, things of that nature. Let me read that again. I'm trying to see what he's saying. He says most of the work that was conducted was around touring, as the touring business early sort of kicked off, and a lot of logistics in terms of sourcing insurance, handling crew payroll, things of that nature. Okay. And she says, so tour financing? He says, correct. She says, okay. Salaries of everybody involved in the tour. He says, can you? And she says, did you handle that as well? And he says, I mean, we had employee agreements for each of the crew members. Per that agreement, it then stipulated what they were getting paid. She says, how about estate management? Were you also involved in the estate management regarding all of his finances? And he says, we had helped him set up a trust. That was it. It got passed into a different attorney to do all the paperwork and get everything sorted. And she says, is that the Thorn Rose Trust? He says, correct. And she says, and did you begin working with him before 2024 when you said you started working for Mogul Vision? He says, yeah. Ooh. So before he started working for Mogul Vision. Anyway, he says, yeah, we started working together in 2023. She says, as his financial advisor, he says, not concretely. I was assisting Josh in what he wanted to accomplish through the management company and how to kind of bring all of it in-house. She says, okay, you were advising him, though, regarding finances, right? And he says, not specific finances, but costs related to whatever he was incurring at that point in time. She says, and when did you first meet him? He says, 2023. She says, in April. He says, yes. She says, where? He says, in Los Angeles. She asks, and did he already have a business entity set up at that point? And he says, correct, yes. She says, and what company was that? He said, he had David Entertainment. She said, ask an LLC. He says, correct. She says, and did you also work with his mother, who was his personal finance director? He says, yes. She says, who is that? He says, Colleen Burke. She says, and was there a salary that was paid to her for her work as the head of his David Entertainment LLC? He says, correct. She says, how much was that? He says, 75,000. She says, per year. He says, yes. She says, and what did that encompass? She said, and he says, she was entitled to handling all of the approvals for bills that needed to be paid out. Any conversation we had related to the household requirements, whether it was improvement or utility bill that needed to be handled. And Beth says, was that with respect to the 2 homes he purchased? He says, yes. She says, where were those 2 homes? She said, or he says, one is in Cypress, Texas. The other one is in just outside. Let me make sure there's no addresses being shown. Hold on. We're on page 139. Hold on. Let me make sure. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. Okay. I just had to check. Okay, so let's continue here. All right. Okay, so he says, where were those 2 homes? He says, one is in Cypress, Texas. The other one is in just outside Houston. And, oh, just outside. And then Beth kind of interrupts and says, Houston? He says, I'm sorry. Yeah. So she probably wasn't interrupting. He was probably thinking, and she's helped him. Like, Houston? He says, I'm sorry. Yeah. She says, you visited both of those homes in Texas? He says, I did. She says, and in addition to the approval of payroll and bills, did she also handle the day-to-day bookkeeping? He says, she was supposed to. Yes, I like how she was supposed to, which means she probably didn't. Or she probably didn't do a very good job, is how I kind of interpret that. Like, oh, she was supposed to, but maybe she wasn't doing a very good job, or other people were helping. Who knows? Let's see. Beth says, and was she qualified to handle that job, or did you have to assist her? He said, we had assisted at the beginning. And Beth says, okay, so you explained to her or taught her how to do this job. He says, through normal background bookkeeping on QuickBooks, yes. Beth says, and besides his LLC, how many other entities did the defendant own? And he says, 2 others. She says, what are those? He says, Skull Rose Merchandising and Headspace Publishing. And Beth says, and Headspace Publishing, what was that company set up for? And he says, his music publishing. And she says, for advances on royalties? And he says, yeah. He received a publishing advance, yes. And Beth says, okay, approximately how much is that publishing entity worth? And he says, I believe it's still unrecouped. And Beth says, okay, did you testify previously that that account is worth $3 million? And he says, roughly, yes. She says, is that correct? He says, I believe so, yes. She says, you also mentioned his merchandising company. He says, correct. She says, what's the name of that company? He says, that's the Skull Rose Merchandising Company. And then she says, is that through Bravado? And he says, he had a Bravado deal, yes. She said, is that under the auspice of the umbrella of Interscope Records or Universal Music Group? Man, there's a lot going on. Like, he's got a lot of different things. She says, or he says, I believe that is their merchandising entity. Yes. And Beth says, and how much did he receive in advances in that particular company? And he says, he received $1 million in advance. She says, okay, what's the value of the Thorn Rose Trust? He says, total value with all properties, probably 1.2 to 1.5. I don't have a specific gauge on it. She says, what do you mean a page? Oh, I think she misheard him. She probably misheard him and thought he said page. And he says, I don't have any specific valuation of what the assets of those 2 homes would be worth today. She says, today? He says, yes. she says, so back at the time when you were handling them, they were in the nature of 1.2 to 1.5 million. He says that's correct. She says, and did you actually sign the trust documents with the defendant? He says, I brought the paperwork for him to sign. I didn't sign anything. She says, who is the sole owner of that particular trust? He says, it would have been David Berg. And she says, with his parents as trustees, he says that's correct. She says, when was that last time you saw the defendant before today? He says, 2024, I believe. She says, where? He says, I visited Houston. I was seeing another client of mine, and David's family had just purchased the Hampstead house, and I had gone over there to the Cypress house and helped him move some boxes into the new house. And then we had lunch. Wait, he's saying the last time he saw David was in 2024? But he was working for, that's weird. Because I mean, they didn't find Celeste till September 8th, 2025. So it's almost now, I mean, what? And then like he didn't get arrested till just this past April. I'm confused. Huh. I would have thought he would have seen him off more like maybe in 2025 sometime. Huh. Anyway. Beth says, when was the last time you spoke with him? He says, I think I asked him for a chase text code, maybe sometime in the end of July, beginning of August of 2025. She says, no contact at all in any manner since then. He says, no, not within David Burke, no. She says, how did you usually communicate with him? Was it by text? And he says, predominantly through text, yes. Beth says, at some point, did you switch to communication with him through encrypted applications? Wait, hold on. When did he say he last talked to him as far as text? Beginning of August, July 2025. So that would have been before they found Celeste. Huh. So hold on. Let's see what he's claiming the last time he texted him. Anyway. So he's saying, no, I did not, as far as contacting him, communicating with him through encrypted applications. He says, no, I did not. She said, did you testify to the grand jury that you changed to using encrypted applications? And he says, I had used applications like Signal and WhatsApp, but that was predominantly through Josh Robb, not with David at all. And she says, did you switch to using encrypted applications such as Signal and WhatsApp to communicate with Josh, Marshall, and Rob after news came out about a deceased body found in front trunk of his Tesla? And David's lawyer says, Your Honor, I'm going to object improper impeachment. And the court says, I don't see it as impeachment at all. But just as it relates to the regular testimony, the court will allow it. And he says, correct. Yeah, I had spoken to Josh through Signal as the news broke out. Yes. Beth says, and why did you choose to switch to use an encrypted application to communicate with him at that point? He says, it wasn't by choice on my part. Josh had called me on Signal through it, and I had to answer it. And she says, and then you continued to communicate with him through Signal and WhatsApp? And she, correct? And he says, we had various conversations through Signal on financial matters. She says, relating to David. He says, relating to, he answers, relating to his company. His company, okay. She says, whose company? He says, Josh's. She says, relating to David, since that was his sole client. And he says, it was finances that Josh had regardless of David and other personal affairs that he had. Yeah. And he says, and she says, okay, who did you have the most contact with between the defendant and any individual in his family? He says, Colleen, his mom. She says, how often would you say you communicated with her during 23 to 25? He says, we talk fairly regularly. She asks, what does that mean? He says, a couple times a week. She says, 10 or more times a month. And he says, yeah, I'd say so. And he says, and then she says, did you also switch to an encrypted application and speaking with her after the news came out about the dismembered body in the trunk of his car? And he says, we had talked like once or twice through WhatsApp, a couple of times through Signal. That was it. And she says, so is the answer to my question yes? And he says, yes, but it wasn't regularly. She says, but you switched to communicating with her through an encrypted application, whether it be Signal or WhatsApp, correct? And Miss Bednarski, David's lawyer, says, objection, vague as to what as to what switched means, and the court overruled. You may cross-examine. And Beth says, is that correct? And she says, and he says, yes, we had spoken on Signal and WhatsApp. And she says, after the news came out about the body being found in the defendant's truck, he says, yes. And she says, why was that? He says, I don't think there was a very specific reason one way or the other. I think she was trying to find a way to communicate and figured WhatsApp, Signal, or was a more secure way for her to communicate, as I believe some of her information was leaked to the public. And Beth says, okay, well, before that, she would either call you or FaceTime you, right? He says, yeah, she'd FaceTime, audio me, and then have a regular conversation on a regular phone text. He says, Beth says, regular. And so there was a conscious switch, just like with Josh and Rob, that you began using an encrypted app for all of you to communicate. Court says he can only testify to his state of mind, not to Miss Burke's state of mind. And Beth says, yes. And then she says, but that's how you continue to communicate after the news broke, correct? He says, no, I regularly speak with Rob in normal communications today. There was a very short period of time that I believe we were using WhatsApp and Signal together. She says, that's with respect to David, and that's the only issue I'm concerned about here today, not your other clients. He says, okay. And she says, so again, when you were speaking to these individuals, whether it was Rob or whether it was Josh, whether it was Colleen, after the news broke about the body being found in David's Tesla, your communications then went through an encrypted app, correct? He says it was not consistent. And she says, okay, so you're saying sometimes you would also talk about David on regular phones. He says, generally, yes. She says, or text message? He says, yes. She says, when did you last see Colleen in person? He said, I saw her. David was opening for SZA in Miami, and I had seen her very briefly at that concert. And that was that summer. That would have been, wait. No, never mind. I was thinking of the Caliuchas. I take that back. He toured with SZA in 2024. I don't understand, though, why he barely seen these people since 2024, right? Said David and now Colleen. Anyway. Okay, so he said he's seen her very briefly at the concert, and Beth says, and then he says, that was in late 2024, beginning of 2025. Really? I don't recall. And Beth says, okay, when was the last time you communicated with her at all? He says, I spoke to Colleen last week. She says, what was the nature of that communication? He says, it was insourcing a new entertainment attorney. A new entertainment attorney! I guess the rumor about putting out the music, well, yeah, I guess they're going to try to keep getting the money, even if David's in jail. I mean, keep getting the money, right? Because who cares about a poor girl's life that was lost in their family that have to be affected? Just keep on getting it, right? I just feel like they should just let his music go, because especially because so much of it, I feel like was about Celeste, especially that new album. And then Celeste was in some of those, her voice, I don't know. Anyway. So he's saying it was insourcing a new entertainment attorney. And Beth says, who did you refer her to, if anyone? And David's lawyer, Benarski, says, objection, Your Honor, cause for hearsay, irrelevant. And the court says, the court will sustain relevance objection. Beth says, when was the last time you spoke to her before last week regarding sourcing a new entertainment lawyer? He said, a week or so prior to that. A week or so prior to that, 2 weeks prior to that. And Beth says, so you speak to her still on a regular basis? He says, yes. She says, are you doing any work for her still? He says, yes. She says, what type of work do you still do for her? He says, just helping right now, sourcing this new entertainment attorney at this point in time. And Beth says, okay, and how much are you being paid for your work for Colleen and David Burke? And he says, right now we're on a monthly retainer. And she says, what is that? He says, $7,500. So $7,500 a month's not bad. Not bad at all. And he says, she says, per month? He says, correct. She says, how much did the defendant generate between 2023 and 2025? He says, I would say he's roughly earned close to $10 to $11.5 million in gross earnings. She says, did you review his contract with Interscope Records or Universal Music Group? He says, I didn't review them specifically. No. And she says, you didn't? Did you know how much he was paid in advance when he signed with Interscope in 2022? He says he received, I believe it was 600,000. And she says, okay, did he also get an initial installment? She said, or he says, he got another payment post the end of 2022 into 2023. That was the larger bulk of the money. She says, how much was that? 2.4 million. This is in 2023, end of 2022. So he gets 600,000, and then the end of that year, beginning of the next year, he gets 2.4 million. Wow. She says, was there also some type of recording fund paid to him through Interscope for things like legal fees, touring advances, tour support, things of that nature? He says, yeah, that's correct. She says, what was the amount of that approximately? And then you got Miss Benarski, objection, vague as to time. The court says, overruled. He's already indicated the time period of 2023 to 2025. The witness, he says, yeah, it was of various amounts for tour support. It was various amounts. Tour support is usually on request. She says, by Miss Silver. Oh, she says, what? He says, tour support is on request. And she says, and my question is approximately how much did he receive in this recording fund from Interscope? And he says, maybe another million. I don't have a specific number to it. And she says, you don't know? And he says, I don't know. No. And the court says, I'm going to go ahead and stop you there. We're going to take an afternoon recess. It'll be a 15-minute recess. Sir, your order back in here in 15 minutes. Okay. So they got the vet. So he's under oath still. They take their break. Now they're on direct exam still with Miss Silverman. You may continue. So Beth says, thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we broke for a few minutes, I asked you about the amount the defendant received from Interscope regarding his recording fund. And you said you thought it was maybe another million, but you don't know. He says, correct. She says, you don't know because you don't remember, or you don't know because you never knew? He says, I don't remember because the amounts that were coming in was not consistent. They were funds that were requested upon. She says, what does that mean? He says, so tour support is a great example of this. We have to submit a budget showing an actual loss to a tour in order for the label to pay us the loss of that tour. So certain tour runs might run a loss of 75,000, 100,000, and we're requesting that money at that point in the time from the label. Okay, so she says, okay, so you said maybe he got another million. Could it be as much as 4 million? He says, no. She says, okay, he was your only client, right? So how much money he was bringing in was of vital importance to the survival of this company, right? That you, Josh Marshall, and Robert Morgenroth were running, correct? He says, correct. She said, previously you testified that you're working for Colleen now, sourcing a new entertainment attorney. Who is that for? She says, for David. He says, for David. She says, for the defendant. He says, correct. She says, what about his younger brother, Caleb? He says, no. She says, not for Caleb. He says, that's correct. She says, okay, I think you mentioned earlier the trust account. The Thorn Rose Trust was valued at 1.2 or 1.5. Correct? He says, with the real estate assets, yes. She says, could that be as much as 2 million? He says, I don't know the value, the current value of the two homes. She says, did you testify to the grand jury that the value of that account is around 2 million? He says, they had added at other properties that his father owned. I don't know if they ever moved it into the trust or not. And she says, do you remember testifying that he had over 2 million at a Morgan Stanley trust account? So that's correct. Yes. He had a liquid cash. Yes. She says, liquid cash? How about a secondary trust? Was there a secondary trust? He said, not that I'm aware of, no. And she says, did you testify at the grand jury again about a secondary trust? He says, I know his mom was setting up a new trust. She says, are you talking about when you said a new trust, are you talking about the trust that you helped Colleen set up to move money around to pay for bail? Is that what you're referring to? He says, she wasn't setting up a new trust outside of the Thorn Rose Trust. She was eventually going to put the Hampstead house into this trust. I don't know if she ever did or not. She says, and what was the purpose of that? He says, the purpose was, and Benarski objection calls for speculation as to someone else's state of mind. The court says, lay a foundation. Beth says, sure. So Beth says, did you and Colleen discuss why you might want to help her moving money around? He says, yes. She says, what was the reason for that? He says, bail. She says, was there also an IRA set up for the defendant? He says there was. She says, how much was the value of that IRA? He says, nothing today. She says, and why is that? And he says, that money was dispersed. She says, to where? He says, went back to his, I think it went back to his David account. She says, and you testified to the grand jury of the value of that account at that time, correct? That was back in February of this year. And he says, correct. And she says, and what was the value of that before it was dispersed back to his David account? He says, I think it was 150, I believe. She says, you said there was also a trust account that was set up for Colleen and his father, Dawid. She says, he says, Colleen had set it up a new trust account. I don't know if it's been finalized yet. She says, what's the value of that? Were she and her husband, are they the beneficiaries? He says, I don't know. She says, you don't know. He says, no. He says, how about the trust account set up for his brother and sister? What's the value of that account based on David's earnings? He says, I don't believe they have an individual trust, either of them. She says, do you remember testifying about that at the grand jury? He says, I don't recall, no. She says, do you remember testifying that Colleen and Dawid are beneficiaries of a trust along with Caleb and Emily, and that trust account had over $2 million in it? He says, yes, that was a Thorn Rose trust account. She says, okay, that was the one you said was for David, right? He says, David, yes, that was David's trust. She says, okay, as the finance director, how much did Mobile Vision take from David as a client between 2023 and the end of 2025? He says, Josh made close to $4 million. So wait, when they give these amounts of 11 million, that's just what David made after he pays out all these people, right? Right? So he grosses it, he pays out them all, and then he basically banks almost, what did they say, 10 up to maybe $11 million in those couple years, right? So then on top of it, they're paying all these other people, he's paying millions of dollars. Am I understanding that right? So Josh made $3.5 to $4 million. Wow. Beth said, and you said that company is now defunct? And he says, I don't know if it's defunct or not. I believe it's still an active company. And she says, how is it you learned about there being a dead body in the defendant's car in LA in September of 2025 while he was out on tour? All right, that's my last. I had my 2 bottles of water. They're all gone. Well, they both weren't full though. Anyway. So, of course, Benarski objection calls for hearsay. And the court says, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? And Beth says, sure. How did you learn about it? How did you learn about it? And the court says, without telling us what was said. How did you learn about it? Like internet, TV, someone called you about them finding Celeste, right? He says, I had received a call from Josh. He wasn't specific. I learned about the details of it through the internet. They want to know, what did Josh say? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is his manager saying? Because that tells a lot of how much they knew, right? Okay, so Beth says, okay. And when Josh called, did he call you as you referred to earlier using the word normal, or did he call you through an encrypted app? He says, he had called me through Signal. And Beth says, did you also speak with Rob while he was on tour with the defendant when she saw the news? He says, I did speak with Rob, yes. And she says, did you ask Rob any questions about the details of what he knew? And he says, I curiously asked Rob what he knew. And she says, you did? And he says, I did, yes. She said, did you remember testifying at the grand jury that you didn't ask any questions because you didn't want to know? And he says, I recall portions of that, yeah. She says, is that true, or is your testimony today true? He says, I'd say my testimony today is true. She says, okay, so when you said at the grand jury that you didn't ask Rob any questions because you didn't want to know, that would not be correct. He says, I'd say that's not correct. Yeah. She says, okay, what questions did you ask Rob about the details? He says, I asked Rob plainly what had happened. And she says, and what did he tell you? And he says, he did tell me yes. Yes. What do you, if he asks, what? I asked Rob plainly what had happened. And she says, and what did he tell you? He did tell me yes. Oh, I see. He's answering that. Okay. So she says, okay, how many times would you say you've spoken to Rob since he returned from that tour and the rest of the tour was canceled? Oh, I guess he's not allowed to say what he says, right? Because that'd be hearsay, maybe. Dang it, I want to know what he said. Anyway, I'm thinking that's what it is. So, okay, so anyway, Beth's asking, how many times would you say you've spoken to Rob since he returned from that tour and the rest of the tour was canceled? He says regularly. She says, how many times approximately? He says from September to the end of approximately September. So wait, he's saying September to the end of approximately September, probably a handful of times, approximately 2 or 3 times out of the month. Wait, what isn't she asking? Oh, okay. Wait, I don't know. So he's saying about 2 or 3 times, and I'd say pretty regularly, at least once a week now. She says, when you testified at the grand jury that you had spoken to Rob 50 to 60 times since the tour, and that was in February of 2026, would that be correct? He says, yes, that's correct. She says, okay, back in September 2025, after the tour, the remaining portion of the defendant's tour was canceled, and prior to any arrest in this case, is that when you began discussing money and bail with Colleen? He says, yes. She says, was there a certain amount of bail the two of you were trying to put together? He says, I believe we were trying to raise $2 million. She says, and at some point, did you discuss or start to process putting the 2 homes that the defendant purchased to post them as collateral for bail? And she said, and he says, the Cypress house was the intent to add as collateral. Yes, the Hampstead house was never supposed to be used for collateral. And Beth says, which one did you say was going to be used for collateral? He says, Cypress. She says, do you remember testifying the opposite, and that you used the Hampstead house was probably the one that was worth the most, and that was the one that you were using for bail? And Benarski, his lawyer, says, Your Honor, I'm going to object. Continuing this line of questioning isn't relevant. Court says overruled. The court will allow it. The witness. So he says, the Hampstead house definitely had more value, but it was also where Colleen, Dawood, Caleb, and Emily were living. And she says, yes, but that wasn't my question. My question was, did you testify at the grand jury at the end of February of this year that you used the Hampstead house, and the Hampstead house was probably the one that was worth the most? He says, we did not use the Hampstead house. She says, okay, so when you testified, and then we used the Hampstead house, and the Hampstead house was probably the one that was worth the most, was that testimony also false? He says, I don't recall. She says, well, is that true today? She says, because before you just testified that the only house that you discussed was the Cypress house. And he says, correct, that would be true today. She says, so it was false when you testified that you were also using the Hampstead house? He says, I don't recall mentioning the Hampstead house being used for collateral in terms of the bail. And she says, so for the court and counsel, I am looking at page 1018 from the grand jury transcript from Mr. Grieger, February 23rd, 2026. Beth says, what did you discuss? This was the question I asked you. Your answer, we discussed the potential that if a bail was to be set, that they were going to try for $2 million, and that we needed to presumptively put together what collateral would be used for that. And she says, do you remember that? He says, correct. And she says, and then a little further down, you said, I asked, so you needed to come up with collateral. You answered correct. And I asked, so what did you do? And you said, Dawood owned several properties within the Houston, Texas area. So I got a list of those properties, went on Zillow to see what the estimate value would be, and we used those numbers to send back to Blair. And then we used Hampstead House, and the Hampstead house was probably the one that was worth the most. We used those numbers to send back to Blair, and then we used the Hampstead house, and the Hampstead house was probably the one that was worth the most. Beth asked back then, and how much is that house worth? And he answers back then, $950,000, approximately $950,000. She says, do you remember that now? He says, yes, I do. She says, so was that correct? He says, I don't believe we ever used the Hampstead house for collateral on that evaluation. She says, okay. He says, for bail. And the court says, in counsel, with regard to this line of questioning, the court's given you a lot of leeway. And Beth says, yes. It might relate, and the judge says, it might relate to financial motive, but again, this is a preliminary hearing. So at this point, the court will sustain its own objection as far as cumulative, unless there's something of an imperative nature that has not been brought up and you want to give the court an offer of proof. And Beth says, that's all right. I'm getting to the end, Your Honor. Thank you. I appreciate the allowance the court has granted. And then she says, and then you actually helped her move money around from checking accounts to make available for this bail, correct? He says, correct. She says, and did you tell her she should change title to the properties from the defendant's name to her name? He says, yeah, we had that conversation. She says, and why did you tell her she should move the properties from under the defendant's name, since they were his homes purchased with his money, to her and her name? And he says, understanding was the Hampstead house was for the family, so we moved the title. And she says, do you remember testifying that the reason that you told her to do that was to protect the estate from any civil suit, so the victim's family wouldn't be able to obtain or get access to that money? And he says, I do recall, yes. Man, she's calling him out left and right. Wow. And that's what's good actually about having the grand jury, because if they vary at all, they call them out. You know what I'm saying? Impeachment, right? Whatever, but they'll call them out. They could go back and be like, oh, well, you said this. So if they didn't tell the truth the first time, they're going to get called out, and then they're not going to look as credible anymore, because you know what I'm saying? So it's tough. Anyway, he says, I do recall. And she said, did you actually prepare documents for the defendant's signature in order to transfer the title from the defendant's name to his mother's name so that you could prevent any sort of civil suit by the victim's family for accessing those monies? He says, no, I did not. She says, do you remember testifying that you did prepare such documents for his signature? He says, I didn't prepare any signature documents for him. She says, you didn't? He says, no, I did not. She says, did you give her a person who could prepare those documents for her to move into her name? He says, correct. She says, at this point, I don't think I have any further questions, Your Honor. Thank you for allowing me to explore some of these issues. The court says, all right. Cross-exam, Ms. Benarsi. David's lawyer says, sir, wasn't there a problem with the Hampstead house having a Texas homestead on it? And so in any event, it couldn't be used for bail, correct? And his lawyer, Ms. Benarski, says, how old are you? He says 34. She says, when you began providing financial services to David, were all of your clients people in the music industry? He says, yes. She says, and you were trained in finance prior to beginning work with David, right? Correct. And worked at a top 25 accounting firm, right? I did. That's the firm called Citron something. He says, Citron Cooperman. She says, and how many years have you worked for them? He says, I didn't work with Citron for very long. Prior to that, I was at two smaller boutique management firms that specialized more. First one was more in TV and film, and then I moved into the music industry in 2015, and then stayed in the music industry thereafter. So I was at a Citron for 7 months before moving it onto a new boutique firm. And then she says, so how long were you in finance before you started working with David? He says, I started my career in finance in 2013. She says, and you had met David prior to formally providing financial services, right? He says, correct. She says, you met at a music shoot in Phoenix in around the fall or September 2022. He says, no, I did not. She says, did you meet him in 2022? Oh, shoot. My mouse is dead. Oh, you got to be kidding. I probably need a charge. Why is it? What the heck? Don't. Are you kidding me? Okay. Whew. Okay, so, and you met him, David, prior to formally providing financial services, right? Correct. You met him at the music shoot in Phoenix. Oh, she says no. Did you meet him in 2022? No, I did not. Was he 17 years old when you first met him? I did. Correct. Yes, he was 17. Yeah. She says, and he was living with his family in Texas. Correct. So it's funny because she's assuming it was in 2022, right? And he's like, no. Oh, anyway. And Beth says, objection, this is irrelevant. And the court says, overruled. And David's lawyer says, and that's when you first met his mom and his brother and his sister, right? And he says, I met his mom and his father. And she says, and you learned that this was prior to him moving out to Los Angeles, right? Correct. And he moved out to LA at around March of 2023. And he says, I recall David moving at the end of 2023, beginning of 2024. I think that's correct because I remember in his Discord messages, that was when he was talking about, hey, I'm moving to LA. I think it was the end of 20. Wait, no. No, I think it was April or March. No, it was April. I think it was in April. Yeah. They was talking about moving there. I take that back. I got to go double check my Discord, but I'm pretty sure it was April 2023. April or March, where he's like, I'm moving to LA. I don't know. It's been a while since I looked at those, but I'll get back with you. Anyway, so she says, and he had recently turned 18. He says, correct. You learned he had been homeschooled by his mom, right? And Beth says, objection, same objection, relevance. See, when he said, I recall David moving, oh, he's saying I recall David moving the end of 2023. Okay. But I think that's, okay. Because remember, February 2024 is when he moved into the mansion. So he was living in that Doheny or staying in that Doheny house 2023. I'm pretty sure it was April 2023. So I guess maybe because maybe it wasn't in his name. Oh, I guess the mansion wasn't even in his name. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. Okay, so yeah, said he had been homeschooled. Beth objects. The court overruled it. The witness says that is correct about him. That he learned about him being homeschooled. David's lawyer says, and that he had moved to LA for his music career, right? Correct. But that his family and church were a strong part of his social community in Texas. Beth objects, says same objection. The court says it'll be sustained to that objection. So they sustain it. And just so it's clear, because the people went into quite a bit of detail as it relates to this witness's dealings with Mr. Burke's family and conversations with family as it relates to the finances, the court will allow the defense to explore his relationship with the family members. But as it relates to extraneous matters such as who Mr. Burke had support from, such as his family and church, that's not relevant as to this witness's relationship. Financial relationship and or other type of relationship with Mr. Burke and his family as it relates to bearing on this witness's credibility, bias, motive, or whatever else either side wishes to argue. Okay, so I hope that clarifies for both sides. His lawyer says, you told us that Robert Morgenroth was engaged to be the person who was on the ground in LA, right? And he says, correct. And he says, and he was really here to manage David's day-to-day, right? He says, yes, that's correct. And to your knowledge, David had no family members living in Los Angeles, right? He says, correct. Hold on, Zeke, I'm almost done. Look, Zeke's ready for me to be done. I'm almost done, Bubba. 10 more pages. And that was his first independent living experience to come to LA for his music career. Correct. And was the purpose of meeting his mom and dad in Texas before he moved out here to get to know the family. He says, yes, it was advised by Josh that I got to know Colleen and David, especially Colleen. And David's lawyer says, and that was because you understood that Colleen would be handling David's finances and working with you in that regard, right? He says, yes. And she says, and before David started in Los Angeles with his music career, he had been an online gamer as a teenager, right? Silverman says, I'll object as irrelevant and also hearsay. Bubba, what's. Hey, I will get that checked to see. I know last time we asked them to check to see if it needs the anal gland. They said no, but maybe next time you go Thursday to get groomed, Bubba. Anyway, or next Thursday he goes to get groomed. All right, okay. Okay, the court says the court will sustain it on relevance grounds. Wait, what was she asking? Oh, about working with David, about Colleen. What was she saying? And before David started about being an online gamer as a teenager, I guess she objects, and he said the court says they'll sustain it on relevance grounds. I'm not sure what that has to do with his relationship with Mr. Grieger. Okay, David's lawyer says, to your knowledge, and being hired to work with David as his financial director, you understood that he didn't have a prior formal experience in the music industry, right? He says, correct. And his lawyer says, and Josh Marshall, you told us, had brought you in to work with David, right? He says, yes. And he says, in Josh's former role with David was as his personal manager, right? And he says, correct. And she says, so Josh was going to personally manage David's career as a musical artist, right? Yes. And you were going to do the finances, right? Yes. At the time, you had known Josh's several years, right? Correct. I think he told us since 2016 or 17. He says correct. She says, is it fair statement that your work with David encompassed all financial aspects of his as a musical artist? He says correct. She says, now you told us about 3 different companies that were set up for David's career. One involved his recording, one that involved his merchandise, and one involved publishing rights. He says that's correct. She says okay. And those were set up before you got involved in helping with the finances, right? Correct. And was it Colleen who had set them up? And he says yes. She says, and those had been set up by Colleen when he was a minor, right? Beth Silverman says, I'm going to object. That would call for hearsay. The court sustained it. And David's lawyer says, well, with respect to the finances that had to do with monies, he was earning or going to earn as a result of contracts, right? And he says, correct. She says, in costs and expenses of having that kind of career, right? He says, yes. You had to understand, even if you didn't read every contract line by line, you had to understand what these various relationships were that would generate various sums of money, correct? He says, correct. And did you understand that any contracts having to do with David's behalf with him, any contracts having to do on David's behalf with him before he turned 18 would require special provisions because a guardian would have to essentially protect the minor? He says, that's correct. She says, and I can't recall, so clarify for us. Did you bring in Rob or did Josh? He says, Josh did. And she says, but you knew, or you came to know that Josh had experience in the travel business, right? He says, Rob did. And she says, oh, I'm sorry. Did I say Josh? And he says, yeah. And she says, I apologize for that. And Rob had experience in the travel business, helping musical artists with their tour arrangements, right? He says, correct. And she says, and he owned a travel agency that worked on tour logistics, right? He says, that's correct. She says, were you living in Florida? He says, yes. She says, and Rob lived in Florida when you first met him, right? And he says, no, I met Rob prior to that. I'm not sure where he was living. And she says, okay. And he says, at that time. She says, but at some point in early 2023 or in 2023, he moved out to manage David, right? And he says, yeah, or he says, from the day-to-day perspective, yes. She says, and management of a musical artist's day-to-day schedule includes going to meetings, right? Beth says, I'll object. This would call for speculation given that's not his job. The court says sustained. She says, and the court says, you want to rephrase the question? And David's lawyer says, sure. And she says, you understood that Rob was being paid for his management duties, right? He says, correct. She said, did Mogul Vision directly pay Rob Morgenroth or did David's businesses? And he says Mogul Vision. And she says, and did you understand from the financial documents that you reviewed that the musical career involved recording sessions and video shoots? And he says, yes. She says, and involved interviews and meetings. And he says, yes. And she says, it involved tour and performances. And he says, yes. And she says, and did you understand it was Robert Morgenroth's job to manage that heavy day-to-day schedule of David's music career? He says, yes. And she says, in your capacity as David's business or finance director, did you have knowledge of the house that David was, or Mogul Vision, leasing the house that David was staying in LA? Because remember, it was under Josh's name. He says, yes. She says, and you understood that 50% for those leasing costs were paid for by David's business, right? He says, yes, but wouldn't he be, who's paying for the other 50%? Wouldn't it all be coming from the business? Even if Josh or Rob, it would be coming from the money they make from him, right? 50% of those leasing costs were paid for by, I don't know. Anyway, he says, yes. She says, specifically, Colleen would pay the bill, right? He says, she would approve it, yes. And he says, she says, she would approve it. And although the lease had been arranged by Mogul Vision, you set up the utility services for that rental house, right? He says, I recall, yes. She says, David did none of these things for himself. Obtain the lease, arrange the lease, set up utilities. Is that right? He says, correct, yes. She says, now, before, one of your big responsibilities of your job was accounts payable, right? He says, correct. She says, because as we've talked about, a recording artist who is performing and touring generates a lot of costs and expenses, correct? He says, yes, it does. He says, and it requires a lot of service providers and equipment. He says, correct. She says, touring buses, lighting, audio, insurance, all that. She says, yes, or he says, correct. She says, and all of that is a lot to keep track of, right? He says, yes. She says, and to pay on time, right? He says, yes. And to pay promptly so that these tours and these performances occur on time, right? He says, correct. She says, it was part of your job to determine, well, would these bills come through to you from Rob Morgenroth? Wait. Anyway, so he's saying, would these bills come through to you from Rob Morgenroth? He says, correct. She says, and they'd also come directly sometimes from vendors. He says, correct. And she says, and it was part of your job to look at these bills and determine if these services were provided, right? He says, correct. And if they were reasonable, right? He says, yes. She says, if you saw a crazy bill that didn't seem right to you about what the actual service would have been, you would have questioned it, right? And Beth Silverman says, I'm going to object, Your Honor. At this point, it's irrelevant. And the court says, I'll allow it. The witness says, yes. And David's lawyer says, and to make sure that there is money there to pay house bills, right? He says, yes. And she says, and so you had access to all of David's business accounts, right? He says, yes. Or he says, correct. She says, and so did his mom, Colleen. He says, yes. She says, and you had no ongoing direct contact with David about his bills and expenses, right? She says, correct. Or about his income, right? She says, correct. Shoot, my mom's home. And he says, Colleen was your contact with respect to the financial management of David's career, right? Says, that is correct. Hold on. Oh. He says, gosh, I'm almost done. 3 more pages. She says, now, even though the prosecutor brought out come on, Zeke. Now, even though the prosecutor brought out, even though she may not have been formally trained in, oh my Lord. I just want to finish this so I can go talk to my mom. Come on, Zeke. Hold on. Dang it. Oh, gosh. 3 more pages, Zeke. Oh, okay, let me get my mom for a minute. My mom comes like a tower. Well, it's getting hot in here too because I have the air off and just the fan on. Okay. 3 more pages, guys. 3 more pages. Okay. Whew. Okay. So. All right. So let me, hold on 1 second. Let me, wait, which one is that? Hold on. Yeah, you better believe it. You better believe it. Okay, let's finish. Sorry, I had to take care of a situation in the chat real quick. Okay, here we go, guys. We are going to finish it. Oh, shoot, Zeke. Oh, Zeke, hold on, oh my Lord. Oh, Mama, go hang out with Mom for a little bit. I'm almost done. All right, you're stuck in here for three pages then. He's gonna want to get out, though. I know it. All right. Oh, then, hold on, Bubba. I'll come play with you in a minute. Hold on. Let me just finish. Okay. So then, he says, I know on girl. Okay, so no ongoing contact with David about his bills and expensive, right? Correct. Or about his income, right? Correct. Colleen was your contact with respect to the financial management of David's career, right? That is correct. And remember, this is David's lawyer saying, now, even though the prosecutor brought out, even though she may not have been formally trained in accounting, she could use QuickBooks, right? He says, yes. And she says, and you helped her with that, right? Yes. And she got better at it, right? And he says, I'm not sure. She says, and she became more familiar. Did you feel like she managed the bookkeeping adequately? He says, no. Whoa. Talking about David's mom. And she says, did you speak with her a lot in order to make sure that things were being paid on time? And she says, yes. And he says, yes. And she says, and you told us that Colleen was paid a salary to do this work. And she did through David's company, right? He says, correct. See, I knew there was something up when he said she was supposed to. Did I not call that when he said, oh, she did the bookkeeping or did this? And he said, well, she was supposed to. See, he wasn't happy with her work, it looks like. Wow, thank you. 1,000 gems, Connie. Thank you. Thank you. Aw, that made my day. Thank you. Okay. All right. Oh, I guess I could do it. I could have done it on here. All right. All right, let's do this. Okay, let me take that down. Thank you so much. Would you, in order to help her and help her, okay, wait, where are we at? Okay, so to do this work that she did through David's company, right? Correct. Would you, in order to help her and to help her do her job well, prepare summaries of the expenses? He says, yes. She says, and you'd send those to her, right? He says, yes. You didn't send those summaries to David, right? He says, no, I did not. And she says, and I did. And I think you told us that it was Colleen who would prove the payment of bills, right? He says, yeah, correct. And she says, and so if you reviewed a bill and you determined it needed to be paid, you would talk to her, make sure that she understood what it was for and get her approval, right? He says, correct. She says, and you had access to David's bank accounts for the purpose of making payments, right? He says, that's correct. She says, and she did too, right? And he says, yes. And she says, you almost never spoke to David about bills and expenses, right? And he says, that's correct. And she says, I think you told us at one point there was some kind of code that you needed for him that had been sent to his phone. Was that highly unusual? And he says, correct. It was not normal. And the court says, let me stop you there. And David's lawyer says, we're going to go ahead and break for the day. It's 4, so we'll resume tomorrow at 9:30. And Mr. Grieger, and she says, Mr. Grieger, your order back here at 9:15 in the morning without any further order or notice. And we will finish up your testimony tomorrow morning, okay? Thank you. And then they said they're going to order all counsel at 9:15. We can be set up and ready to go at 9:30. Oh, yeah. And then, okay. All right. So we are done. And as far as tomorrow, is if there was any other new updates, I did the lunch and I seen if nobody really had much else. I'm sure they do now, but I will do the updates tomorrow. I'll do the rest of the updates if people updated like the last half of court yesterday today, sorry. I will include it in the update tomorrow because we're always have this downtime where we need to, you know, we're waiting for them to do updates and highlights. So I'll include the last half of today's highlights if I find any tomorrow. Okay. And that's all I got. I'm gonna go ahead and talk to my mama. She just got home from a trip. See how her trip went. Yes, that was for yesterday's. Yep. Sure was. Okay, sorry. All right, have a good one, everybody. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and I will, yeah. I will email me people, and we'll yeah, this will be under, and this will be in my members content. The document will be in my members content, so I'll put it on my community post if you're a member and you guys want to read through it and check it out yourself. It'll be under the members content, and then I'll email the people that email me and send it, but make sure you email me. And yeah, all right, have a good one, everybody.